Hey, what's up? It's cute. What if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku was trained by the hero hunter. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Izuku POV. Can I be a hero? I'm sorry, son, but it's just too dangerous without having a quirk. There are plenty of ways to help people still. You could join the police, work at an agency, or even join a support course to assist heroes. But you can't be a hero without a quirk, All Might stated. Those words echoed in Izuku's mind. All Might turned away and began to walk off, but before he could go far, Izuku called out to him. All Might, I've spent my entire life looking up to you. How can you just destroy my dreams like that? Izuku questioned. I'm sorry, son. I really don't want to hurt you. But it's my job as a hero to protect everyone I can, and this is the best way for me to protect you. That's the thing about dreams, kid, they aren't always meant to come true, All Might replied. And just like that, All Might left Izuku alone on the roof. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened, and before he knew it, he was on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Everything he had looked up to in his life had just told him it was all pointless. Izuku thought maybe Kaken was right about jumping off the roof. Perhaps he could be reborn with a quirk and actually become a hero. He walked over to the edge and looked down at the people walking around, living their everyday lives. He bet all of them had quirks. It must be great. He turned around and walked through the door to make his way down the stairs. Once downstairs, he started heading home, and the next thing he knew, his front door was in front of him. He twisted the knob, pushed the door open, and walked in, knowing his mom would bombard him with questions. Izuku, where have you been? Are you hurt? Is everything okay? Yeah, Mom, don't worry about me. I just had a lot on my mind, Izuku said, trying to sound convincing. Inko looked at her son and sensed something was wrong. But in the end, she decided not to pry, thinking it might make the situation worse. All right, honey, just know that if you ever want to talk, I'm here for you, Inko said lovingly. I know, Ma. Thank you. He gave her a smile, and satisfied with his response, she turned and made her way back into the kitchen. Izuku went upstairs and collapsed into his bed, slowly drifting off to sleep. News report from later that night. Breaking news. 2 more heroes found unconscious after a brutal attack. This appears to be another incident involving the hero hunter. Stay tuned for more updates on this dangerous vigilante. Chapter end. Once Izuku woke up, he didn't really want to go to school. He had no desire to face bullying again, especially after what happened yesterday. Inko was in the kitchen and was surprised that Izuku was still in bed. He usually would have been up by now. She made her way upstairs and knocked on his door. Izuku, honey, are you up? Yeah, I'm just not feeling well. Can I stay home from school? Izuku called out softly. Let me check if you have a fever. She felt his forehead to see if he was warm, but when she did, she found nothing wrong. She contemplated making him go to school but knew Izuku wouldn't want to miss it for no reason. So she opted to let him stay home. Okay, honey, I still have to go to work. But if you need anything, make sure you call me, and if I don't answer, call Mitsuki, okay? I will. Have a great day at work, and I love you. I love you too, honey. Once Inko left, Izuku decided to take a walk outside to clear his head. He wandered until he found himself in a park. He sat down on a bench, trying to think about what he could do with his future. He had been so focused on becoming a hero that he never considered what he would do if he couldn't. For once in his life, Izuku felt lost. Bakugo POV. Bakugo walked in fashionably late as always, and took his spot in the middle of the class. He glanced over at the desk of the quirkless loser and noticed it was empty. Maybe that Deku finally listened and skipped school. The day went on like normal until the final bell rang, dismissing the class. Bakugo made his way home, splitting off from his so-called friends, who only followed him because of his strong quirk. As he neared his house, he looked into the park he was passing and spotted a kid with green hair. That Demon Deku, does he think he can skip school and avoid me? No way am I letting him off the hook for that. Hey, you nerd. What do you think you're doing? Izuku turned to see who yelled at him and saw Bakugo approaching, tiny explosions sparking from his hands. Kaken was just, getting over my cold, Izuku stuttered. Bullshit. You wouldn't skip school even if you were sick, Bakugo spat, each word dripping with disdain. Bakugo grabbed Izuku by the collar and pulled him up off the bench, delivering a punch to his gut that knocked the wind out of him as he fell to the ground. Useless trash, that's all you are, Deku. You're such an eyesore. Why don't you take the hint and just disappear so none of us have to deal with you anymore? Bakugo stated. Izuku lay on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. He was tired of being pushed around by Kaken and just wanted it to end. He thought about escaping it all. Little did he know, a figure was watching the entire encounter from a distance. Satisfied with his work, Bakugo turned and left the park. The figure dropped from the tree and approached Izuku, extending a hand to help him up. Once Izuku was back on his feet, he studied the man in front of him. He wore baggy gray sweatpants and a tight black top that outlined his muscles, with grayish hair styled into 2 points. Thanks, Izuku said. No problem, kid. What was his deal? Asked the figure. Oh, that was just my friend Kaken, Izuku replied shyly. Well, he didn't look like a friend. I don't have many friends myself, but I'm pretty sure they don't treat each other like he did to you, he stated. Kaken is just different. He only acts that way because I'm quirkless, Izuku replied, looking down at his feet. He expected the figure to look at him with disdain or just walk away upon discovering his quirklessness. But to his surprise, the man remained there. Izuku glanced up and asked, Why are you still here? I'm quirkless. Doesn't that make me an eyesore to you? Look, kid, if I got disgusted every time I saw a quirkless person, I would avoid mirrors at all costs, the man said with a slight laugh. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked at the man. Are you quirkless too? Damn right I am. I don't need a quirk to defend myself. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. The man in front of him looked like the strongest person ever, aside from All Might. How could he be quirkless? What's your name, kid? The figure asked. Izuku Midoriya, sir, Izuku stuttered. Cut the nonsense. I'm barely in my 20s. I'll walk you home, so you don't get hurt anymore, the figure said. Can I ask your name before you follow me home? You know, so it's not like, stranger danger, Izuku said quietly. Garou. They walked home in silence until Izuku mentioned a shortcut through one of the alleyways. They made their way through, but halfway through, a man jumped out, brandishing a knife. Give me your wallets and your phones. Now, demanded the man. Izuku quickly reached for his belongings, but before he could even get them out, he saw Garou's fist connect with the man's face, driving him into the wall of the building behind him. The impact was so forceful that cracks spread from the spot where the man hit. Izuku stared in shock as Garou straightened up and walked over to him. How did you do that? Izuku asked quickly. Oh, that old thing? Just some martial arts moves an old geezer taught me, Garou said nonchalantly. Some martial arts moves? You just created an impact crater comparable to a pro hero. Izuku exclaimed. That struck a nerve with Garou. Look, kid, don't lump me in with those heroes. I'm not one of them, and I never will be. What? Why? Because heroes aren't what they're supposed to be. They only do the job to get recognized and earn a good paycheck. None of them do it for the goodness of their hearts, and it pisses me off. Izuku looked at the man in front of him until Garou met his gaze. I'm from a small town in northern Japan. The only people who live there are those who are quirkless, and it's amazing. Then one day, a hero came through and asked to stay with us. We welcomed him with open arms, and within a couple of days, a villain appeared and started burning down the town. We all called for the hero to help us, but he said, Not yet, I need more damage to be done so it looks really good for the news. My sensei stopped the villain and got into a fight with the hero. What happened? Izuku asked. He attacked my sensei. So I had to take action. Izuku's eyes widened. What do you mean you took action? What do you think I mean, kid? I ended his life. But it's not something I'm proud of. Taking a life is wrong, and I only did it to save my sensei. But even after that, I got banned from my home. Since then, I've just focused on incapacitating my opponents, Garou stated. What do you mean by opponents? Izuku questioned. Never mind, kid. Let's get you home, Garou said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. The two walked the rest of the way to Izuku's house without any further conversation. Once inside, Izuku quickly ran to his room to watch Garou leave. He saw him walk slowly down the road until he squatted and jumped, breaking the ground around him as he leapt onto the roof of a 3-story building. Izuku was shocked and blinked to ensure he saw everything correctly, but when he looked again, Garou was gone, though the damage to the ground remained. Izuku sat down at his desk and quickly pulled up a search tab. He tried to find any information about the town Garou mentioned but found nothing. He kept scrolling until he saw a picture of an older man and Garou standing together. The article discussed how the sensei felt bad for his student being banished but had to do it because it was the right thing to do. This didn't sit well with Izuku. Why would the man Garou saved banish him? Yes, he killed the hero, but was he really that bad? He shut his computer and looked at the clock. 10 p.m. Dang, it's way later than I thought. Izuku, honey, is that you? He heard someone call from outside his room. Yeah, Mom, it's me. How was work? Long and tiring, but it's all okay because I get to see you in the end, she said lovingly. I love you too, Mom. I'm going to get some rest, so I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku called back. Good night, honey. Sweet dreams. Izuku heard his mom close the door to her room and instantly grabbed his shoes and a jacket, slipping out through his window. He couldn't sleep, his mind was racing. Where could Garou have gone? And why was he so powerful for someone quirkless? What Izuku didn't realize was that he was starting to want to be like the man he met earlier. He looked like he could hold his own against anyone, even without a quirk. Izuku thought maybe he could convince him to train him so he could still be a hero, but he knew it was a long shot. He kept walking until he stopped in front of an alley and heard noises coming from the darkness. An hour earlier, Garou dropped down from the roof he was waiting on when he saw the pro-hero Kamui Woods getting closer. Woods noticed the man drop down and decided to investigate. He walked for a little bit before seeing Garou turn into an alley. He followed closely behind, careful not to be noticed, but as he ventured deeper into the alley, the man he was tracking vanished. I know you can see me, come out and face me like a real man instead of lurking in the shadows, Woods declared confidently. Before he could brace himself, a punch connected with his jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. When he looked up, he saw the man he had been following standing over him, cracking his knuckles. Come on, pro-hero, don't tell me you're already finished. I expected more of a challenge to make this interesting, Garou taunted. Izuku walked down the alley until he spotted two figures that appeared to be fighting. As he got closer, it became clear that it was less of a fight and more of a one-sided confrontation. The pro-hero Kamui Woods stood with only a few scratches, while the man opposite him was bleeding heavily, with cuts covering his body. As Izuku peered from behind a trash can, he realized that the man facing Woods was Garou, the same person who had saved him earlier. This isn't a fair fight. You're quirkless and on the brink of collapse. Surrender now, and I'll take you in while you're still conscious, Woods said. You know, that's what I can't stand about all you heroes. You claim to care for others, but I see through it. You don't care if I live or die here, you only care about how it looks on your record, Garou replied, standing his ground. Honestly, I don't care if you drop dead right here. I'm a hero, so I can do whatever I need to, and people will believe me over a villain like you. You're just sealing your own fate and making my paperwork pile higher. As Woods finished his statement, he raised his arm and pointed it at Garou. Izuku watched in horror as the hero's arm shot toward Garou's heart, but just before impact, the wooden arm snapped off and crashed into one of the nearby buildings. Woods screamed in pain, while Garou merely stared at him blankly. I've had enough, I'll take you out right here, Woods yelled. Izuku watched as Woods raised his arm again, which began to sprout additional sharp limbs. Just as Woods aimed his arm at Garou, Izuku noticed that Garou wasn't moving at all. He stood his ground, a smirk spreading across his face. As the limbs drew closer, it seemed Garou was finished. But just before they could strike, Izuku saw Garou's hands move, a blue stream trailing behind each one. He deflected each branch effortlessly, and before Izuku could process it, Garou had swiftly appeared in front of Woods. In one fluid motion, Garou swept Wood's legs out from under him and drove his fist down onto his face, sending the pro-hero crashing to the ground, leaving him unconscious in a crater at least 1.5 feet deep. Garou stood tall and walked over to Izuku, who stared at him in awe. He felt something warm trickling down his arm and saw blood flowing from several wounds. Before he could react, Izuku had taken off his jacket and pressed it against the major injuries to staunch the bleeding. "Why are you helping me, kid? I just took down another hero." Izuku flinched at the word, another. Had Garou done this before? How many others had there been? Was he safe to be around? Unsure of what to ask, Izuku settled on the most pressing question. "Are you the hero hunter everyone's talking about? And what if I am, kid? I want you to train me." "Stop joking around, kid. Who would want to be trained by a vigilante? Just get home before you get hurt." "But do you think I can't defend myself? I want you to train me so I can stand up for myself. I'm tired of being walked all over." Garou looked at the kid in front of him, recognizing the pain in his eyes, the same pain he had felt years ago when he couldn't defend himself. "I'm going to regret this, but fine, kid, I'll train you," Garou said reluctantly. "Really?" Izuku beamed. Yeah, don't get too excited. Your life's going to be a living hell while you're learning under me. By the time I'm done with you, no one will stand in your way," Garou said with a smirk. "What do you mean, a living hell?" Izuku asked, a little frightened. You think you can learn everything in a couple of days? Fat chance. It took me years to get this good. But in time, you'll be where I am." "And where is that?" "On top of others," Garou smirked. "Meet me at the park where we first met tomorrow, and we'll see what potential you have." "Wait, I have school," Izuku called out. "School? I never really liked going to school. But you do what you want, kid. Be there when you get out, or you can kiss any chance of getting stronger goodbye." "I will, sensei," Izuku bowed. "Cut that formal stuff. Like I said, I'm not that much older than you." Izuku nodded and sprinted home, his mind focused on one thing: what would happen next? Before he knew it, he was at his front door. He slowly turned the knob and slipped through the narrow opening. Quietly, he made his way to his room and lay down, drifting off to sleep. Izuku woke up and got ready for school. He had breakfast with his mom and headed out the door. It felt like any other morning, but in reality, it was different. Last night, he had dreamt of many things, but one stood out above the rest: fighting heroes and villains. He smiled as he finally reached school. As he walked toward class, he felt a hand grip his shoulder. "Hey, Udim and Deku!" Bakugo shouted, slamming Izuku into a locker. "Kiken, how are you doing?" Izuku stuttered. "Shut up, nerd, and don't try to change the subject. I just came to remind you that you still have the option of being a hero." "I do." "Of course you do, Dad. All you have to do is find the tallest building in the city and jump off the roof. Just like that, you'll have a quirk in your next life," Bakugo said, his hand starting to emit heat as it hovered near Izuku's shoulder. "Kachin, you're hurting me," Izuku gasped. Bakugo scoffed and let him go, turning away as his so-called friends followed him. Izuku rubbed his shoulder and slowly made his way to class, sitting down just as the bell rang. "All right, class. Today, we're going to discuss what's ahead for next year. Obviously, you all are applying to be heroes," the teacher announced, and the class erupted in excitement. "Don't lump me in with these extras, teach. I'm going to be above all of you. I've taken all the mock tests and aced them. There's no way I won't get into UA." Bakugo yelled, jumping onto his desk. "Ah yes, Bakugo, I forgot you wanted to go to UA. If I'm not mistaken, so did Midoriya," the teacher said, and all eyes turned toward Izuku. "Udim and Deku. You have no chance of getting into UA. You have a worse chance than the rejects. You're quirkless." Bakugo shouted, slamming his fists onto Izuku's desk, leaving impressions from the small explosions that erupted from him. "Yeah, Midoriya. You can't get into UA just by studying. You need an actual quirk," a random classmate added. "I know, Kachin, but I won't ever know if I don't try," Izuku whispered. Before Bakugo could respond, the teacher approached and placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, signaling him to sit down. The day continued like any other, but as the bell rang to signal the end of the day, Bakugo and his friends stayed behind, blocking Izuku from leaving. Listen here, you nerd, you better not apply to UA, or I can promise you I'll make your life miserable, Bakugo demanded. Izuku stood frozen in fear as Bakugo placed a hand on his shoulder. He braced himself for the heat but opened his eyes when none came. He saw Bakugo had snatched his hero journal from his desk, and before he could react, Bakugo used a small explosion to ignite the notebook. He tossed the burning book out the window and left the room, followed by his friends. Izuku stood there for a moment, paralyzed by fear. Realizing he was late, he quickly grabbed his things and ran toward the park. As he exited the school, he stopped to look at the fountain, where his charred hero book floated in the water. He reached for it but hesitated and broke into a run, a single thought in his mind: there's no point in having a hero book if I don't plan on being a hero. Izuku dashed through the park, searching for Garou until he found him sitting on one of the benches. Jesus, kid, took you long enough. I was beginning to think you were going to back out, Garou said as he stood up and started to walk away. I'm sorry. I got held up by some bullies in my class, and they wouldn't let me leave, Izuku called out as he caught up with his new mentor. Don't worry about it. Eventually, those bullies will just be another step you have to climb on your way to the top. So how do we start this off? Izuku asked. Well, first off, before we start anything, you have to understand what you're going to learn. It's a martial arts style known as Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. It's the perfect harmony between offense and defense. Each blow is meant to be delivered with the intent of overwhelming your opponent. It'll take some time to master, but eventually, you should get the hang of it, Garou explained. What do you mean I should get the hang of it? Izuku stammered. Well, it all depends on whether you can handle it, Garou said with a challenging smile. 7 months later. Oof. Izuku gasped as Garou landed a punch square in his gut. He stumbled back, coughing as he raised his arm to cover his mouth. Once he stopped, he looked down and saw a few drops of blood on his arm. All right, that's enough for today, Garou called. What? Don't you think you can keep up with me, Mr. Hero Hunter? Izuku joked. But before he could finish laughing, Garou swept his legs out from under him, and he fell hard onto the concrete floor. Wow, another cheap shot, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. No such thing as cheap shots when your life is on the line, kid. I thought you would have caught on to that by now, Garou stated, offering a hand to Izuku. As Garou leaned down, Izuku surprised him by landing a kick on the side of his leg, causing him to buckle to one knee, followed by a quick jab to his cheek. Not bad, kid, Garou said, wiping the blood from his nose. I learned from the best, Izuku shrugged, a smile spreading across his face. The two got up and made their way out of the abandoned building and onto the streets. They walked in silence until Izuku spoke up. So, do you think I'm ready to come with you on patrols? I don't know, kid. I know you could hold your own against most heroes and villains. The only problem would be the top 10 heroes or the lords of the underworld. But that's not what I'm really worried about. As soon as you attack your first person, you're a vigilante. That means they'll know your face and look for you nonstop. Do you really want to live a life in the shadows? Well, when you put it that way, not really, Izuku said quietly. Exactly. The only way I can think of you coming with me is if you wear a mask. But even then, it would only be a matter of time until a hero figures it out. Besides, you and I are the only ones who move the same way. They already know what I look like. So as soon as you move without your mask on, they can piece 2 and 2 together, Garou explained. Well, that's not great. Don't worry about it, kid. We'll figure something out. But before Garou could finish his statement, a woman behind them started to scream. Somebody help me. He took my purse. Garou kept walking, but Izuku hesitated, his mind conflicted about what to do. Should he help the woman or follow his mentor? Without thinking, he found himself running back toward her. He caught up with the man who snatched the purse and quickly backed him into a corner. Stay back. I've got a knife, and I'm not afraid to use it, the man shouted. But before he could finish, Izuku knocked the knife out of his hand and punched him square in the chest, causing him to collapse. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up, expecting it to be Garou. Instead, he was met by the man who had crushed his dreams so long ago, All Might. Izuku froze, overwhelmed by pain and anger. All he wanted was to confront the man in front of him, but he knew he could not, even Garou could. Well done, my boy, stopping that robber. But I must say, you shouldn't use your quirk without regulations. Someone as strong as you can easily hurt others without proper training, All Might boomed. Izuku just stared, his body refusing to move. You know, young man, you remind me of myself when I was younger, charging headfirst into battle without thinking. With that intuition, you could be a great hero. The word echoed in Izuku's mind. A hero was all he ever wanted to be, but the man in front of him had shattered that dream. Now he was saying he should be one, all because of his quirk. He didn't even remember their first meeting or that Izuku was quirkless. It felt pathetic. You should apply to UA. It's a great school where you can learn to master your abilities. I think you would make a significant impact there. You really should apply. I must go now, villains never rest. Remember, plus ultra. All Might shouted as he dashed away faster than the eye could see. Yeah, me a hero. Whoop-de-doo, Izuku muttered as he made his way back toward Garou. He found him buried in the large crowd of people, avoiding the hero's gaze. You happy, you little idiot? Not only did you let everyone see your movements, but you also got noticed by a hero. That's not good at all, Garou said, flicking Izuku's forehead. Hey, my bad. I helped someone in need. But I think we can turn this into something good, Izuku said, a smile forming on his face. What do you mean? Garou asked, confused. Not here. Somewhere where no one can hear us. The two made their way to one of the buildings and climbed the fire escape until they reached the roof. So what's this mighty plan of yours, kid? Garou joked. Simple, we infiltrate UA. Whoa. Mind repeating that for me, kid? I don't think I heard you right. No, you heard me perfectly. We're going to infiltrate UA. Well, not you, but me, Izuku said with a grin. Why would we do that? What could we possibly gain from sending you into UA? You're not going to become a hero on me, are you? Garou asked seriously. No, of course not. But think about it. We both dislike heroes for the same reasons. They're not doing it for the right reasons. Why not send me in and try to sway them the right way? It's not that easy, kid. You forgot that the heroes will still be there. They'll teach the kids the same way they learned. You won't make much of an impact. You're supposed to be on the path of crushing heroes, not joining them, Garou stated. Then why not send me in and dismantle them from the inside out? Can learn how they operate and improve my skills at the same time, Izuku pleaded. Deep down, he knew the main reason he wanted to go was that he had dreamed of attending UA since he was young. I've got to think about it, kid. I just think it's too risky. As soon as you make a move on one of them, your cover will be blown. Let's talk about it later. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance exams are in 3 months, so we have a little time to really think about this. The two left the roof and headed toward one of the many abandoned buildings they used for training. Izuku had made significant progress with his body, but he still needed a lot of help with martial arts. He could barely maintain a continuous stream of energy from his hands. It usually faded after 1 or 2 strikes. All right, kid, today we're going to focus on creating a continuous stream. Each hit has to be precise and delivered with the intent to win. Let's see what we can shape you into, Garou said with a determined smile. 2 months later, Izuku took a deep breath before striking the wall in front of him. He repeatedly hit the wall, trying to break through it. Garou watched from the side as Izuku maintained a perfectly consistent stream of energy, each blow causing significant damage. That's enough, Garou called. Izuku stopped and looked over at his mentor, who nodded, giving him the signal to break through the wall. With one final blow, the wall exploded, and Izuku stood back, marveling at his work. You're getting better by the minute, kid. I feel like you could probably take down most heroes at this point, give or take a few. Clean yourself up and meet me outside, Garou stated as he turned to leave the building. Izuku quickly wiped off his sweat and ran after his mentor as they made their way down the street. He was so deep in thought about what Garou was going to say that he didn't even notice his mentor had stopped. Hey, you all good, kid? Yes, sorry. I was just lost in thought. You know how I am, Izuku said, embarrassed. Trust me, I know. But we have to talk about something serious, kid. I want you to come on patrol with me tonight. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. The moment he had been waiting for was finally here. Are you serious? Izuku asked, hoping Garou wasn't just teasing him. Absolutely. Did you see what you did during that walk today? You're finally ready to start taking down these so-called heroes and make a difference in society. But before we head out tonight, we need to get you an outfit to keep you under the radar. Why do I have to hide? Izuku questioned. Because if you can't be recognized, your cover at UA won't be blown, Garou said, gesturing toward the large building in front of them. Izuku's gaze followed Garou's hand, and it clicked that they were standing in front of the prestigious UA high school. His eyes began to well up at the beautiful sight before him. Come on, don't be so emotional, kid. It makes you look weak. Izuku laughed and wiped his eyes. He looked at the school he admired so much and realized what he had to do. He wasn't there to make friends or be a hero. Instead, he aimed to break them down and show them what a real hero should be. The two walked away from the school and into a side alley that was starting to darken as the sun set. Garou tossed a bag toward Izuku, who caught it instinctively. Put these on. Izuku opened the bag and examined what Garou had gotten him. Inside was a plain white long-sleeve sweatshirt and tan khaki pants. He quickly changed and walked over to Garou, who was dressed in his signature loose gray sweats and a fitted black long-sleeve shirt. Hold up, kid, you're forgetting the two main parts. Garou handed Izuku a small capsule and a mask. These are red contacts to hide your bright green eyes, and the mask is self-explanatory. Izuku put in the contacts with ease and studied the mask before putting it on. The mask resembled All Might's face. How ironic that the last thing his victims would see was the #1 hero's likeness. Izuku pulled up his hood and tightened the strings so no hair would show as they made their way up to one of the rooftops. They ran around for a bit until Garou pointed out their targets. There were two of them, Pro Heroes Gunhead and Fourth Kind. Garou signaled for Izuku to drop into one of the nearby alleys and hide in the shadows. He followed them until he dropped down to confront them. What's your deal, punk? Fourth Kind questioned. Nothing much, except that I'm going to wipe the floor with you, Izuku replied confidently. With that, Garou vanished into the darkness behind him. The two pro heroes rushed into the alley and found Garou standing there alone. You must be the hero hunter we've been hearing about, am I correct? Gunhead asked. That's right, my friend, but you won't have the pleasure of fighting him. Tonight you're all mine. Before anyone could react, Garou launched himself at Gunhead, delivering a powerful shoulder check that sent him flying back into the alley, creating distance for each hunter to confront their prey without interference. You're just a kid, I have no intention of fighting someone as young as you, Fourth Kind boomed. Izuku charged at Fourth Kind, who attempted to block Izuku's right hook, only to be caught off guard by a swift left. Fourth Kind went airborne from the impact and skidded across the ground upon landing. Don't underestimate me, Fourth Kind. If you do, I won't hesitate to break every single one of your precious arms, Izuku said with determination. Fourth Kind stood up and wiped the blood from his nose. You kids are so arrogant, it makes me sick. With that, Fourth Kind charged at Izuku. He tried to grab Izuku with his lower arms, but each time he reached for him, Izuku dodged and landed quick jabs to Fourth Kind's sides. Forget this, I'll take you head-on, Fourth Kind shouted. He ran full speed at Izuku, but Izuku had been waiting for this moment. Just before they collided, Izuku smirked with a fierce look in his eyes. He raised his hands, blue energy trailing behind him, and unleashed a flurry of strikes on Fourth Kind. Each hit sent shockwaves of pain through the pro hero until he was on his knees, gasping for air. Who are you? He coughed, spitting blood. Wouldn't you like to know? Izuku replied, raising his fist to deliver the final blow. But just before it connected with Fourth Kind's face, one of his arms shot up and caught Izuku's fist. Not so tough now, kid, Fourth Kind said, using his free arms to pummel Izuku. Relentless barrage of punches to Izuku's midsection, he paused, holding a limp body in front of him. Don't tell me you're out already, Pipsqueak, Fourth Kind laughed. Who said I was out? Izuku retorted with a grin. Fourth Kind stared in shock at the kid before feeling his grip weaken as his arm broke in multiple places. Ah! Fourth Kind screamed. Shut up, was all Izuku said before he broke the rest of Fourth Kind's arms and delivered a powerful kick straight to his face, knocking him out cold. The force of the kick was so intense that it sent Fourth Kind sprawling. Izuku looked down at his own wounds and noticed his shirt was tattered in several places. He felt a bit of blood from his nose, but overall, he didn't feel anything too serious that couldn't be treated with a first aid kit. He walked further into the alley to find his mentor bent over the pro hero. Fourth Kind's helmet was torn off, and it looked like his face had been bashed into the ground repeatedly. Blood pooled around them, a stark reminder of the battle that had just taken place. Garou was perfectly fine, aside from a few tears in his shirt. He glanced over at his student and approached to see how much mercy Izuku had shown Fourth Kind. Seriously, kid, did you have to break all 4 arms? Garou asked. Hey, don't look at me. I was going to take him out early, but he was being stubborn, Izuku pleaded. Come on. You're way too skilled for him to even land a hit on you. You wanted him to push you so you could go all out, Garou smirked at Izuku. Izuku shrugged, and the two made their way out of the alley before anyone noticed the chaos that had unfolded. They climbed up to one of the surrounding rooftops to treat their wounds. Izuku changed clothes while Garou opted to stay in his ripped attire. As they descended from the roof, they heard sirens approaching the alley. How much do you want to bet they're out of commission for a couple of months? Garou asked. A couple? No. You mean closer to half a year, right? I broke all 4 of his arms, and you made Gunhead look like a smashed watermelon. There's no way a couple of months will do them any good, Izuku laughed. Yeah, you're right, kid. Let's get you home. You have an exam to start studying for, Garou said, giving Izuku a playful noogie. The two walked down the street, unaware of a fuming boy with spiky blonde hair who had started to follow them. After about 5 minutes, they heard someone yell behind them. Hey, stupid Deku, where do you think you're going? Bakugo shouted. Garou watched as Izuku's confidence evaporated. He began to tremble at the sight of the boy approaching them. Who are you? Bakugo demanded, glaring at the tall man. Why should I tell you? Garou replied, looking down at him. What did you just say to me, you tattered mess? Bakugo snarled, his hands crackling with small explosions. Garou leaned down to meet Bakugo's gaze. You heard me, you little hedgehog who can't even control his quirk. Ah! Bakugo yelled, raising his hand to unleash a blast at the man in front of him. Kaken don't! Izuku shouted, but it was too late. A blast shot into the air, and Izuku turned to see what had happened. Garou had grabbed Bakugo's wrist and pointed it skyward. Listen, punk, if you think about using your quirk on me again, I'll make sure you regret it. And if you so much as lay a finger on Izuku, I will break your hand, piece by piece, Garou warned, releasing Bakugo and letting him drop to the ground. Bakugo sat there, staring at the man who had just put him in his place. He was furious, every bone in his body urging him to retaliate. But his mind held him back, deciding that this was a battle for another day. Garou and Izuku walked home in silence until Garou broke the quiet. I know you can fend for yourself now, kid, but as soon as that guy got near us, you forgot everything. You can't hesitate, or you're going to get hurt, Garou said, flicking Izuku's forehead. I'm sorry, it's just that he was my best friend, and suddenly he started bullying me every single day. He told me to kill myself, all because I was quirkless. It's okay, kid. Just turn that into your advantage. Whenever you see him, be determined to prove him wrong and show that you don't need a quirk to stand up to him, Garou said jokingly. Ah, thanks, Garou. I'll see you later. Good night, Izuku said with a yawn. Good night, kid. As they went their separate ways, nothing significant happened that night. Heroes arrested villains, villains committed crimes, and 2 new victims of the hero hunter were found in an alleyway. For Izuku, however, it was a big night. He had finally gone on patrol with Garou and faced his first hero. He was ecstatic, and to top it off, he had his entrance exam for UA in a couple of months. He was so excited he could barely sleep. Eventually, his excitement faded, and he drifted off into a dreamless sleep. 100 more, or we're not stopping until it's dark. Garou shouted. Izuku pushed himself back up, trying not to buckle under the pressure in his shoulders. With each push-up, he could hear his bones cracking, begging for a break. He kept his head up and pushed through, determined not to disappoint the man he looked up to so much. "Alright, kid, take a rest," Garou said, tossing Izuku a water bottle and downing the entire thing. This had been their daily routine over the summer, waking up at 5 a.m. and training until 3 p.m. Izuku didn't mind it much. It made sense to be in top shape for his entrance exams tomorrow. "You think I'm ready?" Izuku asked. "Kid, you could pass with your eyes closed. Just remember what the goal is once you're in," Garou replied. Izuku nodded, recalling the plan they had created long ago. He had to infiltrate UA and eventually take down the so-called heroes that the world praised. They had made great progress in their recent patrols, knocking out over 25 heroes, 3 of whom were in the top 10, with Edge Shot being the highest ranked. "Hey, Garou, we should celebrate all the progress we've made," Izuku suggested as he got up. "Sure, kid, why not?" The two made their way down the street until they reached a nice ramen shop. Izuku ordered regular ramen while Garou opted for the extra spicy. They left the store before anyone recognized Garou and headed to a local park for dinner. The two sat in silence until Garou spoke up. "Holy cow, kid, they weren't kidding about this being spicy." Izuku laughed and leaned back to look at the sky. He felt genuinely happy with how things were now. He hadn't run into Bakugo anymore, he was getting stronger every day, and he didn't have to worry about being a hero or being quirkless. Most importantly, he had a friend who liked him for who he was. He began to drift his thoughts toward Yua. He already knew it was a risky mission, but it would be worth it, right? He was so happy now. Did he want to risk it all? "What are you thinking about, kid?" Garou asked as he noticed Izuku zoning out. "Just everything great that's happened in my life these past months. I'm really thankful for everything you've taught me, Garou," Izuku said with a smile. "Me too. It's nice having someone around who knows how to think straight. But I'm not done training you yet. After hearing what you said, I think you're mentally ready for the next big thing." "And what's that?" Izuku asked. "Follow me, kid." The two made their way down a nearby alley until Garou stopped and turned to face Izuku. He reached into his pocket, and before Izuku knew it, he had a gun pointed right at his head. "What the heck, Garou?" Izuku yelled as he jumped back. Garou laughed at his reaction and walked over to hand the gun to Izuku. "Lesson of the day, kid, how to beat a bullet." Izuku's eyes widened at what his mentor just said. "Beating a bullet? That's impossible, right?" "Alright, kid, all I want you to do is point it at me and shoot one shot. Got it?" Izuku didn't move. There was no way he was going to shoot the man in front of him. He just couldn't. He was about to speak, but Garou beat him to it. "Look, I wouldn't ask you to do this if I knew I couldn't do it. Okay?" Izuku nodded and raised the gun to point right at Garou. He wanted to close his eyes and not watch what was about to happen, but he knew Garou would be upset if he backed out. Izuku took one last deep breath before he put his finger on the trigger and pulled. A loud bang echoed throughout the alley, and Izuku stared at Garou in disbelief. As soon as the trigger was pulled, Izuku saw Garou move with such speed that he could barely comprehend it. He watched as Garou skillfully redirected the bullet away from his center mass and into the ground below him. "See, kid? Now it's your turn," Garou said as he grabbed the gun from Izuku and pointed it right back at him. "Wait, no. I am not ready for this yet, Garou," Izuku pleaded. Garou raised an eyebrow, contemplating just firing at the kid, hoping his reflexes would kick in. That's how he learned it so long ago. "Damn it, kid, looks like we haven't made as much progress as I thought. Now come on, let's go before someone investigates the first shot," Garou stated as he put the gun away. The two left the alley in silence and made their way to Izuku's home. They said their goodbyes, and Izuku went inside to prepare for his big day. His mom came to talk with him for a little while about her fears of him getting hurt. She didn't know anything about him being a trained martial artist or a vigilante, so it made sense for her to be worried. He assured her he was fine and that he needed to get to bed. She gave him one last hug before letting him go off to sleep. Izuku went through his nightly routine and, after finishing, lay down and took a deep breath. "Tomorrow's the big day," Izuku said with a smile on his face as he drifted off into sleep. Izuku woke up to his alarm blasting in his ear until he slammed his fist onto it. He looked down at his clock and realized he might have hit it too hard, as it was now in pieces scattered across his room. He quickly made his way downstairs and grabbed a quick snack before heading toward UA. He arrived relatively early and made his way through the gates, but as he admired the surrounding structures, he tripped on his own foot. Izuku prepared to catch himself but stopped when he realized he wasn't moving anymore. He felt a hand on his shoulder gently lifting him back up before the person released her quirk. She was a cute brunette girl with a nice bob cut. "Hi, my name's Ochako Uraraka," she said as she held her hand out for Izuku to shake. "Izuku Midoriya," Izuku replied as he shook her hand. "Sorry for using my quirk on you. I just didn't want you to trip and fall. It's bad luck right before the exam," Uraraka explained. "Thanks, and good luck on the exams," Izuku said kindly. With that, Uraraka moved forward, and Izuku followed her until he reached a large room filled with seats. He took a spot next to some random kids and listened as the ceremony began. Nothing much happened during it, except for a blue-haired kid with glasses yelling at someone for not taking it seriously. Izuku chuckled at the memory as he made his way to the starting gate. He looked around to see if Kaken was there. He knew he had to be in one of the testing areas. There was no way he wouldn't attempt to get into UA. He didn't see the bully around but spotted the bob-cut girl who helped him earlier and started to make his way toward her. But before he could reach her, a loud buzzer went off, and someone yelled, "Go!" as the doors flew open to the arena. Izuku quickly joined the crowd rushing into the arena before looking around. "This will be a piece of cake," Izuku said to himself as he dove into the action in front of him. "That's another 12 points, Izuku thought to himself as he destroyed 2 more robots. He had tried to keep a low profile throughout the entire exam. He wanted to keep as many people in the dark about his strength as possible. But all that got thrown out the window when he heard a loud rumble and crash coming from the center of the arena. He ran towards the massive crash and was momentarily taken aback by the enormous robot in front of him. It had to be one of those zero-pointers that the loud-mouthed hero had mentioned. Izuku turned to go back and find some smaller robots, but he heard a girl's voice calling for help behind him. Izuku scanned the area and saw a girl trapped under some rubble, right in the path of the robot's foot. He recognized her from before the entrance ceremony, the same one who had saved him from embarrassing himself. Panic surged through him as his feet moved on their own towards the colossal robot. As he got closer, he leaped with all his might, leaving a crater of rubble from his takeoff. He soared upward until he was above the robot, and then gravity began to pull him down toward its head. What am I supposed to do? Garou never taught me how to fight a giant robot, Izuku thought, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. But as he neared the robot, one thought crossed his mind: I have to do this. Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches at the robot's head, surprised to see that each hit caused some damage. However, it was nowhere near enough to stop the robot from crushing the girl. Realizing he had little time left, he decided to use a secret technique Garou had taught him once he had mastered martial arts. Flashback. Listen up, kid, because this could save your life. Izuku nodded, paying close attention to his mentor. It's called abandonment. You let go of all your mental precautions and conscious ties. It allows your body to move at peak performance without anything holding you back. But be careful, it can seriously harm your body if you overdo it. Use it only as a last resort. In flashback, Izuku closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and allowed his mind to unwind. He focused on increasing his strength and becoming one with the moment. When he opened his eyes, he pulled his fist back to strike. He hit the robot with everything he had, and the impact caused the robot's head to cave inward. As he began to free fall, he regained his conscious ties, but the robot's hand, which had been raised, lost control and slammed down onto Izuku's back, propelling him faster toward the ground. Knowing he couldn't stop, he braced himself with his arms and closed his eyes just before impact. A loud boom echoed throughout the area for the second time during the exam. The participants watched as the green-haired boy leaped and struck the zero-pointer. They all thought nothing would happen and resumed running away when the unthinkable occurred. They watched in disbelief as the boy blasted the robot's face, causing it to stagger backward. They were astonished by the strength a kid their age could display. As he began to fall, the robot's hand struck his back, sending him hurtling toward the ground, creating a cloud of smoke and rubble. The alarms sounded off, signaling the end of the exams and allowing the students to start relaxing. Some began to stretch, while others were intrigued by the boy who lay in the center of the arena. Among them was Uraraka, who felt a sense of responsibility for what had happened. If only I hadn't gotten stuck, maybe he wouldn't have had to take such a hard hit, Uraraka said as she walked over to Izuku's still form. Excuse me, kids, does anyone need healing? Asked a small elderly woman. A few students accepted her offer, and she gently kissed their arms to begin healing them. Some recognized her as UA's famous healer, Recovery Girl, and felt reassured. She approached the boy embedded in the concrete, studying him. She knew he was alive but barely. Just as she leaned in to give him a kiss to help him recover, he suddenly pushed himself out of the rubble. Izuku stood up and looked around, noticing everyone was watching him. "What are you all staring at?" he asked. "Young man, how are you able to move after taking such a hit?" Recovery Girl inquired. Izuku shrugged, moving his arms and feeling his joints crack. The announcer called out, telling everyone they could go home and wait for their letters in the mail. Izuku wasted no time getting out of the arena before anyone could question him further. Recovery Girl squinted at the green-haired boy as he walked away. Something felt off about him. Perhaps it was his quirk that allowed him to heal quickly, but that was the only explanation she could come up with. "So that's it? Come on, kid, I told you to keep your strength to a minimum. We don't want any more attention than necessary," Garou said, flicking Izuku's forehead. "Sorry, but I had to save someone and make myself look good." "It's a lot harder than you think, Garou," Izuku replied with a shrug. "Whatever, kid. Let's just hope you get in so we can do this mission." "Yeah, you and me both." 1 month later, Izuku asked, "So how was it taking down the so-called hero of the sky, Hawks?" Garou shrugged. "He gets more hype than he deserves. He couldn't even land a clean hit on me before I broke his left wing." "Yeah, most heroes can't keep up with you, Garou. You need some real competition for a good fight," Izuku joked. "Whatever, kid. As long as I'm hunting heroes, I'm content." As Garou finished speaking, Izuku felt his phone vibrate. "Mom, honey, a letter from UA came today. It's in your room for when you get home." "Holy cow, the letter's here, Garou." Izuku yelled as he grabbed his things and started running home, not even waiting for Garou to catch up. He heard someone yell about texting him after he opened the letter, so he assumed he wasn't going to follow. Izuku made it to his house and burst through the door, startling Inko in the process. "Geez, honey, you're going to give me a heart attack someday if you keep bursting through like that," Inko said. "Sorry, Mom, I have to open that letter." "I know, honey, it's on your bed." Inko watched her son run toward his room and slam the door. She quietly tiptoed to the edge of his door, trying to hear anything from inside, but eventually gave up when she heard nothing. Izuku walked to his bed and saw a white envelope with a big red seal on it. He slowly picked it up and took a deep breath before opening the top. He pulled out a small piece of metal the size of a hockey puck and inspected it until he found a button on it. "Here we go," Izuku said to himself as he pressed the button. His room lit up as the projection started. After a few seconds, the image came into view, and standing in front of him was All Might. "Hello, young Midoriya. You put quite the show on during your exam. You had all the teachers impressed, and most of all, you impressed me." "Who cares, All Might?" Izuku muttered under his breath. "You have quite the powerful quirk, if I must say, and I can't wait to see you in action more at school." "That's right, young Midoriya, you made it into UA. Come now, son, for this is your Hero Academia," the hologram of All Might boomed. Izuku sat back in his chair and took in everything around him. He had made it into UA, his dream school. Well, it was once his dream school. At least for the moment. It would only be a matter of time until the school found out he was actually quirkless. Flashback. "Okay, kid, everything's filled out on your application. All you have to do is mail it in and wait for the exams." "Hey, Garou, can you let me see it before you send it off?" "Knock yourself out, kid." Izuku read over the paper, and everything seemed right. But he didn't like the last part of the application. Quirk. Right now, it was left blank, But Izuku knew UA wouldn't allow him to test if it wasn't marked or if he was quirkless. What should I mark for quirk? Why would you want to put a quirk down, kid? You know they would figure out you don't have one eventually. I know, but think about it. I get into UA, and then they realize a quirkless kid is good enough to compete for the top spot. Whatever, kid. As long as you get in, it doesn't really matter. A smile grew across Izuku's face as he thought about what fake quirk to write down. In the end, he just wrote down Hunter. Happy with his decision, Izuku folded the paper and got ready to send it in the mail. Flashback. Izuku grabbed his phone and shot Garou a quick text. I got in. Well, of course you did, dipstick. I trained you to the best, so there was no chance of you failing. Don't get too full of yourself, Garou. Yeah, kid. I'll see you tomorrow so we can talk about how school is going to go. Sounds good. Have fun on patrol. Always do, kid. With that, Izuku put his phone down on his dresser and got lost in thought. It was actually happening. His dreams were coming true, well, at least some of them. I wonder if Kakin got in? Yeah, he probably did with how strong he is. I hope he's changed, but I really doubt it. And with that, Izuku drifted off into sleep. Izuku made his way down the street until he reached the park where he and Garou always met. He looked around for the familiar set of gray hair and saw him meditating on a nearby tree branch. He approached, and before he got within 10 feet, Garou dropped down from the branch and looked over at him. Congrats, kid. I knew you could do it, Garou said kindly. Hey, don't give me all the credit. You were the one who trained me and made me strong. That's where you're wrong, kid. I may have physically improved your body, but everything else is your own mental doing. You're the reason you're this strong. Not because of me or All Might or anyone else, only you, Garou explained. Izuku was caught off guard by his mentor's words. He had never seen Garou display such a happy emotional side. Izuku felt something warm on his cheek and lifted his hand to wipe away a tear of joy that formed due to the compliments he had just received. Come on, kid, don't go all soft on me, joked Garou. Hey, I'm not soft, I just had something in my eye, Izuku explained. Whatever, kid. When do you start? Tomorrow. Beep beep beep. Izuku slammed his fist down onto his alarm clock harder than he should have. At this point, he might as well buy them in bulk for the number he accidentally smashed into pieces. But now was not the time to think about clocks. It was Izuku's first day at UA, and he couldn't be more excited. He got up, quickly grabbed his uniform, a uniform he had only dreamed of wearing, and put it on. He quickly grabbed some food before walking out the door. He walked until he reached the big gates of the school and took one last glance before making his way indoors. That was the class Izuku was looking for, and after a while, he found the huge door leading to his new class. Izuku took one last deep breath before whispering to himself, "Here we go." Izuku opened the door, and it would be an understatement to say it wasn't what he expected. In front of him, he saw a couple of students he had never seen before, and on the opposite side of the room, the blue-haired boy from the entrance ceremony was yelling at none other than Kakin. He couldn't tell what they were arguing about, something about having feet on desks. But as soon as the blue-haired boy saw Izuku, he started speed walking his way over. Hello, my name is Tenya Ida, and I'm the boy from the entrance exam. I just wanted to say that what you did was very heroic, and I would have done the same if it had not been an exam. I hope you can understand and not judge my actions too harshly. Whoa, it's all okay. I haven't judged you for anything and I understand. We didn't know about the rescue points, so it's all good, Izuku said sheepishly. Thank you very much. If I may ask, what is your name? Questioned Ida as he lifted his hand for Izuku to shake. Oh yeah, Izuku Midoriya, Izuku replied as he shook Ida's hand. At the mention of Izuku's name, nearly all the students in the room turned their attention to him, including Kakin, who glared at him with intensity. Hey, aren't you the kid who took out the zero-pointer? Asked a boy with a lightning bolt hairstyle. Yeah, I guess I did, Izuku said with a shrug. That's amazing, Izuku. Do you know how strong that thing is? I'm Denki Kaminari, he said, extending his hand. Izuku reached to shake his hand but paused when he noticed a spark of electricity in Kaminari's eyes. Oh, sorry. I've got an electric quirk. I wasn't trying to shock you, Kaminari joked. No problem, Izuku laughed. As soon as Izuku moved forward, he felt a tap on his shoulder and realized it was the girl with the bob cut from the endurance exam he had saved. Oh my gosh, Midoriya. We're in the same class, yelled Uraraka excitedly. I know, what are the chances? Izuku said with a smile. I have a feeling we're going to be good friends, Mid. But before Uraraka could finish, a peculiar figure resembling a yellow caterpillar appeared in the doorway. If you're looking for friends, then get out now. This is a hero course, not a playground to meet friends. In your seats now, said the caterpillar. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa, and I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. Today, we're going to test your abilities through multiple assessments. Whoever comes in last in all 9 tests will be expelled, Aizawa said, a smirk forming on his otherwise expressionless face. A few students spoke up. What about the welcome ceremony? Isn't it a bit fast to jump right into things? The villains won't wait for you to socialize or have a welcome ceremony, so deal with it. You all have training uniforms in the changing rooms. Meet outside in 10, Aizawa replied. The class made their way to the changing rooms, and after changing, they went outside. Bakugo, you got first in the entrance exam. What score did you get in middle school for the ball toss? Aizawa asked. 65 meters, Bakugo huffed. Good. Do it again, but this time use your quirk and see what you can achieve, Aizawa stated as he tossed a ball to Bakugo. He caught it and walked to the circle, stretching his arm. Take this. Bakugo yelled. Izuku thought, Dai-ha? Looks like he still hasn't changed. 705.2 meters. Oh my gosh, that's so far. He must be really strong if he got first, some of Izuku's classmates whispered, but he wasn't. Surprised. He knew Kaken was strong, and that was one of the reasons he used to look up to him. Used to. Today's going to be a living hell for you, and if you don't do your best, don't expect to come to school tomorrow. This is what you get when you come to UA, Aizawa said with a chilling smile. First off, sprints. Izuku powered through the challenges but tried not to draw too much attention to himself. He didn't want to raise suspicion for doing too well. It took everything he had to not outpace everyone, but in the end he settled for slightly above class average. However, all of that changed when it was his turn for the ball toss. Izuku grabbed the ball and stood in the circle. Taking a deep breath, he knew that many eyes would be on him, but he didn't care. He wanted everyone to know how strong he was, especially Kaken. Izuku let go of all his thoughts and entered a focused state. He knew what Garou would say about only using it in life-or-death situations, but he thought it would be okay here. He pet his arm back and threw with all his might. The ball shot into the sky so fast that it left a visible air trail behind it. 941.07 meters. What? The entire class exclaimed in unison, except for one. What the heck, Deku? Yelled Bakugo as he charged at Izuku, sparks flying from his hands. Izuku stood his ground, getting into an attack position and waiting for Bakugo to unleash his fury, but it never came. Bakugo's hand came down, but no explosion followed. Confused, Izuku didn't wait to think about why. He quickly threw a jab that connected with Bakugo's cheek, sending him crashing to the ground. Enough! Yelled Aizawa, his hair standing on end and his scarf floating around him. Izuku, come to my office in 10. Don't be late, Aizawa stated, his voice devoid of emotion, though anger was evident on his face. Izuku knew as soon as he saw his teacher's quirk in action that he was in trouble. His teacher was the underground hero Eraserhead, a hero who could erase quirks. Izuku realized he had just used his so-called quirk, while it should have been erased. Great, he thought. He changed and made his way to his teacher's room. Grabbing the door handle, he opened it to find Aizawa sitting behind his desk. Sit, Aizawa ordered. Izuku moved towards the chair and sat down, waiting for the questions to begin. Why do you think I called you here? I don't know. Bull. I saw it in your eyes as soon as you attacked Bakugo. Should I continue? I still don't know what you're talking about. You're quirkless, aren't you? Asked an unknown voice from the door. Izuku looked toward the door and saw a small figure that walked closer to him. It resembled a large weasel. But for some reason, Izuku knew that this talking animal was much more important than he initially thought. That's why Aizawa's quirk didn't work on you. Your file says you have a quirk called Hunter, but that's not true, is it? Asked the weasel. Izuku stayed silent. He didn't want to say the wrong thing and end up in more trouble. Well, I must say I am surprised. I may be looking at one of the strongest quirkless individuals in the world, the weasel continued. Izuku's eyes widened as he stared at the animal in front of him. We know you're quirkless. Just explain to us why, kid, said Aizawa. I didn't think UA would even consider me as an applicant if I was quirkless, so I lied. I knew I would get caught eventually, but I didn't think it would be this soon, Izuku said quietly. Well, I understand why you did it, but we can't have you lying to everyone in your class. Starting tomorrow, your class will be informed that you are quirkless, stated the weasel. You can't do that. No one will talk to me or look at me the same, cried Izuku. Watch your tone, kid. You're talking to your principal after all, Aizawa chimed in. Principal Nizu, if you didn't already know, young Midoriya, I don't see what the problem is with being honest. You were ranked second in the entrance exam, so you are clearly capable of defending yourself, and it would be good for the public eye. Think of all the quirkless kids you could inspire, Izuku, the principal said kindly. Sir, with all due respect, I'm still not sure that's a good idea, Izuku pleaded. We're finished here. Izuku, you may go home now, but this decision is final. You'll understand eventually why it's the smart thing to do, Nizu said as he made his way out the door. Izuku grabbed his things and quickly made his way out of the room. Why did it go south so soon? He wondered, but he decided he wouldn't let it ruin his mission. He could carry on. Izuku's night was the same as any other night. Train, do schoolwork, and then end off his evening with a patrol. Sadly, he didn't find any targets worth confronting, but Garou, on the other hand, managed to catch a group of sidekicks as they left their agency. Each one was taken to the hospital and would likely stay there for a while. After his patrol, Izuku made his way back home and went to sleep, trying to figure out what would happen the next day. Izuku was on his way to class, hoping not to run into Kaken. After what happened yesterday and the cheap shot he took on him, it was an understatement to say he was going to be angry. Luckily, Bakugo was already in class, staring out the window when Izuku walked in. As the last few students took their seats, Aizawa appeared from behind his desk, still wrapped in his sleeping bag. Quiet down, class. We have a long day ahead of us. But before we start, we need to clear up some things. As many of you know, Izuku was called down to my office yesterday to discuss some important matters. After careful consideration, the school has decided to inform Class 1A about what's happening. At this point, all the students were on the edge of their seats. Even Bakugo seemed to be paying attention. Your classmate, Izuku Midoriya, is actually the very first quirkless person to be accepted into UA's hero course. So wish him congratulations or don't. To be honest, I don't really care. After that announcement, many students stopped paying attention to their teacher and stared in shock at the green-haired boy who had just dropped a bombshell across the class. Izuku tried his best to ignore it. He really didn't want to be known as the quirkless kid, but that principal had to think otherwise. Aizawa ended his lecture, and around the same time, a rapid amount of footsteps could be heard coming down the hall. I am here in a normal position. All Might boomed as he flew into the doorway. Today, class, we're going to do a classic heroes versus villains exercise. Everyone grab your hero costumes and meet at training site A in 10 minutes. Do not be late. All Might finished as he blasted back out into the hallway. The kids grabbed their uniforms and made their way to the changing room. Everyone's costumes were made specifically to match their quirks, but many eyes were drawn toward Izuku's outfit. All he wore was some baggy gray sweatpants and a tight-fitting black long sleeve that outlined his muscles. The outfit was special to Izuku. It was the same as his mentor's, carrying a lot of value and making him feel like he couldn't let down his teacher. But none of the other students knew that. To them, he was just wearing average clothes. The entire class was waiting around as All Might finished up his directions on how the exercise was supposed to go down. A simple capture the target or secure the payload was all Izuku needed to hear before he tuned out the rest. And now for teams. All Might cheered. Team 1 will have heroes young Midoriya and Uraraka versus young Ida and Bakugo. Izuku didn't hear the other teams after that. All he did was stare at Kaken, who was glaring right back at him. Izuku knew one of them would end up in the hospital by the end of the day, and he was determined it wouldn't be him. He was done being pushed around by Kaken, and this would be his first fight where he could fight back fairly. As the two teams made their way to the designated locations, Izuku and Uraraka decided to discuss their strategy. Look, I think Kaken will leave Ida with the bomb and come after me. All you have to do is get the bomb when Ida is distracted, and we can win, alright. Sounds good, Deku. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. What did you call me? Oh, Deku. I heard Bakugo call you that earlier. It means, able to do it, right? I thought it was a good nickname for you, you know? You're the first quirkless kid in history to make it into UA, and it's amazing. You're going to inspire a lot of people, Deku. I can feel it, Uraraka explained. Thanks, Uraraka. It means a lot to hear you say that. Now let's go take down some villains, Izuku said as he and Uraraka entered the building to confront the imminent danger ahead of them. Uraraka and Izuku climbed through a window on the first floor and began clearing rooms in search of their targets. They made it to the second floor without incident until chaos erupted. Where are you? I know you're down here somewhere. Bakugo shouted. Alright, Uraraka, this is the part where we split up. Wish me luck. You've got this, Deku. See you at the victory party. With that, Deku was left alone to face Bakugo. Come out, you nerd. Kaken, keep it down. You're going to give me a headache, Izuku replied, stepping out into the open. Trust me, Deku, by the time I'm done with you, you'll have more than just a headache. You'll be feeling it. Bakugo said, sparks flying from his hands. The two took fighting stances, waiting to see who would make the first move. Izuku knew he was more patient than Kaken, and it was only a matter of time before Bakugo rushed him. Just as he expected, Bakugo charged at him, using his quirk to propel himself forward. Izuku stood his ground, ready to counter. As Bakugo closed in, Izuku spun his body to build momentum and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to Bakugo's cheek. Come on, Kaken, you've got to do better than that. Izuku joked as Bakugo crashed into the wall. Bakugo quickly recovered and charged at Izuku again, trying to land solid punches, but Izuku skillfully dodged every attack, which only fueled Bakugo's frustration. DMNIT, Deku. Bakugo yelled as he managed to land a punch to Izuku's gut, following it up with an explosion that sent Izuku sprawling to the ground. Wow, Kaken, your explosions have gotten a lot stronger. That one actually stung a little, Izuku said with a smirk. Bakugo growled and charged again, using his explosions to change direction rapidly. He moved faster than Izuku anticipated, landing several hits that actually caused Izuku to feel pain. Observing Bakugo's movements, Izuku realized he was following a pattern. As Bakugo got within range, Izuku grabbed his gauntlet and swung him over his head, slamming him into the ground with enough force to crack the floor. Alright, I'm done messing around, Kaken. Now it's my turn, Izuku declared as he charged at Bakugo. Bakugo managed to block some of Izuku's barrage of punches, but a few got through, causing pain to spread through his body. As Izuku aimed for a jab, Bakugo quickly raised his hands and unleashed an explosion, sending Izuku flying back and creating some distance between them. Both stood there, breathing heavily, each showing signs of battle with bruises and cuts. All Might, are we okay to let these two go this far? Kaminari asked. Don't worry, young Kaminari. They're training to be heroes, remember? They won't go too far, All Might reassured him. I don't know about that, All Might. Ilda looks pretty intense, Kirishima pointed out. The class watched the screen showing Uraraka and Ilda's side of the fight. Kirishima was right, Ilda appeared to be fully committed, trying his best to prevent Uraraka from reaching the bomb, even sporting a somewhat villainous laugh. Everyone knew Ilda couldn't truly become evil, no matter the circumstances. The video feed returned to Bakugo and Izuku, who continued their fierce battle. Izuku's hand-to-hand combat skills were superior, but Bakugo's quirk balanced the scales. The match seemed even until Izuku landed a clean hit to Bakugo's gut. Oof! Bakugo gasped. Without wasting a moment, Izuku grabbed Bakugo by the ear and yanked him sideways, spinning him in midair. Izuku followed through with a kick, sending Bakugo flying back, but he wasn't finished yet. As he spun, Bakugo fired off concentrated blasts, hoping to hit Izuku, and one managed to graze his thigh. Ah! Izuku cried out, glancing at the injured spot on his leg. He looked up at Bakugo, who wore a malicious grin. I can see the shine from here, Deku. You must have gotten a bit too close when you spun me around. I thought you were smarter than that. Bakugo laughed, raising his right arm and pointing his gauntlet at Izuku, who was trying to hobble toward him. You lose, Deku. Young Bakugo, wait. If you hit him with that blast, he won't survive. All Might shouted through the earpiece. Get lost, All Might. Deku's like a cockroach. No matter how hard you try, you can't get rid of him. Bakugo yelled as he pulled the pin from his grenade. Izuku watched in horror as a bright light swelled inside the grenade, realizing what was about to happen. Kakin, wait, but his cry was drowned out by the massive explosion hurtling toward him. Izuku quickly crossed his arms in a protective stance, but it was too much, and he was engulfed by the blast. On one of the top floors, Hilda and Uraraka paused their fight as the entire building shook. To them, it felt like the structure might collapse, but Uraraka thought this was Izuku's doing. She quickly ran forward, leaping into the air before Hilda could react, and grabbed the bomb. She was ecstatic that Izuku's plan had worked, but if she knew what had truly happened, she would realize how mistaken she was. The class watched in horror from the video room. They had witnessed an intense fight until Bakugo pulled the pin. They watched as a massive explosion erupted, destroying everything in its path, strong enough to crack the walls from the force of the blast. But what really scarred them was when Izuku was hit. It looked like he attempted to block the blast, but they all knew it wouldn't work. As the explosion made contact with Izuku, it seemed as if he was engulfed in flames. Some of the class speculated it was Bakugo's sweat igniting. Izuku was propelled back with such force that he crashed through multiple walls, finally breaking through the outer wall and beginning his free fall to the ground below. The class watched in horror as Izuku slammed against the concrete, landing on his back and lying there motionless. All Might knew the battle had gone too far and that he should have intervened, but he was captivated by the intensity of the fight. All right, class, I will be right back, and then we will start the next battle, All Might announced as he disappeared from the room. He appeared beside Midoriya, looking down at him with concern. He must have some broken bones, maybe even some burns, but it's hard to tell with all the dirt covering him, All Might thought. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. I'll make sure you get healed and become good as new, All Might said as he carefully picked up Izuku and rushed toward the infirmary. Recovery Girl was minding her own business when All Might burst through the door. Ah, Recovery Girl, just the person I was looking for. Young Midoriya got pretty banged up in our latest training exercise and needs medical attention. I'm sure you understand, All Might said as he laid Izuku down on the bed. Recovery Girl opened her mouth to respond, but he had already rushed out the door, leaving her with the unconscious student. She cleaned the dirt and dust from him and examined his injuries. Second and first-degree burns covered his body, along with several deep cuts. It would be an easy fix for her if she could use her quirk, but she couldn't due to Izuku's lack of stamina. She applied burn cream and bandages before stepping outside to finish up some smaller tasks. About an hour later, the final battles had wrapped up for Class 1A. They finished changing and were walking back to class when Uraraka spoke up. Does anyone want to go see Deku with me once class is dismissed? Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Ida all agreed to join her after class. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the day, the four made their way to the infirmary and searched for Midoriya's room. Found it, called Kirishima. They pushed open the curtain and saw Izuku sitting up in his bed, inspecting his injuries. He noticed that most of his wounds had already healed. The only visible one was on his thigh from Bakugo's concentrated explosions. Uraraka started to blush at the sight of Izuku without his shirt, breaking the silence. Tsuyu said, "Wow, Midoriya, Recovery Girl got you healed quickly." "Yeah, I know. Her powers are incredible. I feel like I could run a marathon," Izuku said as he began to get up and put on his torn shirt. Just then, Recovery Girl returned and saw that he was already up and moving. "Where do you think you're going?" she asked. "Oh, I thought that since I'm healed up, I'm good to go," Izuku shrugged. Recovery Girl assessed him and confirmed he was fine to leave. As the students made their way out, Recovery Girl grabbed her phone and made a call. Principal Nizu, we have a very important matter we need to discuss. The school days went by as usual, with nothing particularly special happening. Classes remained the same, Izuku grew closer to his classmates, and Bakugo still harbored a strong dislike for him, though he had made some friends in his Baku squad. The only notable events were more training exercises, and the class elected Momo and Ida as class representatives. Alright, class, today we're going on a little field trip, so get dressed in your hero costumes, Aizawa stated. Mr. Aizawa, where are we going? Asked Kaminari. You'll find out soon enough, the teacher replied with his usual lack of emotion. The class made their way to the training rooms and changed. Izuku was happy to change out of his uniform into something more comfortable. He even had a new shirt thanks to Garou after his old one was damaged. The class left the school grounds to find a bus waiting for them. Ida took charge as class rep and started whistling for everyone to line up, only to be disappointed when people began boarding the bus and sitting wherever they pleased. So, Izuku, how is it being quirkless? Zero asked. Mina slapped him on the head for asking such an inconsiderate question and said, What I think Zero means is, has your life been hard without having a quirk? Oh, my life has been quite challenging, Izuku said with a laugh. Then how did you get so strong? So you chimed in. Oh, I just got tired of being picked on, so I started training and building muscle, Izuku explained. What about that blue steam that follows behind your hands? Zero questioned. It's just a martial arts technique I studied a bit, Izuku replied. That's one impressive technique, Kirishima muttered under his breath. Their conversation was cut short when Aizawa spoke up. Alright, we're here. Everyone off the bus and wait for directions. The entire class exited the bus to be met by the pro hero 13. The pro began explaining to the students how quirks can be used in various ways and how they can be dangerous if misused. He also pointed out the large building behind him, which was USJ, a special facility designed for rescue training. 13 led the students inside while explaining the different areas around them. Wow, this place is huge, exclaimed Uraraka. I know, it's so cool, replied Kaminari. The class continued to marvel at their surroundings, completely unaware of a purple mist spreading down the steps below. The mist expanded until it stopped, and soon after, around 150 people emerged from it. They were a mix of ordinary people and those wearing masks, and at the back stood a man with hands covering his body next to a large bird-like creature that was unlike anything anyone had seen before. Wow, they even have fake villains, cheered Kaminari. Aizawa quickly turned his head toward the scene, concerned about what Kaminari meant by fake villains. Those aren't fake, these are real villains. 13, protect the students, and I'll handle them, Aizawa called, adjusting his glasses to obscure his eyes. But Mr. Aizawa, you don't usually fight large groups? Midoriya yelled as he rushed to his teacher. I wouldn't be much of a hero if I didn't have a few tricks up my sleeve, kid, Aizawa replied, heading down the stairs into the pit of villains below. The class watched as their teacher skillfully took down the enemies, cheering him on, unaware of the black mist gathering behind them. Ah, Class 1A, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Kurojairi, and from what I can see, the symbol of peace isn't here as we thought he would be. But don't worry, after we take down some of you, I'm sure he'll come to save the day. It's my job to set that in motion by spreading you out across the facility, Kurojairi said, his fog quickly enveloping the entire class until all they could see was darkness. Izuku hit the ground with a thud and looked around to see where he was. It appeared he was in a forested area with Todoroki. As soon as the two got up and dusted themselves off, villains began emerging from the treeline. I take half and you take half? Izuku asked. Sure, Todoroki replied. Izuku and Todoroki began making their way through the villains effortlessly. I wonder why they put two of the best right next to each other, Izuku thought as he incapacitated a villain. They were doing well until, out of the corner of Izuku's eye, he spotted a man holding what looked like a Gatling gun emerging from the shadows. Todoroki, watch out! Izuku yelled, but it was too late. The man with the gun fired off several shots, one hitting Todoroki's right arm. Izuku rushed over to him, applying pressure to the wound to stop the bleeding, but the ice user waved him off and let ice grow on his arm to temporarily seal the injury. "Can you fight?" Izuku asked. "I can't use my left side, I have to concentrate on freezing the bullet wound," Todoroki replied. Izuku understood what that meant. He had to fend off all the villains on his own. A smirk crept onto his face. "Why are you smiling, kid?" the man with the gun asked. "Because you're villains. That means I don't have to hold back." Izuku studied his opponents, counting 8 in total. The man with the gun seemed to be the final challenge, so it came down to the other 7. One had a bow, another a spear, and what on earth was that? A giant ball on a stick? The rest seemed less threatening. A guy with swords for arms, another with guns for fingers, a literal frog, and some dude with glasses. Oh well, these guys look like a bunch of clowns, Izuku thought. As the 8 began launching attacks from all directions, Izuku had to dodge bullets, arrows, and a spinning ball while keeping an eye on everything else. He was surprised by the chaos around him. He'd never been in a position where he was pushed into a corner and had to go all out on defense. He kept light on his feet until he decided to go on the offensive. Izuku dashed toward the archer, but pain shot through his leg as a bullet grazed his calf. Distracted by dodging more bullets, he didn't see the arrows raining down. He attempted to backflip out of the way but was too slow, ending up with 2 arrows embedded in his shoulder. Wiping the blood from his shoulder, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Look a little dizzy there, don't you? My quirk allows me to apply a lingering poison to anything I touch, including my arrows," the archer laughed. Surrounded and feeling increasingly fatigued, Izuku thought, "Damn it, I can't think straight," and then everything went black. Izuku opened his eyes to see Garou standing in front of him. "What are you doing here, kid?" "I don't know, I was in a fight and next thing I know I'm here." Izuku looked around. It seemed he was in a vast field with a massive set of steps leading to the clouds. "You're getting your butt handed to you, kid, and that's not what I taught you to let happen. These guys are just more steps you have to take on your way to the top. Each one gets you closer to being the best, and I'll be dead if you don't make it there. Think of all you have riding on this, kid. You've always been at the bottom, and that's not where you deserve to be. So go back into that fight and make your way up those stairs until you can't climb anymore," Garou said, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder and gesturing toward the stairs. "Thank you, Garou. I don't know what I would do without you." "I know, kid. Now go give them hell." Garou laughed as everything faded to black again for Izuku. Izuku opened his eyes, took a step back, and everything went into overdrive. As soon as his foot hit the ground, a blade was thrown right at him. He quickly grabbed it and used it to block the bullets coming from the guy with finger guns. "He's got a blade," yelled the man. Noticing the spinning ball coming right at him, Izuku swiftly deflected it, kicking it with so much force that it flew toward the frog villain. The ball smacked into him, and Izuku watched as he hit the floor, unconscious. Izuku then threw the blade he had toward the guy with guns for fingers, watching as it embedded into the left side of his chest, knocking him back against a tree, rendering him unconscious and stuck to the trunk. "Forget this, let's get him," yelled the guy with sword arms, but he was caught off guard when Izuku was already in front of him. He swung at Izuku, who easily dodged and grabbed him by the belt, lifting him overhead. Izuku used the man's body to block incoming arrows from the archer and, from the corner of his eye, saw the man with glasses throwing rocks at him. Izuku swiftly caught all the rocks before smirking and throwing them head-on at the archer. The rocks struck with such force that Izuku felt the impact resonate through his body, sensing the pain in his cheekbone, left bicep, and a couple of ribs. He turned to face the remaining villains, a fierce grin spreading across his face, before slamming the man he was holding down into the ground with such intensity that his upper chest and head were obscured from view. "That's 4 of you down. After I wipe the floor with you, maybe you should reconsider your villainous careers because you really aren't cut out for this," Izuku laughed. "You just lost all your shields, you're done, punk," the man with the Gatling gun retorted. "You wish," Izuku shrugged, then charged at full speed toward the guy with glasses. The man crossed his arms in an X shape, trying to block Izuku's onslaught. Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches until the man attempted to retaliate. Izuku seized his collar and drove his fist into his face, feeling a few teeth give way. Hearing the Gatling gun whirring to life, he darted behind the trees, dodging bullets as he made his way toward the remaining 3 villains. Just when it seemed he would confront them directly, he surprised them by punching the ground and uprooting a tree, leaving the men momentarily confused. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku delivered a powerful kick to the man who had wielded the ball weapon, relishing the feeling of his jaw breaking beneath his foot. "We need to take this kid out now, or it's going to get really bad," the man with the spear warned his partner. "Agreed. Come on, fight me." "You call that spear a weapon? It looks like an oversized toothpick." Izuku taunted. The man's face flushed with anger, and he charged at Izuku, spinning his body to turn himself into a moving spear. "Too easy," Izuku muttered as he sidestepped the attack and landed a punch to the man's gut. He lifted the man slightly off the ground, a smile forming on his face. Izuku unleashed a barrage of punches to the man's midsection, keeping him suspended in the air longer with each hit. Once he realized the man was unconscious, he grabbed his hair and slammed him face-first into the dirt. "Looks like it's just you now," Izuku said to the man with the Gatling gun. To his surprise, the man began laughing. "What's so funny?" Izuku asked. "Just the fact that I'm about to take out your friend." Izuku suddenly remembered his classmate, and before he knew it, he was at Todoroki's side. "This is the end for you, kid. After what you've done today, I'll see you in hell." Izuku dashed forward, positioning himself between the man with the machine gun and Todoroki. "So you think you can stop a bullet, huh? I've yet to meet anyone who can outsmart one, and I don't plan on meeting him anytime soon," the man sneered, aiming his gun at Izuku. "Why didn't I learn to redirect a bullet when Garou tried to teach me? I shouldn't have been so afraid. If I wasn't scared, maybe Todoroki and I would be safe," Izuku thought, panic rising within him. But then a voice in his head steadied him. "Come on, kid, are you really going to give up that easily? Show him you don't need a quirk to be strong." "You're right," Izuku said to himself. He took one last look at Todoroki before locking eyes with the man in front of him. The gun began to spin, and Izuku braced himself for the first shot. The man let the gun reach full speed before pulling the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Everything became a blur for Izuku as the first shot rang out. All he could focus on was saving his classmate and defeating this villain. He moved faster than he ever had before, redirecting each bullet, creating 2 dark streams on either side of him. Todoroki watched in awe as Izuku stood protectively in front of him. He saw steam rising from Izuku's hands, powerful enough to appear as if a torrent was flowing in front of him. Glancing to his sides, he saw nothing but darkness. Were those all bullets? He wondered. The moment felt like an eternity for Izuku, but eventually ended. He stood tall, steam rising off his hands, checking for any bullet wounds and feeling relieved to find none. However, the area around him was devastated, as if 2 trains had plowed through the forest. "What are you?" the villain stammered, shaking. "Quirkless," Izuku replied simply before rushing the man and landing an uppercut to his jaw, sending him crashing into a small tree. Ensuring the man was unconscious, Izuku turned to help Todoroki. "You good, man?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I'm fine, but I don't know how you did that." "That was incredible," Todoroki replied. "Don't praise me yet, Icy Hot. We still need to get out of here." The two made their way out of the forest and reached the edge of a cliff overlooking most of USJ. From there, they could see the disaster zones and the center where the battle had subsided. Izuku scanned the area and spotted his teacher being overpowered by a giant bird. "Holy cow, Todoroki, we have to help. I'll get down there ASAP, and you find your way down as fast as you can, okay?" Todoroki nodded, watching as Izuku ran and jumped off the cliff into the chaos below. Izuku landed a short distance from the fight and sprinted toward the massive creature. He was almost there when he heard a chilling scream from the water. Turning, he saw Tyu and the pervy kid about to be attacked by a man covered in hands. Without a second thought, he threw a jab at the blue-haired man, only to be surprised when the man easily dodged and grabbed his arm. The two just sat there, staring into each other's eyes. "I dislike your teacher's quirk, the man huffed. Izuku jumped back and looked toward his teacher, who had saved him. Aizawa's body was battered, and blood trickled down his face, but he remained conscious, his hair standing on end as he deactivated the unknown man's quirk. The moment was cut short when the creature on top of Aizawa slammed his head into the ground, causing a spray of blood to spread around the impact area. "What are you supposed to be?" Izuku asked. "We're the League of Villains. We're going to destroy society and rebuild it from the ground up, a society not reliant on heroes," the man declared, but he never finished his statement as Izuku seized the opportunity to attack. His first punch connected with the creature's chest, but to his surprise, it barely flinched. Izuku threw another series of punches, but each one bounced off the beast. "Nomu," the blue-haired man said, and in an instant, Izuku felt his ribs crack. The bird-like creature had moved so quickly that Izuku couldn't comprehend it, striking him square in the chest and sending him crashing into a nearby boulder. "You!" Uraraka cried out. The rest of the class watched in fear. Izuku, one of the strongest among them, had just been overwhelmed effortlessly. Even Todoroki and Bakugo were taken aback by the creature's power. "I can't stand all you heroes, you're such an eyesore. I can't wait until we take you all down," the blue-haired man stated. "Nomu." The creature began to walk toward the rest of the class, but the blue-haired man noticed the rocks near Izuku starting to shift. "Nomu, wait," he ordered. The class watched as the rubble was pushed aside, revealing a figure emerging from the debris. Izuku lifted himself up, but something was different. He was laughing to himself, and his appearance had changed. His eye and hair were now a striking red. Uraraka struggled to breathe. The boy she admired most, the quirkless kid who had faced the greatest challenge, had just taken a devastating hit and managed to rise again. He was strong, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he must be in immense pain, especially with the blood staining his eye and hair. Izuku kicked the last of the rubble away and glared at the creature before him. "All right, now I'm really angry," he shouted. He charged at the creature and landed a powerful kick to its head, sending it skidding back. The beast quickly regained its footing and charged at Izuku, but he was too quick, dodging every attack with ease. He unleashed a rapid series of jabs to the creature's midsection, each one pushing it back further. "No, Mataf. It's clear this kid is strong, but how strong is he willing to be?" the blue-haired man laughed. The class exchanged confused glances, unsure of what he meant. Even Izuku couldn't decipher the man's words. "Everyone back up!" Bakugo yelled, but it was too late. "Nomu!" Izuku saw everything in slow motion as the beast turned and sprinted toward Uraraka. It dawned on him what the man meant about how strong he was willing to be. He dashed forward, jumping in front of Uraraka to shield her from the blow, but the creature was 2 steps ahead. It grabbed Izuku's arm, and despite his struggles, he was trapped. The creature leaped into the air with such force that it sent Uraraka and some of the other students stumbling back. As they soared higher, the beast swung Izuku downward, slamming him into the ground. Izuku lost consciousness upon impact, but just before everything faded to black, he heard the screams of his classmates, followed by a different voice. "I am here." Izuku's hearing was the first thing to return. He could hear soft murmurs and the steady beeping of machines. He must still be in the hospital, he thought. He tried to open his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. "Am I blind?" Izuku panicked, trying to move his body. He could only move his right arm. "Oh my God, he's moving! Call the nurse!" someone exclaimed. Izuku stopped struggling and waited. He heard the door open, followed by the nurse clearing her throat. "I'm glad you're awake, Izuku. I'm sure you have many questions. I can't answer all of them, but I'll do my best," she said. "Am I blind?" Izuku asked dryly. "Oh no, dear. We have bandages on your head to close some cuts. I think I can take them off now if you'd like," the nurse offered. "Yes, please." The nurse grabbed some scissors and carefully cut the bandages, unwrapping them. As the light began to filter through, everything went white. He rubbed his eyes a few times before looking around the room. The nurse stood before him with a smile, but he noticed the concerned faces of Uraraka, Todoroki, Ida, and Kirishima by the window. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked. Deku, your right eye and hair are red now," Uraraka whispered. What do you mean red? He replied, confused. Dude, your hair and I are straight up red, and the hospital can't explain it, Kirishima blurted out. Izuku turned to the nurse, hoping for an explanation, but he didn't receive the clarity he sought. We ran some tests while checking your vitals to see what happened. At first, we thought it was just stained and dried blood, but after cleaning you up, nothing changed. The tests came back without showing any abnormalities. The only finding was that some of Izuku's cells had an unknown mutation. What kind of mutation? Izuku asked, his brow furrowing with concern. That's the thing we don't know. We took some of your blood and retested it, but nothing harmful came out of it. It's just like a regular cell with a mutation we've never seen before. So I'm fine. Izuku looked up at the nurse, hope flickering in his eyes. Well, for the most part, you are. However, you suffered multiple broken bones, shattered ribs, a fractured skull, a crushed femur, and internal bleeding. You should be resting for the next couple of months, the nurse explained gently. We should go, Todoroki spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. You're right, Todoroki. It would be unwise to be late for class. We will be back later to visit Midoriya. Please get better, Ilda said as the other students got up and followed him out. The nurse began to follow, but Izuku stopped her on her way out. Excuse me, nurse, he called. She turned to look at him. Is there any way you can run the tests again? I feel perfectly fine, Izuku insisted. I'm sure it's just the medication, dear. You should get some rest, she replied, turning to leave. But Izuku stepped in front of her, blocking her way. I don't think you quite heard me right. Let's rerun the test. Back at UA, the day was almost over, and Aizawa stood up to give the last announcements before dismissal. You all know you've been working hard to further yourselves, but the time is coming to show everyone else that. In 2 weeks, UA will host its annual, but before Aizawa could finish, the door to the class flung open. Sorry I'm late. Aizawa, you wouldn't believe how long it takes to get discharged from the hospital, Izuku said as he made his way to his seat. Deku, I thought you were supposed to be resting for the next couple of months, Uraraka spoke up, concern etched on her face. So did I, but they ran some tests and found out my body responded really well to the meds, which sped up the process, Izuku explained, a smile breaking through his earlier worries. Oh, that's so cool. Uraraka beamed. Aizawa studied Izuku as he sat down before continuing. As I was saying, the UA Sports Festival is coming up in a couple of weeks, so you need to be prepared. Classes will be very light leading up to the competition, so each of you has no excuse not to be training. This is very important on your path to becoming heroes, so don't screw it up. Dismissed. As everyone got up and started to leave class, Ilda and Uraraka made their way over to Izuku. Hey, Deku, do you want to train with us since we have nothing else to do? Uraraka asked. I would love to, but I can't. I'm trying to learn some new techniques, and I just need to be by myself to be the most efficient, Izuku replied. That is very wise of you, Midoriya. I respect the fact that you are prioritizing your training. I hope you learn your technique before the festival, Ilda said encouragingly. Thanks, Ilda. I'll see you guys later, Izuku said as he grabbed his things and made his way to the door. Once Izuku was off school grounds, he headed toward the park where he and Garou usually met up. However, someone stopped him when he felt a large hand on his shoulder. Izuku turned to see All Might standing over him. Young Midoriya, do you have a moment to talk? All Might boomed. Sure. What's up? Come with me and I'll explain. The two made their way back into UA, and All Might led him to an empty classroom. Young Midoriya, do you ever wish you had a quirk? All Might asked. At one time I did, but not anymore, Izuku replied, his voice steady. Why is that? Do you not remember, All Might? Izuku asked, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. What do you mean, young Midoriya? You really have no clue, do you? Around 6 months ago, the slime villain you defeated, yeah, I was the boy you saved. Remember now? The kid you told couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Izuku exclaimed, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Everything clicked for All Might, and a look of pain crossed his face. Young Midoriya, I can explain. Cut that out, All Might. I don't need your pity. I don't hold anything against you, but I am going to prove you wrong. I'm going to show the number one hero that you don't need a quirk to be a hero, all on my own. So to answer your question, All Might, I don't wish I had a quirk. It's actually the opposite. I'm blessed to be quirkless because I see the world from a completely different perspective than all of you. And once I'm a hero, I'll change everyone else's opinion so that being quirkless isn't seen as a terrible thing, Izuku said firmly as he grabbed his things to leave. I'll see you later, All Might, Izuku said, leaving the pro-hero speechless behind him. Izuku left the room, angered by his conversation with All Might. Were quirkless people really that easy to forget? He couldn't believe All Might didn't even remember talking to him. Pathetic, he thought. Izuku kept walking until he met up with Garou at the park. What's got you so upset? Garou laughed. I just hate how everyone's so fixated on quirks. I really hate it, Izuku said, flailing his arms in frustration. Yeah, I get that, kid. But don't worry. Remember why you're at that school in the first place? To break down heroes, Garou joked, lightly pushing Izuku. Yeah, I just can't wait to get out of that school, Izuku replied, though deep down he enjoyed his classmates, even if Kaken had been keeping his distance. Don't worry, kid. That hell's going to be over soon. Also, I heard about the sports festival. Do you think you're going to do well? Garou asked. Oh please, you and I both know I could place in the top 3 without even trying, Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, I know. Also, I've got to ask, what's up with your hair and eyes? Being 100% honest, I don't have a clue, Izuku shrugged. I woke up in the hospital after the USJ incident, and the doctor informed me that I had some unusual cell mutations that caused my color change. I like it, kid. Don't let anyone tell you differently. I won't, Izuku replied, a smile spreading across his face. Alright, enough with the sappy stuff. Let's go hunt some heroes. 2 weeks later, Izuku opened his eyes and glanced to his left, where he saw Garou meditating. Izuku didn't fully understand meditation, but Garou had explained that it strengthened the mind and helped one become in tune with their body. Honestly, Izuku had no idea what Garou meant by any of it, but he knew his mentor wouldn't teach him if it wasn't important. You ready, kid? Garou asked, eyes still closed. Yeah, I'm a bit scared people might notice I have the same fighting style as you, Izuku admitted. Don't worry about it, kid. Remember, I'm not the only one who knows that style, so people won't catch on easily, Garou reassured him. Are you going to watch? Izuku asked. Wouldn't miss it, kid. I love watching you take on these so-called heroes. Now scram and get ready. You have a big day ahead of you. Yeah, I know, Dad, Izuku laughed, watching Garou's face twist in mock horror as he quickly ran out of the park before Garou could stop him. All of Class 1A sat quietly in the waiting room, anticipating their turn to enter the roaring arena. Izuku looked around at his classmates, each engaged in their own last-minute preparations. Ida was sipping his orange juice, Sato was enjoying a cupcake, and Bakugo looked as intense as ever. But as Izuku observed him more closely, he realized it wasn't anger in Bakugo's eyes but pure determination. The class made their way to a large tunnel leading to the arena, and Izuku could feel the ground shaking from the cheers. They walked down the dark hall, the light growing brighter until Izuku was the first to step out into the arena. Here we are, ladies and gents. The kids who are not only at the front of the pack but have already had their fair share of run-ins with villains, Class 1A. Present, Mike announced. The class looked around as the entire stadium erupted in cheers until Present Mick's voice boomed over them. Next, we have a class that hasn't had any run-ins with villains but are still strong nonetheless, Class 1B. The crowd continued to cheer for all the classes entering the arena. Once everyone was assembled, Present Mike began announcing the participants for the festival. Now let's introduce you to our lovely referee for the festival, the rated R Pro Hero Midnight. The crowd roared as she appeared on stage. Some students and audience members looked uncomfortable with her costume, but many of the guys in the stadium seemed to enjoy it. Next up, we have Cementos, who will help us with creating the fighting stage later on. Alright people, who's ready for some action? As the arena buzzed with excitement, Midnight took the stage to kick things off. Alright everybody, before we start, we have chosen one student to represent these great first years. coming first? In the entrance exam and hailing from Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. The class turned to the hothead as he made his way to the stage. He sulked up with his hands in his pockets and stood in front of the microphone. I just want everyone to know that I'm going to win this thing, Bakugo declared before turning and walking back toward his class. His statement didn't sit well with many. Izuku heard some of the crowd yelling at him for being arrogant, and even some of his own classmates didn't agree with his words. Come on, Baku bro, you can't say things like that, Kirishima commented. Yeah man, that's not cool, Suro chimed in. Izuku watched as Bakugo ignored them. He understood why Bakugo did this. He wanted to challenge himself by making everyone see him as a target, pushing them to aim for him in the competition. All right everybody. First off, we have the obstacle course. Students, make your way over to the starting line. Midnight cheered. As the students moved to the starting line, Izuku assessed his competition. He noticed Todoroki standing alone and decided to steer clear, knowing he could easily get caught in Todoroki's ice if he lost focus. He then glanced at Bakugo, who had sparks shooting from his palms, drawing curious looks from those unfamiliar with his quirk. Izuku figured Bakugo would try to provoke someone instead of focusing on the race, so he opted for a spot among some support class students who paid him no mind. Why would they? The school knew him as the quirkless kid, so many didn't take him seriously. But Izuku was determined to prove them wrong. He would beat every single one of them and show that you didn't need a quirk to succeed. Present Mike returned to the microphone and began the countdown to start the race. 3. Izuku got into his ready stance. 2. He knew he could do it, he couldn't let himself down. 1. But Izuku also knew he wasn't just trying hard for himself. He wanted to impress Garou and show him that his training had made a difference in his life. Start! Izuku sprinted forward through the throng of students. As he ran, he noticed everyone pushing each other instead of focusing on their own paths. Idiots! He reached the end of the tunnel just as he felt a sudden drop in temperature and instinctively leaped into the air. He was fortunate he did, for the ground turned to ice, trapping those who weren't so lucky. Ding! Todoroki, you're really not going easy, are you? Izuku thought. He landed on the ice and used his momentum to glide across it, gaining speed. Ahead of him, he could see the front runners. Todoroki in the lead, Bakugo closing the gap, and surprisingly, Mineta was ahead of him. But that thought was interrupted when a metal fist connected with the purple-haired boy's face, sending him crashing into a concrete wall. Huh, they're using the same robots as the entrance exam. Too easy. Izuku skillfully avoided the robots, allowing the student behind him to fend them off. He was making good progress until he spotted one of the 0-pointers from the test plummeting toward him. Instinctively, Izuku leaped upward, spinning his body as he ascended. His rotations intensified until he became a swirling blur of blue, and as he collided with the robot, he tore right through it, creating a clean hole in the metal. Izuku landed and took off running, focused solely on himself. He knew his classmates might need help, but this time, they needed to prove themselves. Izuku reached the second part of the course, a large ravine with scattered rocks and a rope connecting both sides. He watched as Todoroki glided across on ice while Kaken propelled himself over. Without hesitation, Izuku sprinted toward the rope, leaping onto it and running across as if it were nothing. Is this supposed to be hard? He chuckled to himself. Then Izuku arrived at the final part of the race, the minefield. He paused to strategize, observing the two frontrunners battling in the center of the field until a clever idea struck him. Izuku jumped into the minefield and sprinted as fast as he could. His footsteps were light and swift enough not to trigger any mines, but he knew he had to catch up to the leaders quickly or risk setting one off. Look at these two go at it, but don't focus on them too much. Here comes Izuku Midoriya, hoping to take the lead. Present Mike shouted. You bet I'll take the lead, Izuku thought as he finally caught up to the two. You demon half and half beat. You can't beat me. Bakugo yelled. Izuku seized this moment to intervene. Don't worry about him, Kaken. I'm not the one you need to worry about. Bakugo swung his left arm toward Izuku while Todoroki extended his right to grab him, just as Izuku had hoped. He quickly grasped their shoulders and pushed himself off the ground. As the two were momentarily confused, Izuku grabbed their arms and executed a backflip, sending them both tumbling to the ground. As they landed, a mine detonated, throwing Izuku forward out of the field. Izuku stood up, watching as the two rose from the explosion, burns covering their bodies. Bakugo's glare could have cut through steel, but Izuku felt indifferent. This was nothing compared to the pain he had endured as a child. He did feel a twinge of guilt about Todoroki getting caught in the crossfire, but this was a competition, and injuries were part of it. So deal with it, Izuku thought. He turned and ran down the tunnel leading to the arena. As he entered, he was met with a mix of cheers and shocked glances from the crowd. They had just witnessed a student put his classmates in harm's way to advance. That wasn't typical hero behavior, but Izuku didn't care. He wasn't there to be a hero. First place goes to Class 1. This is Izuku Midoriya, with Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki in second and third. Present mic announced over the speakers. As the other students finished, Izuku ignored them and began stretching for the next part. He noticed some dark looks from his fellow competitors, likely due to the incident in the minefield. But perhaps that would work to his advantage and keep them at bay. All right, everybody. Next up, we will have a cavalry battle, so form groups of 4 and get ready. Midnight called out, explaining the rules. Izuku didn't think it would be too difficult until she mentioned the point value for first place. Since Izuku Midoriya placed first in the obstacle course, he will have the privilege of wearing the 10 million point headband. Oh no. If they were avoiding me before, I'm going to be a target now, Izuku muttered under his breath. Hey, Deku, do you want to be on a team? Uraraka asked as she approached him. Sure, but aren't you worried about me being a big target? Izuku replied. At first I was, but then I realized you're one of the strongest here, so you can handle whatever comes your way, Uraraka said cheerfully. Thanks, but we need to find 2 more people, and that might be tough. Just then, another student interrupted their conversation. Hi, I'm Hatsum. I noticed you need another member, so I'm here to help. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose, seeing that the girl didn't seem like much help, but he knew he had to find another teammate. Sure, why not? He said, still pinching his nose. Don't worry about me, Midoriya. I'm from the support class, so I can use support items. We'll have an edge over everyone, Hatsum explained. Izuku nodded and began searching for their last teammate. Perfect, he said as the 2 girls watched him walk across the arena. Tokoyami, it looks like you're in need of a team, and lucky for us, we need 1 member. What do you say? Izuku extended his hand to Tokoyami. The bird-headed classmate looked down at Izuku's hand before smirking. He took Izuku's hand and shook it as the 2 girls joined him to discuss strategies for the battles ahead. 1 word, and everything turned to chaos. Start. Izuku's team was instantly swarmed by eager competitors gunning for the top spot, but they all fell short as the first-place team soared into the sky. If we stay up here, we should be fine, Izuku shouted to his team. Right, they replied in unison. Izuku watched as the battle unfolded before him. He watched as the groups eventually stopped focusing on them, giving them a chance to gain more points. It looks like we're in the clear for now, but stay alert, called Izuku. The match was somewhat uneventful for Izuku's team. No one really targeted them because of their high position. The only action they experienced was the occasional projectile shot upward, but even that was ineffective thanks to Dark Shadow. Hey Izuku, are you sure this is okay? Asked Uraraka. Sometimes a hero has to be patient and choose the safer option. As long as we stay safe up here, I don't see any problem, Izuku replied. Heads up on your left, yelled Hatsum. Izuku's eyes darted to his left and met the gaze of the approaching target. He watched as Bakugo propelled himself upward toward the number 1 team. Tokoyami! Izuku yelled. Dark Shadow won't attack. He's sensitive to light. Tokoyami shouted back. All right, there's a minute and a half left, so no matter what happens, make sure I don't hit the ground, Tokoyami, Izuku demanded. The bird-headed student nodded at Izuku, confused about what was about to happen until his eyes widened. He watched as Izuku stood up and leaped into the air, free-falling directly toward Bakugo. Izuku felt the wind rush past his face as he picked up speed toward the furious blonde. He knew he only had one chance to get this right, or he would fall to the ground and be disqualified. "What do you think you're doing, D?" Bakugo yelled. Izuku remained silent as the gap between them closed until they could see the color of each other's eyes. Bakugo stopped his explosions and raised his left arm to shield his face. Izuku knew he had to catch Bakugo off guard, and after a split second of thinking, he came up with the best idea possible. He raised his arms above his head, preparing to drive down toward Bakugo's head, leaving his entire front side open. Bakugo seized the opportunity and shot one last explosion to propel himself forward into his childhood friend. Bakugo pulled back his right arm and threw a punch with all his might into Izuku's lower stomach. "OF," Izuku gasped. "Not so strong now, are you, Deku?" Izuku took the moment to put everything into place. He quickly grabbed Bakugo's arm and pulled him closer, seeing the blonde's face twist in confusion. Izuku then pushed Bakugo back and executed a front flip motion, bringing his right leg down onto Bakugo's collarbone. He watched as the blonde spiraled downward, struggling to move his right arm. However, before Bakugo hit the ground, a piece of tape shot toward him and pulled him back to his team. "In it," Izuku muttered to himself before realizing he was still falling. Panic surged through him as he started to pick up speed toward the ground. He looked around for Dark Shadow but didn't see him anywhere. This was it. Izuku could clearly see everything below him now, and it was only a matter of time until he hit the ground. But at the last second, he heard a sudden shout. "Hey!" Izuku's eyes shot toward the voice and saw Dark Shadow flying toward him. The creature extended its arm toward Izuku, who gladly accepted it. Dark Shadow propelled Izuku upward back to his team, and he landed softly on Tokoyami's shoulders. "Thanks, man, you saved me," Izuku said. "You saved us from Bakugo, so the feeling is mutual," the bird replied with closed eyes. "And that's time." The team slowly made their way back to the ground and walked toward the large crowd forming in front of the stage. In first place, we have Team Midoriya, second Team Todoroki, third Team Bakugo, and in fourth Team Shinso. Midnight announced to the roaring crowd. "Next, we will have one-on-one fights tournament style until only one of you remains. Matches are won by either knockout, ring outs, or incapacitation. Here are your first-round matchups." Midnight cheered as she gestured to the screen behind her. Izuku looked it over and realized he would be up against the purple-haired kid. He searched for him until he found the kid staring right back at him, a smug smirk creeping across his face. "Excuse me, Midnight, I would like to withdraw from the competition. I don't remember anything from the fights, so I don't deserve to be in the final round," Ojiro spoke up. "Me too, I would like to withdraw my spot," another Class 1B student stated. You guys are so youthful, I'll allow it. Those of you that qualified for the last round, be prepared. Everyone else, please go find your seats," Midnight announced. Izuku walked from the crowd into the waiting room designated for the contenders. He didn't know much about the purple-haired kid, so he would have to be careful. Izuku knew he was physically stronger, but he had no idea what kind of quirk the purple-haired kid was hiding. "Oh well, it shouldn't be anything I can't handle," Izuku said to himself as he made his way toward the arena. With some extra time before the match, he decided to do some stretching. He was almost there when he heard some yelling down one of the halls and decided to investigate. The voices were quiet, but he could pick up a few words here and there. "Use your left." "I won't use it." Izuku's ears perked up at the mention of the word left. He knew exactly who was in the conversation and hurried further down the hall until he was as close as he could get without being seen. "Nice, Shoto, I raised you better than this." Endeavor yelled. "I won't use it. I'll win this tournament without using your power." Todoroki screamed back. Endeavor raised his left arm and swung at his son, landing a solid backhand across the kid's cheek. Todoroki stood his ground, not moving a muscle. Izuku could feel the tension in the air rising. He knew something was about to happen, and it wasn't going to be pretty. Quickly, he patted down his pocket and felt his phone. He grabbed it and opened his microphone app to record the impending conversation. "Thank goodness I forgot to leave my phone in the room," Izuku mumbled to himself. He clicked the red button on his phone and waited for the two to start conversing again. Pathetic. I married your mother for the sole purpose of having a child with the power to surpass all might. It took me several tries until I finally got your ungrateful self with a powerful quirk. You would be leading this school if you accepted your destiny and embraced your left side. I won't use my left. I'll never give in to the darkness you radiate, and I'll become a pro-hero on my own. So leave me alone, Todoroki replied, his words laced with defiance. Endeavor merely scoffed as he approached his son, pushing past him and knocking Todoroki aside. Keep defying me, and I'll make your life even worse than I did your mother's, the flame hero whispered ominously. Izuku stood in shock at what he had just witnessed, a pro-hero mistreating his own son and then threatening him for not using his full potential. Anger surged within him. It was one more reason to despise heroes, but this was different. How could a father raise his child solely to be powerful? It was appalling. Izuku was not just angry, he was furious, and he was ready to unleash that fury on whoever stood in his way. He quickly ran back to the room where his bag was, tossing his phone inside before dashing toward the fighting stage. As he approached, the roar of the crowd enveloped him. Coming from Class 1A, we have the winner of the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. The first quirkless student in UA history to make it to the hero program, Izuku Midoriya. Present, Mike announced. Izuku stepped out of the tunnel, feeling the crowd's mixed reactions. Some cheered wildly, while others looked on in fear. It was likely because a quirkless kid was performing so well, he thought. And coming all the way from Class 1C in General Studies, the underdog of this tournament, Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku watched as the purple-haired boy walked toward the arena, a smug smirk on his face. Izuku felt a surge of irritation. Was Shinso looking down on him simply because he lacked a quirk, or was he just arrogant? A cold sensation ran through Izuku's arm as he realized he was clenching his fist so tightly that his knuckles were starting to go numb. Start! Neither of them moved. They stared each other down, waiting for the other to make the first move. Why don't you turn around and do us all a favor by eliminating your quirkless self? Shinso taunted with a smirk. Izuku cracked his knuckles, ready to take on this purple-haired challenger. You're looking down on me, aren't you? He said, determination fueling his words as he charged toward Shinso. The purple-haired boy simply smirked and whispered, "It's over." Suddenly, everything went dark for Izuku. He found himself surrounded by memories, the painful ones that haunted him. Then, a memory of Garou appeared, reminding him that he would one day be strong enough to overcome anyone. In an instant, everything shifted to white. When Izuku rubbed his eyes, he was shocked to see Shinso on his knees, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. What's wrong with you? Your mind is filled with rage and hate. I could barely maintain my hold on you. Shinso exclaimed, coughing up more blood. Izuku was unsure of what had just happened, but he didn't care. The match was still on. He stepped closer to Shinso, towering over him. Shinso looked up, fear evident in his eyes. Izuku reached down, gripping his chin. That's what you get for looking down on me, he whispered before delivering a powerful punch to Shinso's gut. The mind controller flew off the stage, landing with a thud on the grass. And Izuku Midoriya wins by ring out and knockout. Midnight declared. Izuku walked off the stage and headed back to the waiting room. Before entering the tunnel, he glanced back at Shinso, who was being taken away on a stretcher. He deserved it for trying to invade his mind. As Izuku made his way back to his seat, a large figure blocked his path. You know, for someone quirkless, you seem to have quite a bit of strength, the figure said. Endeavor, Izuku replied, recognizing the number 2 hero. You may be strong among the quirkless, but you're no match for someone with a quirk. You will lose to Shoto and learn your place beneath him, Endeavor scoffed. I don't want to get tangled in your family issues, but you should know Todoroki is his own person. You need to stop manipulating him to fit your vision. It's wrong. Izuku felt the temperature in the hallway rise as Endeavor stepped closer, looming over him. You should watch your words, boy. It would be unfortunate if something were to happen to the great quirkless student, Endeavor warned, his tone threatening. Did you just threaten me? Izuku asked, his voice steady. Maybe I did, but no one will believe you. I have everyone under my control, and I won't let them listen to a quirkless outcast like you. I saw the pictures of you before the USJ incident. Something in you has changed. You don't deserve to stand in front of me, the hero said, pushing past Izuku and deliberately brushing his arm, leaving a burn mark. Izuku stood still, letting the hero walk away before calling after him. Hey, Endeavor, he said, and the hero turned back. I'm going to ruin you. Endeavor simply turned and left, leaving Izuku alone in the hallway. He looked down at his arm, noticing the burn wasn't severe, so he decided against treating it. He hurried back to his seat just in time to catch the end of his childhood friend's fight. Izawa was praising Bakugo on the microphone, and Izuku couldn't help but smile. Despite everything Bakugo had done to him, he was genuinely happy to see his friend succeed. The match concluded with Uraraka fainting, marking the end of the first round. Izuku turned his attention to the screen to see who he would face next. Todoroki. I won't go easy on you. I have to win, Todoroki said, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. He could see the determination and intensity in Todoroki's eyes. I know, don't hold back on me, Izuku replied. Todoroki remained silent after that. He walked past Izuku down the stairs toward the waiting rooms. Izuku received encouraging looks from his classmates and thanked them all before following the same path Todoroki took. Izuku sat in the waiting room until it was time for his fight. He stood up and made his way toward the arena, thinking about how he would face the ice user. He knew it would be a challenge to get close to him, but if he could close the gap, it would be over. Coming from Class 1A, who easily defeated his opponent in round 1 with only one blow, Shoto Todoroki. And his opponent, also from Class 1A, the one who won his first match without a quirk, Izuku Midoriya. The two stood there with locked eyes, each displaying pure determination and the desire to win. In just moments, everything would be on the line. Start! Izuku jumped to the side, dodging the incoming blast of ice. He landed and quickly ran toward Todoroki, only for the ice user to shoot another large blast at him. Izuku didn't have enough time to evade, so he braced himself and tried to break through the ice. He timed his punch to hit the ice just before it made contact with his chest. As his fist connected, the ice shattered everywhere, but Izuku felt the impact like solid steel. He knew he could break through it a few times, but eventually, it would take a toll on him. Blast after blast kept coming toward Izuku. Todoroki didn't give him a chance to move. By constantly firing ice blasts, Izuku had no choice but to stand his ground and push through. Izuku, you're clearly outmatched. Submit now before you hurt yourself any further, Todoroki yelled over another ice blast. Izuku slammed his left fist into the ice, shattering it, and yelled, "Like hell I will." He quickly grabbed one of the ice shards lying at his feet and flung it toward Todoroki as a distraction. Todoroki saw the shard flying toward him and raised an ice wall to block it. The shard crashed into the wall with such force that it broke down completely. "Where'd you go?" yelled Todoroki. "Right behind you," Izuku whispered. Todoroki quickly turned around and swung at Izuku's head. Izuku easily ducked under the swing and swept out Todoroki's legs. As Todoroki fell, Izuku raised his right arm and swung downward, propelling Todoroki toward the ground. The impact caused the rubble around them to crack and spread across the stage. Izuku raised his leg, intending to bury Todoroki further down, but stopped when he felt a cold sensation creeping up his left leg. He leaped back and looked down to see ice forming on him. Izuku quickly shattered the ice before it could spread any further. "That was a dirty move," Izuku called. "Nothing's dirty if it's allowed," Todoroki replied. The two charged at each other until they were almost in range. Izuku leaped up and threw a roundhouse kick toward Todoroki's side, only to be met with a wall of ice. They continued exchanging blows, with Izuku being more skilled in hand-to-hand combat. However, every time he landed a hit, Todoroki managed to freeze the attacking body part and counter while Izuku hastily broke the ice. This continued until Todoroki shot a sudden blast of ice at Izuku, hitting him squarely. The redhead flew back toward the edge of the ring but managed to stop himself by digging his feet into the ground. "Why don't you use your left?" Izuku asked as he stood up. I won't use my left, ever. I don't need that power to be a hero. It's your own power, Shoto, not your father's, yelled Izuku. Todoroki was caught completely off guard by the sudden comment. You don't have to follow in your dad's footsteps. Pave your own path, be your own hero. But don't hold back your power because of him. Use it and prove him wrong. Show him you'll create your own destiny. Izuku shouted as he charged toward Todoroki. Todoroki just stared at Izuku as he closed the gap between them. I can't, Todoroki whispered. Then I'm really sorry about this, Shoto, but you have to learn, Izuku said as he propelled himself forward faster than Todoroki expected. Todoroki raised his left arm to block, thinking Izuku would kick him out of the ring, but he was mistaken. Izuku swiftly jumped to Todoroki's open side and landed a powerful punch straight into his bicep. Ah! Todoroki screamed as his body erupted in flames. Izuku flew back from the sudden burst of energy but quickly recovered by throwing his legs above him to rotate. Once he rotated enough, he threw his feet into the ground and skidded to a stop. Izuku's eyes widened as the flames grew larger. He locked eyes with Todoroki and smiled. The half-and-half user had a crooked smile forming across his face. I don't know if I should thank you, Midoriya. Breaking my right arm to force my left is a little harsh, don't you think? I'm sorry, Todoroki, but I know you want to win this more than any of us. So you would go through any means necessary, including using your left side if it was your only option left. Heh, call me Shoto, he said as he lifted his arm toward Izuku. Izuku knew there was no way to avoid the massive attack that was about to come, so his only choice was to block. Todoroki's hand turned bright red before a large flame erupted outward. The crowd watched in horror as the entire fighting stage was engulfed in flames. As the smoke cleared, the winner was clear. Standing within the boundaries was Todoroki, whose entire top half of clothing had been burned off, while Izuku lay unconscious, embedded into the side of the wall. The winner is Todoroki by knockout and ring out. Midnight announced as the crowd erupted into cheers. Izuku woke up with his chest covered in bandages. He looked around and noticed he was in the infirmary by himself. He reached down toward the hospital bed remote and pressed the red button for assistance. Moments later, Recovery Girl entered the room. You're finally awake. I healed you up, so you may feel a little more tired than usual. Recovery Girl spoke up. Thank you. If you don't mind me asking, how bad were my injuries? Not too bad. A couple of burns here and there and some bruising on your knuckles. But they should all fade by tomorrow. Izuku nodded and looked out the window. Who won? It came down to Endeavor's son and that angry blonde. The blonde ended up winning by a knockout, though. You must be tired. Let me finish up some paperwork, and you'll be free to go. Within the next 10 minutes, Izuku was on his way home. He contemplated going to find Garou, but based on the time, he was probably off hunting, so he decided against it. Izuku walked up to his house and unlocked the door. He looked for his mom until he found a note saying she had gone to sleep but was proud of his fights earlier in the day. A smile grew on Izuku's face as his #1 supporter from day one expressed her pride in him. It was a good way for Izuku to end his day as he changed out of his clothes and hopped into bed, eventually drifting off to sleep. 3 hours earlier, Bakugo muttered to himself as he changed out of his uniform, in half and half thinking he could beat me in his dreams. He got up and walked towards the door, kicking it open with a loud bang. As he made his way down the hall, he suddenly felt an odd sensation. He turned the corner and pressed his back against the lockers, waiting as footsteps approached. Just as they were about to round the corner, Bakugo jumped out from his hiding spot and swung a right hook. The figure standing in front of him easily caught his fist mid-swing and set him down. Young Bakugo, just the person I was looking for. All right, class, with the sports festival over, we'll be moving right into the next chapter of your studies. This will be different, though, as you will not be taught in this classroom but instead on the streets. Pro heroes use the festival as a chance to scout out potential sidekicks and offer them internships. Each of you will participate in an internship and be graded based on your performance. Aizawa motioned to the board behind him. Izuku looked over the board. Todoroki received the most offers, followed by Bakugo. Izuku wasn't surprised. They were both strong and deserved it. However, he was caught off guard by his own ranking. Out of the entire class, he ranked 6th to last. Each of you will be given 2 days to choose where you will intern, and the decision will be final. You leave on Monday, so be ready, the teacher explained as he passed out papers to each student. Izuku glanced over his list to see what offers he had received. The highest on the list was Best Genist. Deku, who are you going to intern with? Uraraka asked, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. I don't know yet, to be honest, Izuku replied while rubbing the back of his neck. I'm going to intern under Gunhead, Uraraka stated proudly. Izuku's eyes widened at what his classmate just said. Gunhead? I thought he got beaten down by the hero hunter. Well, he did, but he's out of the hospital now and back on the job. Oh. What about you, Ida? Uraraka asked. I will be interning with Manuel in Hosu City, Ida replied, looking down at his feet. The class continued for a little longer, but nothing significant happened. Izuku listened to his classmates' conversations about their internship choices. He heard Mineta would be with Mount Lady, Kirishima with Fourth Kind, and Bakugo with All Might. Izuku scoffed at the thought of Bakugo getting special attention from All Might. He sensed something was going on between them but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Class, sit down. We have one more important matter to attend to before your internships, and that is picking your hero names. I'm not the best at this, so Midnight will be helping you all and approving names. As Aizawa finished speaking, the door swung open to reveal the flamboyant hero. All right, everybody, these names are going to be permanent, so choose wisely. Each name should represent something about you, and you should be proud to call yourself that. Don't pick a random name because you may regret it, isn't that right, Eraserhead? Midnight joked with the other teacher. Whatever, Aizawa said quietly as he pulled up his sleeping bag and drifted off to sleep. I'll pass out whiteboards for you all to brainstorm ideas. Midnight cheered as she began distributing the supplies. Izuku stared at the board in front of him, slipping into deep thought. He had no idea what to put as his hero name. He never thought he would make it this far. Regardless of his name, he didn't feel like a hero. He would never be one. Izuku looked up from his board to see that everyone else had more or less chosen their names already. The only 2 left were him and Bakugo. King Explosion Murder, Bakugo declared to the room. Definitely not, the pro-hero commented. Why not? Bakugo yelled in frustration. Because it's not a heroic name. Try again, she said, clearly irritated as the explosive blonde made his way back to his seat. Izuku looked down at his board, and a memory popped into his head. Doesn't it mean you can do it? A smile grew on his face as he knew what his hero name would be. He wrote it down and walked to stand in front of the class. He turned the board around, and everyone fell silent until Siro spoke up. Deku? I thought that was an insult. It was, but someone changed my view on the word not long ago. And I'm proud to be called Deku now, Izuku said, flashing a smile at Uraraka. Oh, you guys are so cute together, Mina squealed. Both Izuku's and Uraraka's faces flushed red as Izuku made his way back to his seat. All right, that's everyone. Bakugo, you need to come up with a name soon, so let me know when you figure it out. You guys are dismissed, Midnight called. Izuku quickly grabbed his things and ran out of the room before Uraraka could catch up to him. He had no idea why he felt so embarrassed by Mina's comment. Shaking it off, he ran toward the park to find Garou enjoying some ramen. Looks good. Did you get anything? Izuku asked. Quiet. What's with the paper? Garou motioned to the list Izuku was holding. Oh, it's my list of possible internships for next week. Apparently, the pros watched the festival and want me to work under them for a week, Izuku replied. Let me see it, Garou said, yawning and extending his arm. Izuku handed him the paper and watched as he skimmed through the names of the heroes. Huh, I thought you would get some better offers, but I can see why you didn't. You took down your opponents so thoroughly that they probably don't want to face you again, Garou said with a laugh. Izuku chuckled at the comment but stopped when he saw his mentor freeze. What's wrong? Izuku asked. Garou didn't say anything. He just stared at the paper. Garou, what's going on? Izuku asked, his voice tinged with concern. Garou handed the paper back to Izuku. Number 43 on the list, Honorary Pro Hero Silver Fong. Otherwise known as my mentor, Garou whispered. Izuku's heart raced. The man who taught Garou everything he knew was offering him the chance to follow the same path. But why would Silver Fong reach out to him? He wasn't even a real pro hero. Could he really intern there? I don't know what to say, kid. That man isn't a pro hero, and if he is, he's not associated with our pros. He's a smart man, so he has a good chance of connecting you to me. I just don't understand why he would reach out to you, Garou explained. Maybe it's a trap, Izuku suggested. He's smart, not a genius, kid. He knows you're in the hero course trying to become a hero. He wouldn't reach out just to ambush you. He's not like that. Logically, he would be the best mentor besides me. He created both the water-steam-rock smashing fist technique and the abandonment. Wow. If you want to intern under him, I won't stop you. But if you do, you need to tell him that you and I have no connections anymore. Make up something about learning from me and then going off on your own to be a hero once you realized I'm against them, Garou said. I guess it's settled then. I'm going to learn from your master. Izuku hopped off the train and looked up at the map. The map was mostly irrelevant except for the big yellow box saying, "You are here," indicating that Izuku had finally made it to City A. What a strange name for a city. I've never even heard of it before last week, Izuku murmured to himself. He exited the train station and surveyed the area around him. It looked like any other city he had seen. He punched the address the school gave him into his phone and started his way toward his new internship. Izuku walked through the city until he found himself at a steep set of stairs leading up a mountain. He climbed the stairs for about 10 minutes before reaching the top, where he was met by an old-fashioned building. It looked like it belonged in a martial arts movie, Izuku thought. He walked up to the door and knocked 3 times. The door opened to reveal an elderly man with gray hair and a slight slouch. "Ah, Izuku, come in. We have much to discuss," the old man beckoned. Izuku entered the dojo to find an empty room with wooden floors and some Japanese symbols written on the walls. "Come in, make yourself at home," the old man gestured for Izuku to step onto the floor. Izuku took off his shoes and followed. "All right, you may know me as Silver Fong, but enough with the formalities. Just call me Bang." "All right, Bang. I don't mean to be rude, but don't you seem a little old to still be a pro?" Izuku asked. Why don't we find out if I still am? Let's have a quick spar. The winner can decide what's for dinner. Do we have a deal?" Bang proposed. "Deal." Izuku stepped back to create some distance between them and got into his fighting stance. Bang stood still with his hands behind his back. "On your mark," Bang said. "Go!" Izuku shouted as he charged at the old man. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, only for Bang to block every single one with just one hand. Izuku realized the match was already over, but for some reason he kept attacking. Just when he least expected it, he felt Bang's heel connect with his cheek. Izuku was sent flying back from the impact, only to see a flash of blue and then suddenly found himself caught midair by the old man. Bang set him down and handed him a towel to wipe off. "Garou taught you well, but you still have much to learn," Bang said, breaking the silence. Izuku stared at the man in front of him. He didn't seem to care about making things awkward. He just called Izuku out. "He taught me the basics, but other than that, I'm kind of lost." "Why did he stop teaching you?" Bang asked. "I caught him confronting a hero one night and questioned his motives. All he said was he wanted to dismantle hero society, and that was enough for me to leave him," Izuku explained. Bang looked the red-haired boy over before smiling and placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "You made the right choice by following the path of a hero. Now, it's time for dinner," Bang said with a grin. The two walked from the dojo onto the streets below until they found a local ramen shop. They pushed open the curtain to reveal the shop owner and a bald man in a sweatshirt. "Ah, Satama, how's it going?" Bang greeted the bald man. "Who are you again?" Satama asked. "Good to see you too. Satama, this is Midoriya. He will be training with me for the next week if you'd like to stop by for a lesson or two," Bang offered with a smile. "No thanks. Nice to meet you, Midoriya, but I have to go before the market closes, so goodbye," the bald man said as he paid his check and left. "What's with the sour look?" Izuku asked. Believe it or not, that man is the strongest person I've ever met in my life, and on top of that he has had no training. I would love to teach him the ways of martial arts so he has some sort of style, but he never accepts, Bang explained. Ah. There was no way that man was strong. He had no muscle on his body, openings everywhere, and overall he looked like a complete fool, Izuku thought. Bang grabbed the food, and the two made their way back to the dojo to eat. As they ate, they talked about their lives to ease the awkwardness until they eventually finished. The two said their goodbyes and went off to bed. Bang headed to his own area while Izuku was shown to a small room with nothing but a bed by another one of Bang's students named Shirenko. He didn't seem like much of a fighter, but who was Izuku to judge? With that, Izuku drifted off to sleep. The next few days flew by for Izuku. Each day was the toughest training he had ever experienced. It was so intense that it made Garou's training look like child's play. However, Izuku knew he was improving significantly. He might even be able to compete against Garou if there was a handicap. Again, Bang commanded. Izuku took a deep breath and placed his hands on the large stacks of solid granite. He quickly tapped the center of the top block and watched as both stacks cleanly broke down the middle. Very good, Bang told Izuku as the door to the dojo opened. In the doorway stood an older man, around the same age as Bang, but with much longer hair and dressed in traditional martial arts attire. Ah, Bam, you made it, Bang said with a smile. Of course. Who's this? The man motioned toward Izuku. This is my disciple for the week, Midoriya. Midoriya, this is my brother, Bam, Bang explained. It's an honor to meet you, Izuku said as he bowed. I'm not one for formalities, but thank you. So my brother has finally decided to teach again. What made you change your mind? Bam whispered to Bang. I couldn't let another one go down the wrong path, Bam. I had to make sure he wouldn't follow Garou's way, Bang replied. I see. Hey, Bam, are you also a martial arts master? Izuku spoke up. I am, but not with the water stream rock smashing fist style. I created my own, one that's better than my brother's, Bam said with a laugh as he cracked his knuckles. My brother created the whirlwind iron cutting fist style. It's on par with my own, so it's nothing to mess around with, Midoriya, Bang explained. That's incredible, Izuku said, shocked. The man walked over to Izuku and put his hand on his shoulder. Let's go outside, and I'll show you what I can do. The three walked outside the dojo and into the training grounds, making their way over to a punching dummy. Bam looked over to his brother for approval, and once it was given, he moved his arms over his chest, creating a spiraling stream of red around him. The test dummy looked untouched, but in a matter of moments, 3 distinct rings formed, and the dummy fell to the ground in pieces. Wow, that's amazing, Izuku said, astonished. It really is. But sadly, one cannot learn both styles of martial arts due to the physical toll it would take on the user. Switching between the two would tear all muscle fibers down to the roots, leaving the user with no power. Demon, Izuku muttered under his breath. The demonstration was cut short when Shirenko burst through the door and ran toward the group. Sensei Bang, the Hero Association called all S-class heroes to headquarters immediately to discuss an impending threat. Shirenko shouted as he arrived at the group. Midoriya, I'm sorry, but this internship must end sooner than we thought. Pack your bags, and I'll get a ride for you to the station, Bang said, turning his back and heading toward the dojo. Wait, Bang. Why can't I come with you to this meeting? Izuku called out. The S-class heroes don't react well to outsiders at meetings, and once they find out about you being my honorary disciple, that would make it worse. They still have a sore spot about Garou and may not be ready to learn that I am already teaching more students, Bang explained as he left Izuku with the other two. Izuku stormed toward the dojo and packed his things. He quickly exited before anyone could stop him and made his way down to the streets below. Why did Bang have to leave just like that? I was finally starting to master everything for it all to slip through my fingers. Izuku whipped out his phone and shot Garou a text to explain the situation. Hey, change of plans. My internship ended sooner than it should have. That works out perfectly, kid. Hop on a train to Hozu and be there by tonight. There's someone I want you to meet. See you there. Izuku hopped on the train to Hozu, starting to think about who Garou wanted him to meet, but eventually gave up. Garou was a wild card, so it could literally be anyone. After a few hours, Izuku arrived in Hozu and left the train station. Hey, I'm here. Where should I meet you? Look around the roofs, kid. You should know that by now. Izuku laughed as he put his phone away and scanned the rooftops above. Sure enough, standing on top of a building's water tank was Garou. Izuku walked to the building and climbed up the fire escape to meet his mentor. Jesus, kid, it took you long enough, Garou said jokingly. Hey, give me some slack. I wasn't even supposed to be here, Izuku replied as he jumped onto the water tank. So, who are we meeting up with? Izuku asked. An old friend of mine. He should be here soon. As Garou finished, he spun around to catch a dagger thrown at him. Still with the cheap shots, Stain? You know you can't catch me off guard, Garou said as he tossed the blade back to the unknown figure that appeared on the roof. Just making sure you're still agile as ever, Hero Hunter, the man said as he extended his hand. Garou smirked and took the man's hand. As always, Hero Killer. Izuku was in disbelief. Standing in front of him were two of the most powerful and well-known criminals he had heard of. Garou, what the hell? You never told me you were associated with the Hero Killer. Izuku exclaimed, interrupting the conversation. The name's Stain, punk, and we're not associated. Just friends. Yeah, me and him go way back to when I first left my hometown. We ran together for a while before breaking off to do our own things, me hunting and him killing, Garou explained. We mutually respect each other's boundaries as long as we don't go after the same hero. If we do, then our ties to one another are cut, and may the best man win, Stain added. Izuku was at a loss for words. He really couldn't comprehend what was happening right now, so he tried to gain some insight into the situation. So why did you guys decide to meet up? Izuku asked. It's been a while since we've seen each other, so we decided to catch up, Garou explained. So who are you, punk? Stain spoke up. This right here is Izuku Midoriya, my apprentice and hero hunter in training, Garou said, giving Izuku a playful noogie. Screw off, Garou, Izuku said, pushing the man away. So you finally found someone to teach. And if I'm right, a UA student no less, the hero killer said with a sly grin. Don't get any ideas, Stain. He's here for the sole purpose of breaking things down from the inside, Garou said, raising his arm between Izuku and Stain. Jesus, Garou, don't get your feathers ruffled. I wouldn't do anything. Stain didn't get to finish his statement because a sudden dark presence interrupted them. Behind the three, a dark mist began to swirl, and Garou stepped in front of Izuku, pulling out his sword. Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Kurojairi, and I'm an associate of the League of Villains. I would like to have a conversation with you too, but the boy must stay, the villain said, his bright eyes narrowing at Izuku. Garou stood firm, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'll go if he comes. So be it, Kurojairi echoed as the fog enveloped the three. Izuku watched as everything went black, and moments later, he was hit with the smell of alcohol. He looked around to see an old, run-down bar. Kurojairi appeared behind the bar, cleaning glasses, leaving the three confused. Why did you bring us here? Stain asked. A door at the other end of the bar flung open to reveal a blue-haired man with a hand covering his face. His red eyes peered between his fingers, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. Well, I just wanted to talk to the great hero hunter and hero killer. Isn't that right, Kurojairi? The man walked toward the three before stopping and sitting down at the bar. So tell me, what's your end game? The man asked. What do you mean, end game? Stain said as he approached the bar. What's your resolve? Why do you do what you do? The man questioned. To eliminate people who abuse their power and profit from it. I want to purge society of those who act on their own self-interests, Stain replied. What's your name? Garou spoke up. Just call me Shigaraki. What about you, hero hunter? What's your mission? Tear down everything and rebuild it from the ground up. Create a world that's better for everyone, Garou replied. Michim. Now tell me, hero hunter, is that why you brought a UA student here with you? Garou moved closer to Izuku at the mention of the kid's name. Or is it that you have an inside mole at the most prestigious school in Japan? Shigaraki said with a mischievous smirk. And then chaos erupted. Stain threw a dagger with all his strength at the bartender. The dagger struck Kurogiri's arm, causing a spray of mist to erupt on impact. Stain then leaped into the air, his tongue extending to taste the mist, and landed on the blue-haired man. Izuku watched as the hero killer pinned Shigaraki down, his foot pressing firmly against the villain's arm. As Stain held him down, Izuku noticed a dark puddle forming beneath Shigaraki. "You overstepped your boundaries," Stain growled, pressing a dagger close to the man's neck. "Ow, that hurt," Shigaraki mumbled. "You bring us here to talk about our motives, but we all know that's not really why we're here. So spill." Stain insisted, pressing the dagger harder. "I wanted to recruit you into the league. But I don't know if I want you anymore," Shigaraki replied, reaching up to grab the dagger. Stain's eyes widened as the dagger began to crack and eventually turned to dust. Stain jumped back, allowing Shigaraki to stand and brush himself off. "But Hero Hunter, you have potential with us. The League aims to eliminate all heroes and create our own society with our own rules. Even your apprentice would be forgiven for what happened at USJ. We would welcome him with open arms," Shigaraki grinned. "Thanks, but we'll pass on the offer," Garou finally spoke up. You'll come around eventually," Shigaraki said, motioning to Kurogiri. The mist nodded and raised his arm, creating a portal for the three to leave. Izuku walked through the fog and found himself back on the roof next to Garou and Stain. "Well, Garou, it looks like this is where we part ways," Stain said, looking at the other two. "So it is," Garou replied as Stain ran and leaped from the roof, disappearing into the horizon. "Well, kid, we should probably split up too so we're not recognized together." "Alright, what are you going to do?" "I'll probably go off and hunt some heroes. I know Endeavor has an agency around here, so I'll pick off a couple of his sidekicks. Who knows, maybe I'll get to take on the raging BSTRD himself. What about you, kid?" "I think some of my classmates are interning in the city, so I'll try to meet up with one of them." "Sounds good, kid. See you at the park," Garou said as he jumped off the roof, leaving Izuku by himself. Izuku eventually made his way down from the roof and onto the street below. Surprisingly, the day had flown by, and it was already nighttime. He walked for about 20 minutes before seeing a bright flash come from a dark alley. He ran over and made his way down the alley to see what all the commotion was about. When he could finally see the outlines of figures in front of him, he climbed up to the roofs of the surrounding buildings to get a better look at the action below. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight in front of him. Standing above a battered pro-hero was the same man he had just met earlier in the day, the hero killer Stain. And standing adjacent to him was none other than his classmate Ida. "Oh no," Izuku mumbled under his breath as the killer approached Ida, causing him to freeze in place. With one swift motion, he drew his sword and raised it over Ilda's head. Izuku was in a panic, torn between saving Ilda and confronting Stain. What should he do? The weight of his decision loomed over him, knowing it would change the course of the night. As Stain began his downward strike, Izuku moved faster than he ever had before. He leaped into the air and kicked Stain, sending him flying backward. "Well, I'll be d'med. It looks like the ties are now severed. May the best man win, Midoriya." Stain shouted as he hurled a knife toward Izuku's head. Izuku caught the blade, only to find Stain right in his face. Stain swung his sword at Izuku's neck, but the young hero dodged and retaliated with a punch aimed at Stain's head. Stain blocked the blow effortlessly and slid back about 10 feet. "You must have forgotten something, punk. I've studied your style for over 10 years. I know every combo, parry, and strike. I can see them coming." "Great," Izuku muttered. "Midoriya, look out." Ilda screamed as the hero killer charged at them. Izuku felt his body move instinctively. His feet propelled him toward Stain, and he jumped head-on. Stain brought his sword down, but Izuku evaded, striking Stain in the face mid-air. "What was that?" Stain yelled, furious. Izuku looked at his hands, astonished by his own speed. He had never felt so light and agile. Determined, he charged at the furious villain. The two exchanged blows, blocking and dodging until Izuku landed a solid hit to Stain's face, causing a streak of red to follow his hand. He stepped back, a smirk forming on his face. "Oh, you're in for it now, Stain." Stain's body flew through the air, crashing to the ground about 20 feet away from Izuku. "I really hate you, punk. Your new form is annoying," Stain grumbled, standing up and wiping blood from his face. "Hey, it's not my fault you're a lousy vigilante," Izuku shot back with a grin. The hero killer charged again, throwing several knives at Izuku. He parried each one down into the ground, only to look up and see Stain hurling his entire sword at him. Izuku ducked to the side but was too slow, receiving a cut across his cheek. Stain then pulled what looked like bombs from under his shirt, igniting them with a flick of his fingers. "Catch!" Stain shouted as he tossed the bombs toward Izuku. The explosives landed in front of him and detonated moments later, filling the alleyway with smoke and obscuring Izuku's vision. "Smoke bombs, punk. Let's see how good you are now," Stain's voice echoed around him. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on his other senses. He felt something rushing toward him and dodged just in time, sensing the same presence behind him. He leaped into the air to avoid the impending danger. As he descended, a sharp pain shot through his leg. Looking down, he saw Stain had landed a deep cut across his thigh. Izuku stumbled, watching as Stain lifted his sword to strike down at him. Suddenly, a massive roar echoed through the alley. Izuku glanced up to see a bright light cutting through the smoke. It was Ilda, flying toward them at full speed. Ilda's foot collided with Stain's chest, pushing him back and clearing most of the smoke. "Midoriya, how does the hero killer know you?" Ilda asked, helping Izuku to his feet. "I don't know, Ilda. Maybe from the sports festival, but that's not important right now. We have to stop him before he kills someone." Izuku replied urgently. "Right?" Ilda nodded. "I'll go high, you go low," Izuku instructed. The engine quirk user nodded in agreement, and they both charged toward the hero killer. Izuku jumped into the air to block Stain's escape, while Ilda slid in to take him down. As Stain fell, Izuku landed on top of him, placing one foot on Stain's lower back and the other between his shoulder blades. With all his strength, Izuku pushed down, slamming the hero killer into the concrete below. He jumped off and checked for a pulse, relieved to find a slow heartbeat. "Midoriya, we should tie him up before he regains consciousness," Ilda suggested, appearing at Izuku's side. "You're right. Do you have anything we can use?" Izuku asked. Ilda nodded and handed Izuku a couple of zip ties he kept in his belt. Izuku quickly secured Stain's arms and legs to ensure he couldn't escape easily. "Grab the pro and let's go," Izuku called. The two dragged the unconscious men until they reached the streets. They propped Stain and the hero against one of the buildings while Ilda called for backup. Just as Ilda finished his phone call, a loud bang echoed nearby, followed by another, and then suddenly, one of the building walls exploded, revealing a large black Nomu. The creature scanned the street, stopping when it faced the two students. "Ilda, get behind me!" Izuku yelled. The Nomu let out a terrifying scream and charged at Izuku. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Todoroki and Endeavor appear in the hole the Nomu had created. They must have been chasing it, Izuku thought. The creature closed the distance between them, and Izuku knew he didn't have the strength to take it on directly. Everything slowed down for him as he watched Endeavor raise his arm, creating what looked like a spear of fire. Does that idiot think a measly fire blast can take this thing down? Even Kaminari is smarter than that. The Nomu leaped into the air as the spear left Endeavor's hand. The creature charged toward Izuku and Ilda, and Izuku quickly thought of the best course of action. As the Nomu came within range, he mimicked the motions he had seen Bomb perform on the training dummy. He moved his hands over his chest, creating a flowing red circle around him. The beast's expression shifted from anger to complete surprise as its body separated into three distinct parts. Endeavor's spear, intended for the Nomu's spine, continued through the air, heading straight for Izuku. He had no time to react, and pain shot through his body as the projectile struck his left shoulder. "Du!" Todoroki shouted, watching his friend collapse to the ground, pain evident in his eyes. That was the last thing Izuku remembered before everything faded to black. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, met by a blinding light. "Where am I?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "You're in the hospital," a voice replied. Izuku turned to see Todoroki sitting beside his bed. "What's up, Todoroki? How's Ilda?" "He's actually right next to you." "Hello, Midoriya, I am over here," Ilda called from his own hospital bed, his arms heavily bandaged. "Oh no, are you okay, Ilda?" "Midoriya, please watch your language. We must act with the utmost respect in a hospital. But I'm doing okay. I have some nerve damage in my arm from where the hero killer got me a couple of times, but it's nothing too serious. Is there anything I can get you, Midoriya?" Todoroki interjected. "Can you explain what happened?" "My father's spear was meant to hit the Nomu in its spine. But when you cut it into pieces, it went through its body and struck your shoulder," Todoroki explained, gesturing to the bandages covering Izuku's shoulder. Izuku looked down at the extensive bandaging. Todoroki, can you pass me my phone? I need to text my mom." "Sure." Todoroki handed Izuku his phone, but Izuku had something else in mind. He sent a text to an unknown contact, and within moments, a reply appeared. "Leak it." "You got it, kid." "Hey, Todoroki, can you turn on the news?" Izuku asked. "Sure." Todoroki switched on the news, revealing reports of the attacks across Hosu. The highlights focused on Endeavor's entire roster of sidekicks being incapacitated throughout the city by the hero hunter. They also discussed how an unknown assailant had taken down the hero killer. Izuku felt frustrated that he and Ilda weren't receiving any recognition since they weren't full-fledged heroes. They deserved credit for taking a villain off the streets. The TV jolted Izuku from his thoughts as it blared loudly. He glanced up, and his heart sank at what he saw. A picture of the number 2 hero filled the screen, and it didn't look good for him. "Breaking news. We interrupt your program with shocking news regarding our number 2 hero. An audio file has been leaked, purportedly a conversation between the hero and his son. In this conversation, Endeavor reveals he only married his wife to produce a child with a powerful quirk and threatens his own son, stating he will make his son's life worse than his mother's. Further investigation has uncovered that around 10 years ago, Endeavor checked his wife into a mental hospital without valid reason and bribed staff to keep her from leaving. We also have another video from an anonymous source recorded tonight. Viewer discretion is advised." Izuku watched as the TV displayed a recording of him in Hosu that night, capturing everything from the moment the Nomu burst through the wall to Endeavor's spears striking him. As you can see, folks, the number 2 hero's reckless actions led to a minor being hospitalized. That's all the information we have for now, but stay tuned for more breaking news. Ilda and Izuku exchanged glances with Todoroki, who was staring at the floor. "Todoroki, are you?" But Izuku didn't finish his sentence. Todoroki abruptly stood up and stormed out of the room, leaving Ilda and Izuku alone. "It's okay, Midoriya. He must be going through a lot right now, and as his friends, we will help him get through it," Ilda reassured. "Yeah, you're right," Izuku mumbled. The night ended with Izuku and Ilda finally being discharged from the hospital. As they stepped outside, they said their goodbyes and began to part ways when a dog-like man approached them. "I'll get straight to the point. My name is Kenji Tsuragami, and I'm the chief of police in Hosu. You both caused a lot of trouble tonight, but I also want to thank you for your actions. The hero killer was a threat that needed to be dealt with, and I am grateful. However, you two crossed the line. Neither of you has your hero licenses yet, meaning you shouldn't be using your quirks. You're very lucky that I was able to keep you from being charged for your actions," the man explained. "I'm very sorry, sir, for my actions. I will make sure to follow what it means to be a hero," Ilda replied, bowing respectfully. Izuku looked up at the man, meeting his gaze. "I did nothing wrong. I don't have a quirk, so I didn't break any laws. I only defended myself with my own natural abilities. The Nomu are bioengineered creatures made from deceased humans, given new life. What you did tonight could be classified as murder, something far worse than unlicensed quirk usage. I must be going now. Please get home safely," the police chief replied as he walked past them. Izuku stared down at the ground, feeling a heavy weight in his chest. He had taken a life, something Garou had warned him never to do. Midoriya, please do not listen to the police chief. He may be a very smart man, but he was incorrect in his statement. You saved many lives tonight, and he said the Nomu was already dead. So it scientifically cannot be considered murder, Ilda explained. Thanks, Ilda, but I need some time alone if you don't mind. I understand, Midoriya. I'll see you at school next week. Yeah, see you too, Ilda. The two parted ways, with Ilda's family arriving to pick him up while Izuku headed to catch a train. Once he got off the train and made his way home, he decided to clear his head by walking through the park where he and Garou first met. He found a bench, sat down, and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, he felt the bench shift as someone else sat down. How are you holding up, kid? Garou asked. I've been better. I feel terrible. Yeah, you took a nasty hit today. That's not what I meant, Garou. I took a life tonight. Those Nomu creatures are living bioengineered beings made from deceased individuals. Izuku shouted. Garou looked at him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Listen to yourself, kid. You didn't kill a living person, you took down a creature that was already dead. It's practically the same as dealing with a zombie. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Garou reassured him. I just don't know, Garou. What if I eventually cross that line? Izuku asked, tears welling in his eyes. When I first met you, I saw a lot of myself in you. But you never had that same malicious look in your eyes. You're better than me, and that's one of the reasons I taught you. I know you'll be tempted to cross that line someday, but I believe you're stronger than I am and won't give in to the pressure. Do you mean it, Garou? I hate you sometimes, Izuku said with a laugh as he wiped the tears from his eyes. I know, kid, Garou replied with a grin. Now go home and get some rest. Nothing significant happened for Izuku in the following days. His internship had ended, and all he had to look forward to was training with Garou and school. Eventually, Izuku returned to school. As he walked into class, all eyes turned to him. Hey, Deku, how was your internship? Uraraka asked. It wasn't what I expected, but I learned a lot, Izuku replied. How's your shoulder? She questioned. Did everyone see that video? Izuku exclaimed, flailing his arms. More or less, Uraraka said, trying to comfort him. As Izuku began to respond, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Todoroki giving him a serious look. Outside after class, Todoroki said quietly. Izuku slowly turned and was met by Uraraka, who wore a similar expression. Great. The day dragged on for Izuku. He was so anxious about what would happen with Todoroki that he couldn't focus at all during class. When the final bell rang, everyone filed out of the room, but Izuku remained in his seat. He didn't want his classmates to witness what was about to unfold. Hey, Deku, are you going to walk with us today? Uraraka asked as she approached his desk. Sorry, I can't today, but I will tomorrow, Izuku replied with a forced smile. Uraraka frowned at the sight. She hated seeing him sad. Hey, Deku, you know you can talk to me, right? Uraraka said sincerely. I know. It's just that you heard what Todoroki said earlier, and I don't want anyone around for what's about to happen. It's not going to be a pleasant conversation, Izuku explained. You're a good person, Deku. Whatever happens, I know you'll make the right decision, Uraraka said with a genuine smile. Thanks, Uraraka. Call me Ochako. Izuku smiled as she turned to leave. He followed soon after, making his way toward the main exit. As he pushed through the doors, he spotted Todoroki standing in the middle of the path. Todoroki, Izuku called. Follow me, Todoroki said, his tone low. Izuku followed him across the courtyard until they reached a corner of the school. Todoroki turned sharply, and as Izuku followed suit, Todoroki grabbed his shirt and pushed him against the wall. What the hell, Todoroki? Izuku yelled. Why did you do it? Todoroki asked quietly. What do you mean? I know you were the one who recorded that video. Todoroki shouted. You were the only person in the hallway during the sports festival. It couldn't have been anyone else, Todoroki stated angrily. Todoroki, I have no idea Bullshit, Midoriya. Why else would you help me during the battle? You heard the conversation and forced me to use my left. Todoroki yelled, tightening his grip on Izuku. Shoto, please, don't call me that. Fine, Todoroki. What do you want me to say? I was the one who recorded and leaked the information. Sure, it was me. But I don't regret it for a second, Izuku said, staring into Todoroki's cold eyes. Why? Todoroki asked, his voice shaking. Because your father needed to be held accountable for his actions. People need to see what kind of person he really is, and it's not a hero. Before our match at the sports festival, I stood up for you against your father, and as a result, he threatened me. After what happened at Hosu, I couldn't tell if he was aiming for me or that Nomu, Izuku explained. Did you ever stop to think about what would happen to me? Todoroki asked. You're a strong person, Todoroki. I knew this would affect you, but you're strong enough to get through it, Izuku said, feeling the grip on his shirt loosen. We're all here for you, Todoroki, Izuku said, placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. But as soon as he did, the grip on his shirt tightened again. Izuku met Todoroki's gaze, seeing the anger boiling within him. Todoroki raised his left arm, and a concentrated ball of fire formed in his palm. He brought it down toward Izuku's head, but Izuku reacted quickly, raising his arm to redirect the blast upwards, sending a massive fireball into the sky. Seizing the moment, Izuku charged forward and knocked his head into Todoroki, sending him sprawling to the ground. Izuku looked down at his classmate, who was wiping blood from his nose. Look, Todoroki, you can be mad at me all you want. But deep down, I hope you understand why I did what I did. I'm sorry, but it will get better. I promise, Izuku said, extending his hand. Todoroki looked at Izuku's hand before accepting the gesture. Todoroki got up from the ground and brushed the dirt off his pants and shirt. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I'm just not used to having people I can turn to in my life, Todoroki explained. Hey, I should be the one apologizing. I did just break your nose, Midoriya replied. Don't worry about it. I'll head to the infirmary and get it fixed. They said their goodbyes, with Todoroki going to the infirmary and Izuku heading home. The next day, Aizawa addressed the class. As you know, we have had a long and somewhat stressful year, but it has helped you all grow tremendously. Now that our internships are behind us, we are ready to move on to final exams. What? The class exclaimed in unison. You have 1 week until the written exam. The day after will be the practical exam. Those who pass both will be allowed to participate in our summer training program. Those who do not pass will fall behind and will have trouble catching up. That is all. Class dismissed, Aizawa said as he exited the room. Oh my God, I am not ready for exams. Mina pouted, slamming her head on her desk. Honestly, I don't know if I'll be able to pass, Kaminari expressed. If you guys want, I may be able to help you with your studies. But I won't be much help for the practical exam, Yaoyorozu chimed in. I may not be one of those two, but can I join too? Jiro asked. Me too. Hagakure cheered. I would also benefit from some extra help, Ojiro said shyly. Momo's eyes lit up at everyone asking her for help. Yes. I can help all of you. I first need to ask my mother to open the hall and prepare everything for us. What types of teas do you all like? Yaoyorozu babbled. Her classmates watched her enthusiasm, deciding not to interrupt her happiness. Sounds good, Yaomomo, Kaminari said with a thumbs up. As the group set up their study plans, another conversation began in the classroom. Looks like everyone's going to try their hardest. What about you, Baku bro? Kirishima asked. I'll take you down if you think any of them will score better than me, Bakugo growled. Well, maybe they will. I might actually ask Yaoyorozu for some help studying, Kirishima said with a grin. You think she can teach better than me? I'll beat the information into your thick skull. Bakugo exploded. I count on it, Baku bro. The next week flew by for Class 1A. Each day, the students worked hard to prepare for the challenges ahead. Finally, the day arrived. The written exams went well for Izuku. Overall, he thought he scored in the top 5 of the class. However, the practical exams worried him. He had heard many rumors about what to expect. Some said there would be robots like in the entrance exams, while others suggested a competition among the class, but you could never be too sure with UA. Class 1A, make your way to Training Site 3, the speaker announced. The boys exited the changing rooms and met up with the girls on their way to the training site. Izuku could see the anxiousness on everyone's faces, except for Todoroki's and Bakugo's, who both wore serious expressions. As the class approached their destination, Izuku could make out the outlines of several teachers, and soon he could see them all clearly. "Oh my god, I can't wait to take down some robots." Mina cheered. "Same. It's going to be a breeze," Kaminari added. The class continued making comments until they fell silent in front of the teachers. "Mr. Aizawa, may I ask why all of our teachers are here for our exams?" Ida inquired. "This year, we have decided to take a different approach for the practical exam. In previous years, we had a simple robot exam, but due to villains becoming stronger, we've chosen to make this year's exam a bit more challenging." "What do you mean by more difficult?" Shiro asked nervously. "Echnich," Aizawa smirked. In the blink of an eye, he threw his binding cloth forward and captured Todoroki. The half-and-half user struggled before being yanked in front of Aizawa. "This year, you will be facing us teachers in teams of 2. And you, Mr. Todoroki, will be going against me with Yaoyorozu," Aizawa stated as he tightened his grip. "To make it fair, us teachers will be wearing special weights that add about half of our body weight. This should balance the fight," Midnight added. "And now for the teams. First, we have Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos," Present Mike announced. He continued to list the other groups, but as each team was assigned, Izuku waited anxiously for his. "And lastly, we have Bakugo and Midoriya." As Present Mike announced the final group, everyone's eyes turned to the two. They all knew that Bakugo and Izuku had a complicated relationship, making their exam even more challenging. Versus. Suddenly, a voice boomed from above. Everyone looked up to see a figure rocketing toward them at high speed. Izuku squinted to see who it was, and then it clicked. "Oh," Izuku muttered under his breath. The figure landed in the crowd, creating a massive gust of wind and a cloud of dust. Izuku stared into the haze until a single piercing blue eye met his. "Me!" All Might exclaimed as he waved his hand, dispersing the dust. The class looked at their teacher in awe. They knew Izuku and Bakugo were likely the two strongest in the class, but in the end, All Might outpowered them both. "You will play the roles of heroes while we will be the villains. You can win in 2 ways, either by capturing us with HNDCFFS or by making it through the escape gate. Team 1, you start in 15 minutes, Ectoplasm stated. The class was shown to a watch room where they could watch the fights of their classmates or wait in an empty room with some tables. Izuku considered going to talk to Bakugo about strategy, but when he looked around for his explosive friend, he was nowhere to be seen. DMN. "What was that, Deku?" Uraraka asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just looking for Kaken," Izuku replied. "I think I saw him leave once we got here. But I could be wrong," Uraraka said. "You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm sure Kaken and I will do fine." "Are you sure?" "He is the #1 hero for a reason, Deku," Uraraka reasoned. "Positive," Izuku replied with a smile. But deep down that smile felt forced. Izuku understood just how powerful All Might was. Even Garou had admitted he would struggle against him, especially with Kaken in the mix. It made the whole situation even more daunting. The matches continued throughout the day, and Izuku was pleasantly surprised by how well his classmates performed. He watched nearly every fight, hoping to learn more about their fighting styles. It didn't take long for him to realize that many of them didn't have a distinct style. Instead, they adapted their movements around their quirks. "Too easy," Izuku muttered to himself. As the matches progressed, most of the class advanced, though a few groups fell short. When the second-to-last match concluded, Izuku heard his group being called to the starting line. As he left the watchroom, he noticed Bakugo already at the starting line, stretching. "You ready, Kaken?" Izuku asked, breaking the silence. "Get in my way, and I'll make you regret it, Deku. I could handle this whole thing by myself if I wanted to," Bakugo replied, his voice laced with anger. Izuku rolled his eyes at Bakugo's remark and began to stretch himself. Just as he finished, he heard a loud creaking noise and looked up to see the large gate opening in front of him. He quickly scanned the area and realized their exam setting resembled a typical city, which he found reassuring. Start. The two students stepped into the city as the doors closed behind them. They walked in silence for a moment until Izuku spoke up. What's your plan? Are you going to fight him head-on? You know you can't beat him, Kaken. We should avoid a fight and find a way around. Shut up, Dad. There's no way in hell I'm doing that. I'm going to handle this my way, and if you don't agree, then stay back and don't interfere. Bakugo didn't get to finish his statement. The ground began to shake, and a loud rumble echoed through the air. Izuku looked down the street and saw a massive shockwave heading toward them. He quickly dug his hands into the ground and held on tightly. The wave slammed into him, trying to pull him away, but Izuku braced himself. He glanced over at Bakugo, who was thrown backward until he crashed into a street pole. Izuku released his grip on the ground and surveyed the damage around them. Holy cow! The entire street ahead was devastated. Buildings had lost their walls, the ground was upheaved, and cars had vanished. Izuku sensed something was off. He could feel it. He quickly pushed himself off the ground and jumped back just as All Might's fist crashed down where he had been standing. The large hero stood tall, staring down at the two students. Who cares about destroying the city? If you think of this as an exam, you'll regret it. I am a villain, heroes. Come at me with everything you've got. Stun grenade. Bakugo shouted, temporarily blinding All Might. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself forward, attempting to strike the hero, but fell short when All Might caught his face, halting him in his tracks. Bakugo didn't relent, continuing to unleash small explosions at All Might until the hero effortlessly lifted him up and slammed him back down onto the ground. Izuku watched as All Might shifted his attention from Bakugo to him. Oh! Izuku felt All Might's presence change and quickly ducked as the hero's arm narrowly passed over him. He grabbed onto All Might's arm and jumped, trying to dislocate his shoulder, but was taken aback when All Might's arm remained steady. Izuku lost his grip and was flung through the air, quickly rotating his body to land safely on his feet and skidding back across the ground. Nice try, young Midoriya, but you won't be able to break my arm so easily, All Might boomed. Get lost, All Might! Bakugo yelled as he appeared behind the hero. Izuku watched as Bakugo extended both arms, preparing to unleash a massive explosion. Izuku quickly jumped out of the way but noticed something unusual. Bakugo's arms were glowing. Did his quirk manifest, or is that just sweat? Izuku wondered. A loud bang echoed all the way to the watchroom. Class 1A watched as their two strongest classmates struggled against the number one hero. Then, as Bakugo unleashed his explosion, everyone felt the ground shake, and the screens went dark. What happened to the screen? Uraraka asked. Looks like the blast took out our cameras. All we can do now is wait, Recovery Girl responded. Izuku looked around, surrounded by smoke and dust. After a few moments, the haze began to clear, revealing All Might standing in the middle of the devastated street. Not bad, young Bakugo, but you'll have to try harder than 10%. All Might shouted as he charged at the blonde. Bakugo, still in shock, failed to react as All Might's fist connected with his gut. Oof! Bakugo gasped, sent flying into the sky until he crashed through the wall of a building. Izuku seized the opportunity to charge. At All Might, throwing a powerful jab into the hero's chest. Ah! Izuku yelled, jumping back and clutching his hand. He looked down to see his knuckles misaligned. Ha! I like the effort, Midoriya, but my body is stronger than you think. All Might exclaimed as he charged at Izuku. Izuku quickly leaped into the air, but All Might was faster. The hero grabbed Izuku's leg just as Bakugo soared back toward them. All Might sidestepped, avoiding Bakugo's attack, and swung Izuku's body like a weapon, crashing them both into the ground. All Might bent down, lifting Bakugo by the collar until they were eye to eye. Young Bakugo, you must learn to cooperate with your classmates, or you will face significant challenges in becoming the number one hero, All Might said in a low tone. I'd rather lose than work with that demon Deku, Bakugo coughed out. Don't regret this, All Might replied, raising his arm to deliver the final blow. But just before he made contact with Bakugo's face, another fist struck him first. All Might saw was a blue stream, and Bakugo slipped from his grip. He glanced toward Izuku, who quickly dashed forward and hoisted Bakugo over his shoulder before darting into an alleyway. Izuku ran down the alley, stopping to examine one of the building walls in front of him. He used his whirlwind iron cutting fist to create a large enough hole for both himself and Bakugo to fit through. He continued this until they were several buildings away from All Might, but then he was suddenly knocked to the ground. What the heck, Kaken? Don't carry me, you useless idiot. Useless idiot? I just saved you, Kaken. The least you could do is not hit me. Bakugo scoffed at Izuku's comment, knowing deep down that Izuku was right, though he would never admit it. So what now? Bakugo asked. I don't see us beating him head-on. If one of us could distract him, maybe the other could slip through the escape gate, Izuku explained. That won't work, but whatever. All Might ran around the city, trying to find the two students, but had no luck until one jumped out from behind a corner. Back here, All Might! Bakugo yelled. All Might turned around to find the blonde smirking at him, but he didn't realize the red-haired student was behind him. Bakugo quickly propelled himself upward as Izuku pulled the pin on the gauntlet Bakugo had given him earlier. A massive explosion erupted from the gauntlet, sending All Might down the street but not without causing some damage. Izuku felt his shoulder pop out of its socket from the force of the blast. Run, you darned you! Bakugo yelled as he started propelling himself toward the escape gate. Izuku nodded and followed. The two could see the outline of the escape gate without any further encounters with All Might. Once he shows up again, I'll blast him with mine, and then we can make it through, Bakugo yelled to Izuku. But what will you do after that, young Bakugo? All Might called out as he appeared between the two. Bakugo swung at the hero, but All Might was faster and punched through Bakugo's hit, striking directly on Bakugo's gauntlet and breaking the device on impact. Detroit Smash! All Might yelled as he punched the ground, completely leveling the area. Izuku was sent flying back until he slammed into a piece of street that was jutting out of the ground. He quickly pushed himself up and decided to reset his shoulder. Izuku let out as he popped his shoulder back into place. He spun his arm around a couple of times before deciding he was okay and then ran toward where he had just been to see All Might standing over Bakugo. Young Bakugo, you put up quite the fight, but you have fallen just short. But do not worry, in time, you will master what you need to. What does that mean? Master what I need to? And what did All Might mean by 10%? Izuku got closer to see Bakugo was fuming. He slowly turned his palm to face the sky as it began to glow brighter and brighter. Smash! Bakugo yelled as his entire arm radiated light until a colossal explosion erupted. Izuku dug his feet into the ground to stop himself from being sent backward. He looked up to see their teacher flying through the sky, and for a moment, Izuku thought it was over. That was until he saw All Might punch the sky and rocket himself backward toward the ground. He landed right in front of the escape gate and glared at Izuku. You have to get past me if you want to win, heroes. Izuku glanced over at Bakugo and saw he wasn't in any condition to keep fighting. His entire right arm was a nasty shade of purple from the explosion he had just unleashed. Izuku looked back up at All Might with a look of defeat. You have already given up, young Midoriya. Just let this battle end and save yourself the pain, All Might reasoned. Izuku went to speak but stopped when he heard a voice in the back of his head. Come on, kid. I didn't teach you to be a quitter. I taught you to tear down anyone that tries to stand in your way, and All Might is no exception. Push through it, kid. I know you can do it. Show them what it really means to be quirkless. A smile crept onto Izuku's face as he realized what he had to do. He threw off his shirt and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and let go of everything. The only thing that mattered was winning. He opened his eyes and met All Might's gaze. All Might stared at the kid in front of him, thinking, what are you planning, young Midoriya? But before All Might could react, the red-haired kid was in his face. Izuku swung with his right, causing All Might to duck, but Izuku had anticipated this. He quickly raised his leg and struck All Might's face, sending him flying back. Izuku didn't let the hero rest as he charged full speed at him and unleashed a flurry of attacks. All Might raised his arms in a blocking motion as Izuku continued to strike. What's gotten into this kid? He's even stronger than before. Bakugo slowly raised his head to watch the fight, but all he could see was All Might being overwhelmed by a whirlwind of blue light. He couldn't even see Izuku through it. Izuku aimed a kick at All Might's right cheek but was stopped when the hero caught his leg. "I won't fall for that again," Izuku yelled as he jumped, using his free leg to propel himself into the air. He attacked All Might's left side relentlessly until his fist collided with All Might's lower stomach. "OF," the hero let out as he dropped Izuku to grab onto his weak point. Did he know that was my weak point? Or was that all luck? Izuku didn't stop to think as he jumped into the sky, rotating his body. He picked up speed until he became a tornado of blue. He then released everything he had with a massive kick that connected with All Might's head. The pro hero was sent flying back, crashing through a wall of a building with such force that the structure began to collapse. Izuku stood back up and walked over to Bakugo. He grabbed him by his collar and spun around before launching him into the air. The blonde soared through the sky before passing right through the escape gate, ending the exam. Team Bakugo and Midoriya pass. That was the last thing Izuku heard before his world went black due to exhaustion. Izuku woke up and looked around. He saw he was back in the infirmary. On the other side of the room lay Bakugo, unconscious. Izuku was familiar with the routine by now, so he pressed the button to call for assistance. A few minutes later, the door opened, revealing Recovery Girl. "How bad am I?" Izuku asked. "Oh, you're not that bad. We just had to hook you up to N4 for a little while, and you'll be fine. Your friend, on the other hand, isn't doing so well. He has a mild concussion and a broken arm. He also overused his quirk, so he'll experience some pain whenever he uses it for the next couple of weeks." So what you're saying is I'm good to be discharged?" he questioned. Recovery Girl let out a sigh and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Yes, you are," she said as Izuku hopped out of bed and made his way to the door. "Thank you," he called out as he sprinted down the hallway. He burst through the doors and dashed toward the park by his house, hoping to catch up with Garou. He arrived just in time to see Garou leaving the park. "Hey kid, how's it going?" Garou asked, ruffling Izuku's red hair. "Pretty good. I passed my exams with flying colors." "Of course you did, kid. You're a nerd," Garou laughed. Yeah, whatever. So who's the lucky target tonight?" Izuku inquired. "He's actually one of your teachers, if I'm not mistaken. Present Mike usually hangs out at one of the local bars around midnight, so I think I'll catch up with him on his way home," Garou explained. "You've got that in the bag. During our exams, he was taken out by 2 of the weakest students in the class," Izuku said. "Perfect, kid. But we need to talk about something important. With the amount of attention we're both getting, it's only a matter of time before the connection is made." "I don't know, Garou. I don't think anyone has a clue. We even have our summer training camp coming up." "They have no idea," Izuku said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Don't be so naive, kid. If you act like that, they're going to catch you off guard. Keep your guard up at all times and remember why you're there in the first place. You're there to tear down the future heroes, not to be friends with them," Garou said, flicking Izuku's forehead. "I'm going to follow you when you go on your summer camp or whatever it is, and when the time is right, we'll strike. UA is already losing credibility with what happened at USJ, and once the news finds out one of the hero hunters infiltrated their ranks, it'll speed up their downward spiral." "Yeah, you're right," Izuku said quietly, kicking a rock on the ground. "It'll be okay, kid. Just remember why we're doing this," Garou said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Now come on. We'll relax a bit before I need to get to work." "Yeah, work?" Izuku laughed, making air quotes with his fingers. The two left the park and made their way downtown, stopping at a ramen shop for dinner. After getting their food, they slipped into an alleyway and climbed up to the rooftops to sit down. "You know, kid, I get that it must be hard to act like a hero and have people care about you. But just remember what would have happened if you never had power in the first place. It would go back to how it was in middle school, constant bullying and hating everything. By the time we're done, quirkless people won't have to deal with what we had to, Garou said as he settled down. I know, Garou. It's just hard because I do care about some of them. They all like me for being me, and I met the nicest girl. Whoa, kid, a girl? Be careful with that. Girls can be trouble, and on top of that, she's a hero too. I wouldn't pursue that. It might come back to bite you. Yeah, I guess, Izuku whispered. The two sat in silence for the rest of the night until Izuku finally decided to leave. He said his goodbyes and made his way down to the streets. After a short walk, he arrived home. Quietly opening the door, he found his mother at the kitchen table. Hi, Mom, Izuku spoke up. Izuku, honey, you're okay? Inko exclaimed, enveloping Izuku in a tight hug. I heard what happened during your exams. Are you sure you're all right? Inko asked, concern etched on her face. Of course I am, Mom. It was just a couple of scratches here and there, Izuku said with a smile. Oh, all right, honey. I just want you to be safe. I know, Mom. I'm pretty tired, so I'm going to head to bed. All right, dear. I love you. Love you too, Mom, Izuku replied as he shut his door. He leaned against it, sliding down until he sat on the ground, pulling his knees up to his face as he tried to resolve the conflicts in his mind. She can't know. It would destroy her to know what I've become. Or maybe she'll understand. But what if she doesn't? Taking a deep breath, Izuku made his way to bed. He would figure out that situation later, but for now, all he needed was some sleep. All right, class, settle down. With final exams finishing up, we are now ready to prepare for the summer training camp, Aizawa announced to his class. Oh man, I was really looking forward to going, Mina pouted. Same. Make sure you guys have a great time for me, Kirishima chimed in. Quiet down. As a handful of you actually failed your exams, UA has made the executive decision to still allow you to attend the camp. They believe that with the increased crime rate, we need all the heroes we can get. To be honest, I could care less if you came or not, but oh well, I'm stuck with you now. We'll leave within the next couple of days, so be packed and ready when the call is given. Class dismissed, Aizawa said as he started zipping up his sleeping bag. Let's go! Kaminari yelled as Siro patted him on the back. Looks like we're all going to get to have a good summer break, Siro said with a grin. Hey, does anyone want to go to the mall since we got out of class early? Hagakure asked. I was actually thinking the same thing. I need to get some better weights if we're going to be gone for a while, Kirishima said. All right, it's settled. We're all going to the mall. Uraraka cheered, rallying the rest of the class. As everyone made their way out the door, Kirishima stayed behind, glancing at his blonde-haired friend still seated. You coming, Bakubro? Absolutely not. I'm going to get some more training in, Bakugo scoffed, standing up and brushing past Kirishima. Kirishima watched as his friend left the classroom, heading toward the teacher's lounge. Huh, that's odd, Kirishima muttered to himself before realizing he was falling behind and hurried to catch up with the rest of his class. Class 1A walked through the gates leading to the mall, and Izuku was taken aback by its size. It had 3 stories, each lined with different shops. As everyone began to break off into smaller groups, Izuku turned around to find himself alone with just Uraraka. Hey, Deku, do you want to shop together? Uraraka asked. You really want to shop alone with me? Izuku replied, his face turning bright red. Uraraka realized how that sounded, and her face flushed as well. Oh, never mind. I actually told Mina I would meet up with her. So I have to go, she exclaimed, rushing away from Izuku and leaving him by himself. Izuku took a deep breath, watching her run off. I knew she didn't like me, he said quietly. Hey, aren't you one of those UA students? A man called out from behind Izuku. Izuku turned around but couldn't pinpoint the source of the voice. Yeah, I know I'm right. You're the quirkless kid. You did a heck of a job out there, the voice continued. Izuku kept scanning the area, feeling uneasy as a man in a hoodie approached him. What are you doing? Get your hands off me. Izuku hissed as the man threw an arm over his shoulder. Be careful with what you do. You wouldn't want to cause a scene, would you? The man whispered, his hand brushing against Izuku's neck. Kirishima caught a glimpse of the man holding Izuku and recognized him. Shigaraki, Izuku said in a low tone. Bingo! You know I could easily take you down right now. So get your hands off me, Izuku growled. I know you could probably escape, but it's just a precaution. The real threat is what would happen if you tried. I've got 5 Nomu ready to be unleashed at any moment, so if you care about these innocent people, you'll come have a chat with me, Shigaraki explained. Fine, let's get this over with, Izuku replied as Shigaraki led him to a nearby bench. So tell me, how's it being the great infiltrator of UA? Shigaraki asked. What do you want me to say? It's all hearts and rainbows? Because it sure isn't. It's a pain knowing I'll have to turn on them all someday, Izuku said, frustration evident in his voice. Well, what if I could prevent that from happening for a while? Shigaraki teased. What do you mean? Izuku asked, intrigued. Think about it. You stay at UA and just relay information to the league. You would get to stay there for as long as possible before getting caught. And if you do your job right, that won't be for some time. Izuku laughed, shaking his head. No way. That's practically what I'm already doing, but instead of being free, I'd be stuck on your side. Me and the hero hunter aren't on anyone's side. So don't bother trying to recruit me or him, he said coldly. We'll see about that, Midoriya. When the time comes, you'll need to depend on us, and when that happens, you better be ready to join our ranks. Uraraka wandered the mall alone for a bit, contemplating her decision to leave Deku by himself. Did I mess up? Should I have stayed with him? I really did mess up. Looking at her watch, she realized she still had some time before the class was supposed to meet back up. Determined to find Izuku, she rushed down to the first floor, scanning the area for his bright red hair. Got you, she said to herself as she spotted Izuku in the crowd and made her way over. Uraraka pushed through the throngs of people to get closer to him. But as she approached, she noticed he was already talking with someone. Well, there's no harm in meeting one of Izuku's friends, right? She thought. Deku, Uraraka called out. The two on the bench tensed at her sudden intrusion. Izuku's eyes met hers, filled with anger and worry, and her heart sank as she shifted her gaze to the other man. A friend? No, Uraraka thought. Get your hands off him, she said quietly. Ochako, just get back and leave, please. Izuku shouted, but before he could react, the blue-haired man released his hold. Hey, I didn't know you brought a friend along. I'll be on my way then, Shigaraki said with a smile, standing up. Follow me, and I'll make sure to cause as much chaos as I can. So don't try anything funny, he threatened Izuku before walking away. Wait, Shigaraki. What are you planning? Izuku yelled, stopping the blue-haired man in his tracks, sending chills down Uraraka's spine as she realized who he was. I don't know, I guess you'll just have to wait and see. But be prepared because the next time we meet, our fates will be decided, Shigaraki replied, disappearing into the crowd. Deku, are you okay? Uraraka asked, rushing to his side. I'm fine. You got here just in time, so thanks for saving me, Izuku said, rubbing his neck. What did he mean by our fates will be decided, Deku? I don't really know, Ochako. But I'm in no hurry to find out. As the day went on, the students contacted the heroes about the encounter with the villain. Izuku shared everything about Shigaraki's threats regarding the Nomu, leading to a thorough search of the entire mall. In the end, they found nothing. Whether or not the villain was bluffing or had truly unleashed the Nomus remained a mystery, but everyone was relieved that no one was seriously hurt. After the search concluded, the students were allowed to return home. Izuku bid his friends farewell and arrived at his house just as his phone vibrated. He glanced down to see a notification from the school. Training camp tomorrow. Be at school by 6 a.m. or we leave without you. Why so early? Izuku mumbled to himself as he texted Garou. Leaving for training camp tomorrow morning. All right, kid. Make sure you take your phone, and I'll find you from there. Sounds good. Izuku tossed his phone onto his bed and followed it, falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Back at UA, the teachers sat in a conference room, waiting for the man who had called the urgent meeting to arrive. After a short while, the door opened to reveal the principal. Thank you for coming, everyone. We have much to discuss in a short amount of time. Ugh, why do we have to be up so early? Mina complained. Mina, It's very rude to criticize our superiors. You must stop at once, Ilda replied. The rest of the class murmured quietly until Izawa stepped out of the school. All right, everyone on the bus, the teacher instructed. The students filed onto the bus and took their seats next to friends. Izuku chose a window seat and rested his head against the wall, closing his eyes. A moment later, he felt the weight shift beside him, indicating someone had taken the spot next to him. He opened one eye and saw Uraraka's brown bob cut. Do you mind if I sit next to you, Deku? She asked with a smile. Not at all, Izuku replied happily. The two chatted for a bit, waiting for the bus to start. After a while, the bus finally left the school grounds and began its journey. Izuku stared out the window, watching the scenery pass by until he felt something lean against him. He turned to find Uraraka asleep, resting her head on his shoulder. Izuku's first instinct was to panic, but he quickly decided against waking her. Hey, look at you, Midoriya. Such a ladies' man, Shiro teased from behind. I know, it's so manly, Kirishima chimed in. Izuku rolled his eyes at their comments before returning his gaze to the outside, eventually drifting off to sleep. Everyone up. Izawa called loudly, waking the entire bus. The teacher exited the bus, and soon after, the students followed. Izuku looked around to see nothing but woods and another car approaching. He raised an eyebrow as the door opened, revealing 4 people. He recognized them instantly as the Wild Pussycats, a hero group specializing in mountain rescues. So this must be where the camp is, Izuku thought. As he turned his attention back to the group, they had just finished introducing themselves. So when do we start, Mr. Izawa? Jair asked. You already have, the teacher replied with a sly smile. Get to the bus. Kirishima yelled, but it was too late. One of the heroes, Pixie Bob, placed her hands on the ground, which began to glow blue. Izuku felt the ground shift beneath him and quickly slammed his foot down to stabilize himself. Unfortunately, the rest of the class wasn't so lucky. They were thrown over the cliff adjacent to the road and into the woods below. Izawa and the other pros looked at Izuku, confused as to why he hadn't been thrown over the edge. Look, I don't care how you did it, but just get down there, Izawa said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yeah, I know, Izuku replied as he walked over to the railing and hopped over it. He slid down the side of the mountain and jumped off to land where the rest of the class had fallen. What was that, Midoriya? How did you not get thrown over? Mineta asked. Izuku smirked at the purple-haired boy. You just have to pay attention. The class stared at Midoriya in awe at the feat he had just performed. However, Bakugo was fuming that Izuku had accomplished something he hadn't. Deku, Bakugo muttered to himself as he felt the ground rumble. The camp is on the other side of the forest. If you make it there by sundown, we'll have dinner waiting for you. You're also on private property, so quirks are allowed to be used, Izawa yelled from above. Why would we need our quirks? Kaminari asked nervously. The ground trembled again, and Izuku looked up into the woods. He didn't see anything at first, but suddenly a few trees snapped aside, revealing a large creature made of dirt. He's mine, Bakugo yelled, his palms glowing orange. But before he could attack, the beast had a massive hole in its head. The class saw a fading blue stream near the creature, and as it crumbled to the ground, Midoriya emerged from behind it. You've got to be quicker than that, Kaken, Izuku shouted as he ventured deeper into the forest. I'll show you quick, Udem and Deku, Bakugo yelled as he chased after him. The rest of the class exchanged glances before shrugging and following the two into the forest. 6 hours later, Izawa stood outside with the other pro heroes, waiting for his class to arrive. How long does it usually take to get through the forest? He asked. It really depends on how strong your class is. It could take anywhere from 3 to 20 hours, Mandalay explained. Izawa nodded and turned back to the forest, scanning the trees. He spotted a figure emerging and narrowed his eyes to identify who it was. As the figure got closer, he recognized Midoriya and Bakugo right behind him. They broke through the tree line, and soon after, the rest of Class 1A appeared behind them. Izawa walked over as the class regrouped, inspecting them closely. They had their fair share of cuts and bruises, but the main damage he noticed was from overusing their quirks. You all made it back faster than we expected, Ragdoll said as she approached the class with the rest of the pussycats. Especially you four, Pixie Bob said, singling out Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ida. You would all make great companions someday, she added with a playful grin. What's up with this cat girl? Bakugo asked, looking at his classmates, who shared his confusion. Has she always been like this? Aizawa inquired. No, but it's gotten worse. She's at that age when she's starting to look for a partner, Mandalay replied. Izuku shielded himself from Pixie Bob's attention and noticed a little boy out of the corner of his eye. He looked far too young to be in high school, leaving Izuku puzzled about his presence. He quickly escaped Pixie Bob and walked over to the child. Hi, my name is Midoriya. What's yours? Izuku asked, smiling as he extended his hand. He didn't receive a response, but suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot through his body, causing his knees to buckle. He fell to the ground and curled up, rolling slightly from the discomfort. Holy cow, I'm seeing stars, Izuku groaned from the ground. That kid's got spirit, Bakugo laughed. He reminds me of you, Todoroki said in a flat tone. Shut up, icy hot. I'll get you. Bakugo yelled back. Settle down, class. Dinner is already prepared, so let's go eat while it's hot, Aizawa suggested. The class nodded and followed him into the dining area, none of them noticing Izuku still on the ground in pain. Class 1A entered the dining area to find a huge meal prepared for them. They looked to their teacher for approval, and as soon as they received the signal, they hastily sat down and began filling their plates. Hey, where's Midoriya? Zero asked. I think he's still outside if I'm not mistaken, Ida answered. Izuku slowly walked into the dining area, overhearing his classmates talking about him. He was in a lot of pain, and everything felt hazy. He found an open spot next to Mineta and sat down, resting his head on the table. Hey, are you okay, Midoriya? Tsu asked. Izuku didn't respond. He just kept his head down, trying to ease the pain. He received a few concerned glances from his classmates, but they eventually shrugged it off. As the class finished eating, Mandalay stood up to address them. You all had a tough first day, but tomorrow will be even more challenging. You have the rest of the night off to do whatever you want. There's a hot spring down the main path if you want to hang out there, or you can go back to the tents we have set up for you. Just remember, we start bright and early tomorrow, so get some rest. The class exchanged glances and knew exactly what to do. They cleaned their plates and went to change. Izuku lagged behind, slowly making his way to the tents. Wow, I didn't know pain could last this long, Izuku mumbled to himself as he changed out of his clothes. He wrapped himself in a towel and headed to the springs, where he found the rest of the guys already in the water. He was surprised to see even Bakugo there. Izuku slid into the water and closed his eyes, feeling his body relax in the warm heat. Hey guys, what do you think we have in store for tomorrow? Kirishima asked. Who knows, but it shouldn't be too bad. Probably just some quirk or physical training, Kaminari said, letting a spark escape from his hand. Izuku glanced over at Kaminari and saw the spark. Kaminari, don't do that in here. I'm not trying to get fried while in a tub full of guys, Izuku called out. Yeah, man, everyone has to be careful with their quirks in here. But you and Bakugo especially. If either of you trigger your quirks, we're all going to feel it, Kirishima added, patting Kaminari on the shoulder. Dude, don't touch me while we're in here, that's weird. Kaminari exclaimed. The guys laughed as they quickly moved away from each other, their faces bright with embarrassment. You guys are all talking about the wrong things. What we should be discussing is what's behind this wall, Mineta said, pulling everyone out of their laughter. What are you talking about, Mineta? Izuku asked. Think about it. Both us and the girls are just in towels right now. Aren't any of you even a little curious about what's happening over there? Mineta responded. Mineta, stop it. What you're doing is disrespectful to both yourself and the girls. It's shameful behavior. Ida stated as he made his way across the springs toward Mineta. You're too uptight, Mineta said, reaching for the top of his head. Walls like these are meant to be climbed, he yelled as he quickly started scaling the wall. Izuku watched as Mineta reached the top of the wall but was confused when he suddenly stopped. A smirk grew on Mineta's face as he looked ahead. Kota. The boy slapped Mineta, and in an instant, Mineta was falling through the air. About halfway down, his towel came undone, and all the guys watched in shock as he landed awkwardly. The guys burst out laughing at what they had just witnessed until they heard a loud scream coming from the top of the wall. Izuku's eyes shot up, and he saw Kota teetering over the edge. Before anyone could react, Izuku sprang into action, leaping through the air and catching Kota just in time. They landed on the ground, and Izuku noticed that Kota was unconscious. Must have been from the shock, Izuku said to himself. I'll see you guys back at the tent. I'm going to take Kota to the pussycats so they can check on him. Izuku made his way out of the springs and walked toward the main building, only to find the pussycats and Aizawa outside. As soon as they saw him approaching, they stopped their conversation. Kota passed out while we were at the hot springs, Izuku explained. I didn't know if it was due to being surprised or if he had any medical conditions, but I thought I should bring him to you guys, Izuku said as he handed Kota over to the pussycats. Tiger shot a stern look at Izuku before wrapping Kota in his arm and walking inside. Sorry about that, Midoriya. He's just had a rough night, Mandalay explained. No problem, I just wanted to make sure he was okay. Good night, Izuku replied, turning to wave as he made his way back to the tents. Izuku reached the tents and slowly pushed open the door to the boys' area. He walked to his sleeping bag and flopped onto the ground before grabbing his phone and sending a text to his mentor. At the camp, a reply came instantly, I'll be there within the next couple of days. Stay sharp, kid. Izuku read the message and turned off his phone. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, am I really going to turn on all of these people? They are my friends, right? With that last thought, Izuku drifted into sleep. 5:30 a.m. Izuku wiped his eyes as he trudged over to the training ground. Everything still felt hazy to him. He could move around and function, but something felt off. Wonder how long this is going to last, Izuku mumbled to himself. What was that, Deku? Uraraka asked. Oh, nothing, Izuku replied tiredly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will be training to increase your strength and endurance. The goal of this training camp is to prepare everyone for their provisional licenses and to face challenges that are becoming more real by the minute. So, Bakugo, try throwing this, Aizawa said, tossing a ball at Bakugo. The blonde caught it and examined the ball. This is from the fitness test. Your previous record from the beginning of school was 705.2 meters. Let's see how much you've improved. With everything we've been through, I'm betting he'll be able to throw it over a kilometer now, Siro commented. Go to hell. Bakugo yelled as he blasted the ball upward. Izuku watched as the ball shot into the sky, but something was different. When Bakugo used his quirk, his entire arm didn't glow. Is he holding back? No, Kaken would never hold back. So what was happening with his quirk? 709.6 meters. That's less than I thought, Bakugo said, surprised. It's been about 3 months since you've started high school. Through many experiences, you have all definitely improved. But those improvements have mainly been on mental and technical levels, with some increase in stamina. As you can see, your quirks themselves have not improved that much. That's why we will work on enhancing your quirks starting today. It'll be so hard it'll feel like you're dying. But try not to actually die. Ah! Bakugo yelled as he unleashed another massive explosion into the air. Izuku watched the blonde repeatedly trying to improve his quirk. He looked around and saw everyone working hard, except for himself. Searching for his teacher, he made his way over. Hey, Mr. Aizawa, wait up. Izuku called. What do you want? The teacher replied coldly. Well, you gave everyone specific training instructions except me. I was wondering what I'm supposed to do. Michim, you're different from everyone else here. You don't have a quirk to train, and none of us know how to train you in whatever you do. The best I can tell you is to focus on physical training, Aizawa said as he started to walk away. But why? Izuku began to protest before being cut off. Listen, Midoriya, you need to stop being so centered on yourself. Everyone here is trying to get better, so let me go teach them. It's not all about you, Izawa said, leaving Izuku alone. Izuku mumbled under his breath. Izuku walked around the training grounds, searching for a decent area to train. He eventually found a spot next to Mina and Garou, who were working hard against the side of a mountain. The two noticed Izuku and waved before being told to continue their workout. Izuku took off his shirt and stared at the rock in front of him. He raised his right hand and flicked the rock, watching a small piece chip off. You call that an attack? My grandma can hit harder than that, and she's not even here. Bakugo yelled from his training spot. Izuku felt his blood boil at the blonde's remarks. I'll show you, Kaken, he said to himself, quickly closing his eyes and letting go of everything as he entered a focused state. He opened his eyes and locked them onto Bakugo's, who was staring right back at him. Izuku raised his hand again to the wall and flicked. This time, the impact was massive. Cracks shot up the entire side of the mountain, stemming from the human-sized crater created by Izuku's flick. Izuku watched as Bakugo's body began to glow before a smirk spread across his face. He lifted both hands into the air and unleashed a massive explosion. The blast sent out a wave of air that scattered debris everywhere. Izuku was taken aback by Bakugo's display of power. It was so strong that even the clouds seemed to part. The entire class stopped their training and looked to the sky, noticing the clouds parting before hearing a voice in their heads. Nothing to worry about, that was one of your classmates doing. Please continue training, Mandalay echoed in all the students' minds. Izuku turned back to the side of the mountain, ready to give it his all, but stopped when he felt a sharp pain shoot through his body. His hand instinctively shot down to the area where Kota had hit him, leaning against the rocks for support. As he looked at the ground, everything that was once clear became hazy again. What the hell is happening to me? Izuku whispered to himself. Midoriya, are you okay? Jair asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku replied, turning his back to the girls and quickly walking off. Izuku made his way to the tents before lying down in his bed. He brought his arm over his head and studied it. Still hazy. Izuku tried everything, squinting, sleeping, even washing his eyes, but nothing changed. He took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, only to realize that it was already dark. Great, I'm missing dinner, Izuku mumbled as he quickly stood up and ran out of the tent. By the time Izuku reached the dining area, he was disappointed to find everyone finishing up. Where were you, Deku? We just finished up, Uraraka said, waving him over. I was just taking a nap in the tent, and the next thing I knew, it was already dark out, Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh. All right, class. To finish off the day, we're going to have a joint training activity with Class 1B. However, not all of you will participate. Those who called the exam will join me for makeup classes, Izawa announced. No! Mina yelled before being dragged off by her teacher. You will be split into groups of 2 and navigate through the woods following a designated path. Along the way, other groups will be hidden and will attempt to scare you. The purpose of this exercise is to prepare you for situations where you might feel frightened. Now, let's pick groups, Vlad King boomed as he brought out a bag filled with random numbers. Izuku approached and reached in to grab a number. Lucky number 7, he said to himself before someone bumped into him. You really are lucky. Actually, we're the lucky ones. Number 7 means you're by yourself since there's an odd number, so no one has to be stuck with a quirkless reject like you, the other boy sneered. Izuku turned to meet the eyes of the kid who had just insulted him. He didn't know the guy's name, but he was aware of his quirk. You talk a lot for someone who can't even use their quirk against me, and even if you could, it wouldn't make a difference, Izuku replied with a smirk. Oomph, the blonde said, turning his back on Izuku. What a JRK. All right, everyone in Group 1, you're all ready to go. Vlad King yelled. Izuku watched as the first group made their way into the forest, thinking about how ridiculous this entire exercise was. It felt like a scare maze designed for Halloween. UA needed to step up their game. He looked up at the sky, hoping to see the stars, but all he found was thick black smoke. Rubbing his eyes to clear his vision, he turned to Mandalay, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something glinting in the darkness. Look out! Izuku yelled as he dashed toward Mandalay. As he got closer, he saw the shining object break through the bushes and fly right at the pro-hero. Izuku tried to redirect the object, but due to his haziness, he miscalculated. Pain shot through his hand as the object embedded itself into his palm. Izuku slammed into the ground and skidded to a stop. He looked down to find a knife lodged in his hand before turning his attention to the bush from where the blade had come. Just then, two figures emerged, a lizard-like man and another carrying a large covered object. Izuku watched as the one with the object smirked, her body glowing with an eerie light. The next thing he knew, the pro-hero was flying toward the unknown woman, who caught Mandalay and slammed her into the ground, leaving her unconscious. "Why are there villains here?" Mineta yelled. "This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Real villains are attacking the camp. Be on high alert and stay on guard," Mandalay warned everyone. Izuku stood up and looked at the blade. It wasn't too bad, so he decided to just get it over with. In one swift motion, he yanked the blade from his palm and dropped the bloodied object onto the ground. He faced the villains and got into a fighting stance, just like the pro-heroes had. But Mandalay was still lost in thought. Mandalay, now's not the time to freeze up," Izuku yelled, snapping her out of her trance. "Kota," she whispered. Izuku's heart sank at the mention of his name. He hadn't seen him all day, which meant there was a good chance he was out in the woods. This was bad. "Mandalay, I'll find Kota. You take care of them," Izuku shouted as he ran into the forest, hoping to find Kota in time. "Where the hell are you, Kota?" Izuku yelled as he dashed through the trees. He searched everywhere for the kid but couldn't find him until he heard a chilling scream from up on one of the mountains. Quickly climbing a nearby tree to get a better view, he saw something that made his heart race. Kota was being thrown over the edge of a cliff by a large figure. "Sheet, sheet, sheet," Izuku muttered to himself as he jumped from tree to tree. Finally, he got close enough and leaped with all his strength, launching himself toward the falling boy. Izuku caught Kota and pulled him close as they continued through the air. Eventually, he landed above the ledge and slid down until they had solid footing. "Not bad, kid. Shigaraki was right about you being strong," the hooded figure remarked. "Shigaraki? What does he have to do with this?" Izuku asked, surprised. "He's the one who planned this entire attack. We're all part of the League of Villains, and it's your turn to join us," the figure replied. Izuku looked down at Kota and saw the fear in his eyes. The poor kid was on the verge of tears. "Ain't it? Stay behind me, Kota, at all costs," Izuku demanded, placing the boy behind him. "I'm not joining your league for the last time." "So be it." In an instant, the man was right next to Izuku. He raised his arms to block, but the man powered through his defense, sending Izuku flying back into the wall. He slammed into the rocks before falling to the ground and looking up at the man before him. The figure had removed his cloak, revealing a blonde-haired man with a missing eye. But that wasn't the strangest part. His entire right arm was bulging with some strange material before it retracted back into his arm. "What kind of quirk is that?" Izuku asked as he picked himself up off the ground. "Muscle augmentation. I can grow any muscle in my body as much as I want," the man said with a smirk as his leg muscles amplified. He leapt forward at Izuku, swinging his fist down in an attempt to crush him. The red-haired boy quickly jumped into the air to evade, but when the man's fist struck the ground, rocks flew everywhere from the impact. One of the rocks flew right at Izuku and struck his left side, sending him crashing against the mountain. "You killed them, didn't you?" Kota's voice trembled with anger and sorrow. The man turned to face the young boy. "You have to be more specific, kid. I deal with a lot of people, so try to narrow it down." "Water hose, you killed them both," Kota said, tears welling in his eyes. "Water hose. It's because of them that my left eye is artificial now," the man said, gesturing to his scarred eye. "It's all your fault. Kids always shift the blame like that. I just wanted to kill, while your parents wanted to protect. It was the result of all of us doing what we wanted," the man explained. Izuku seized the moment to strike. He leaped into the air, aiming for the man's midsection. "Which means you're coming now, aren't you, you piece of trash?" the man yelled, turning to face Izuku. "What are you going to do?" Hit me with one of your quirkless punches? Water stream rock-crushing fist. Izuku shouted as he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes. Dust rose from the ground with each impact, and he continued until he felt the man lose his footing. With one final blow to the midsection, he sent the man flying back into the mountain. Thanks, Koda whispered. Let's get out of here, Koda. It'll be safer at camp, Izuku said, reaching for Koda. But he suddenly halted when he heard the rocks shifting behind him. That tickled a little bit, kid. How? Izuku said, shocked. You're strong, which means I'm going to take you seriously. Playtime's over. The man yelled, slamming his fist into the ground, leveling the area. Izuku quickly grabbed hold of Koda as they were knocked back by the wind from the man's punch. It's time for you to face the consequences, kid. Just know you could have stopped this if you sided with us, the man said, his body growing in muscle as he charged at Izuku. Shut up. Izuku yelled, raising his arms to block. But the man easily broke through, crashing into Izuku with full force and sending him flying toward the rocky side of the mountain. His body slammed into the rocks, causing a cascade of stones to tumble down. Koda watched in horror as the boy who risked his life to save him seemed to be defeated. Tears streamed down his face. Sorry, kid, but you're next, the man said, advancing toward Koda. He raised his arm, muscles bulging, but then he heard the rocks shift behind him. The man turned to look at the area covered in rubble. A loud rumble echoed from beneath the rocks. The noise grew louder until the stones at Koda's feet began to vibrate. As Koda looked up, a loud bang erupted, and one of the rocks exploded. Standing behind it was Izuku, staring fiercely at the man. Koda stood frozen in shock. Not only was Izuku alive, but he looked different. His hair had darkened to a deeper shade of red, and both of his eyes glowed red. Izuku emerged from the rubble, a grin on his face, surprising the man who thought he had been defeated. Koda noticed another change. Izuku's teeth appeared sharper, like daggers. Izuku looked down at his hands and took a deep breath. Everything felt clearer now. He felt rejuvenated, his mind a clean slate, and most importantly, the haze was gone. You're done, Izuku said, vanishing for a moment only to reappear in front of the man. Izuku unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one aimed to take down his opponent. Time slowed as he broke the man down before him. He noticed his left hand glowing blue and his right one red, merging two martial arts styles into one something once thought impossible. What the hell are you? The man yelled, finding an opening to push Izuku off him. Izuku stepped back, assessing the man. Blood trickled down his face in several spots, and his body was bruising badly. The man extended his arm, which grew larger and larger until it resembled a small tree. The man yelled, charging at Izuku and launching his final attack. Izuku stood his ground, planting his feet firmly. He drew back his right arm and moved it forward, colliding head-on with the man's attack. A blast of air erupted from the impact as they both struggled for dominance. But Izuku knew he had already won. He slammed his foot into the ground, causing the man to lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku's punch slid off the man's fist and struck his face. The force sent the man's body flying backward, crashing into the wall. Izuku glanced over at Koda, who was in shock at the scene. He walked over, picking him up and reassuring him that everything was okay. Then he approached the fallen man, checking for a pulse. Don't worry, it's faint, but he's still alive, Izuku reassured Koda. Now let's get back to camp, Izuku said, moving to the edge of the cliff and jumping into the darkness below. Izuku hit the ground running, making their way toward the main area of the camp. If this was indeed an attack from the League, there was no doubt more villains would be around. As Izuku pushed through the branches, he felt Koda's grip tighten on his shoulders, followed by a gasp. Izuku turned to see an unconscious body on the ground. Koda, cover your eyes for a second, okay? Izuku asked. The boy nodded, closing his eyes and burying his face into Izuku's shoulder. Izuku approached the body, examining it closely. It was hard to tell much about the guy. His entire body was covered except for a hole where his mouth was. Izuku leaned down and lifted his arm, noticing the numerous rips in his suit. Izuku scoffed with a smirk. The damage on that body clearly didn't come from a quirk. The marks resembled the aftermath of a fight with a highly skilled martial artist, specifically one trained in the water-stream rock-smashing fist style. This meant Izuku's mentor was likely somewhere in the woods. "Hey Midoriya, can I ask you something?" Koda asked as he felt Izuku move away from the body. "Yeah, Koda. What's up? Why did that man up there ask you to join them? You're not a villain, right?" Koda asked quietly. Izuku took a deep breath, considering how to respond. "Look, Koda, I'll be honest with you. I didn't have the best childhood, and I've found myself in some tough situations. But I'm trying to turn things around and really help people. If I were a villain, do you think I would have risked my life to save you?" he replied with a serious tone. "No, I don't think you would have. I understand what you mean about not having the best childhood, and it's great that you're trying to make a difference. It shows you really have what it takes to be a hero." "Thanks, Koda. I think I see everyone, and if you don't mind, could you not mention anything that guy said? It's been a long night, and I don't want my past causing any more problems," Izuku pleaded. Koda nodded as Izuku pushed through the last couple of trees leading to the clearing. When he and Koda stepped into the open, it wasn't a pretty sight. Classmates lay scattered across the area, unconscious, with several of them sporting cuts and bruises. Izuku looked around until he found Mandalay and walked over with Koda. "Excuse me, Mandalay, I found Koda," Izuku said, interrupting her conversation. Mandalay turned around and instantly grabbed Koda, wrapping him in a big hug. "Thank you, Midoriya." "No problem," Izuku said as he started back toward his classmates but noticed not all of them were there. "Anyone see Kaken?" But within moments of Izuku asking, the blonde broke through the tree line with a few others. Bakugo walked in with a body over his shoulder, and Izuku noticed his classmates carrying 3 more. Bakugo approached Izuku, sneering before tossing the body he was carrying onto the ground, followed by the rest of his classmates. "Where the hell were you, Deku? And why do you look even more different now?" Bakugo scoffed. "I was saving a kid's life, Kaken. And I'm just as confused as you about my appearance changing," Izuku said, annoyed. "Whatever," Bakugo replied, walking away. Izuku watched him go, noticing blood dripping down his side, likely from one of the villains. Izuku turned his attention to the unconscious bodies. One was a man in a large dark jacket with burns all over, the second was a girl with blonde hair who had some surgical equipment on her, and the last was a man whose face was hidden by a mask. He wore a top hat and a long yellowish trench coat with a cane. As Izuku examined them, Aizawa approached and placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "What you did for Koda today was a good thing. Thank you, Midoriya. Now help me tie them up." The two zip-tied the villain's arms and legs before Aizawa left him to finish tying them to a tree. As Izuku completed his last knot, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around to see a familiar brown bob cut. "Hey, Achiko, are you okay?" Izuku asked with a smile. "For the most part I am. That girl took some of my blood and cut Tsuyu's tongue, but other than that, we're okay," Uraraka said, motioning to the bleeding cut on her side. "Come on, let's go get that bandaged up," Izuku said, helping her over to the pros. As they walked over, Izuku overheard the end of their conversation. They were discussing how Ragdoll wasn't responding to any messages and how multiple unconscious villains were scattered throughout the woods. "Hey, Mr. Aizawa, can you bandage me up?" Uraraka spoke up, motioning to her side. "Sure thing, Uraraka. Come with me. I've actually been meaning to talk with you," Aizawa said as the two made their way inside the main building. Izuku looked around, now alone, until Todoroki approached him. "Midoriya, I see you've changed your appearance again." Yeah, Todoroki. Can you explain what happened on your side of camp?" "We were going through the forest and eventually ran into another fire user. He blocked our path and created such a big smoke screen that I couldn't safely use my ice. He chased us down until we ran into Shoji and Tokoyami, who were after the man in the trench coat. The 6 of us fought until I trapped them in my ice, and Bakugo used concentrated blasts to knock them out. Then, out of nowhere, Uraraka came out of the woods and got close to Bakugo. Turns out she was the blonde-haired girl, but her quirk allowed her to disguise herself as Uraraka. She stabbed Bakugo in the side, but it just made him angrier. He ripped it out and blasted her back into a tree. Holy cow! Indeed. All right, everyone listen up. Izawa yelled as he and Uraraka walked out of the building. The school has been informed of the attack, and so have the authorities, who will be here shortly. After speaking with Principal Nizu, he thinks the best course of action is to cancel the rest of the camp and resume quirk training once school starts again. The bus will be here shortly, so everyone come inside and wait until it arrives. Under no circumstances is anyone allowed outside until then. We don't want anyone else getting hurt since we're not 100% sure of what could be in the woods. Izawa announced to the class. Izuku started walking forward with the rest of his classmates when someone grabbed his hand and tugged him in the opposite direction. Achiko, what are you doing? Izuku asked as she began to lead him away from the main group. Come on, Izuku. I want to spend some alone time with you before we have to go back to school. We'll be fine, and if not, you are the strongest in the class. I know you'll keep me safe, won't you? Uraraka said with a playful wink. Okay, Izuku stuttered, his face turning bright red. Uraraka pulled Izuku through the trees until they reached a small clearing. So, what do you want to talk about? Izuku asked, feeling nervous. Honestly, Deku, I just need to get some things off my chest. You've been such a good friend and role model since the beginning of the school year. You're always striving ahead of everyone else, even without a quirk. You're going to inspire so many people once you become a pro, and I feel like I'm just going to be some nobody that no one cares about, Uraraka said, looking down at the ground in defeat. Hey, don't say that, Izuku said, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze. You're Uravity, for crying out loud. You're going to save and help so many people, and the kids will adore you. Your kindness and compassion make you a true hero. Thank you, Deku, Uraraka said, leaning into his embrace. Izuku hesitated but eventually returned the hug, standing there for a while. They eventually broke apart, and Izuku was the first to speak. We should probably head back to the others before they get worried about us, he suggested, motioning back to the trees. Wait, there's one more thing I need to do, Uraraka said, stepping closer to him. She moved right in front of him, and Izuku's heart raced as he felt the warmth radiating from her. She stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck while gazing into his eyes. She closed her eyes and leaned in slowly, inching closer to his face. He followed her lead, closing the gap until it felt like time stood still. Bang bang bang. Everything was in slow motion for Izuku. He felt a sudden impact and realized something was terribly wrong. He opened his eyes to see Uraraka looking back at him, concern etched on her face. He felt the pressure of the moment, and in a flash, he knew he had to protect her. Ah! Izuku yelled as he stumbled, the world around him spinning. He fell to the ground, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Kid! Garou shouted as he descended from a nearby tree. Now, an unknown voice yelled, followed by a branch-like object flying toward Garou. The hero hunter dodged the first branch but was caught off guard by another figure approaching him. The figure flew at Garou, kicking him squarely in the face and sending him crashing back into the branch-like object. As soon as Garou made contact, the branch rapidly grew around him, immobilizing him. Let me go. I swear I'll get you for this. Garou yelled, struggling against his restraints. Looks like you were right, Eraserhead. The boy and the hero hunter are connected, Snipe said as he landed from a tree, reloading his revolver. It wasn't me, it was Nizu. I had my suspicions, but he was the one who set everything in motion, Izawa stated as he emerged from the tree line. One by one, more pro-heroes appeared. Kamui Woods, Snipe, Eraserhead, the Wild PP Cats, Hawks, Mount Lady, Midnight, Present Mike, and even Endeavor. Izuku lay on the ground, trying to make sense of the chaos around him. He reached out and grasped Uraraka's shoe. I trusted you, Izuku coughed, his voice strained. Uraraka jumped back at his touch, looking down at him with wide eyes. Izuku, I swear I didn't know what was going to happen. Izawa said it was to test your instincts, so he had me lead you away. I never wanted you to get hurt, she pleaded, reaching for his hand. Don't touch me. Everything was a lie, wasn't it? You used my feelings against me and tore me apart from the inside. You call yourself a hero, but you led one of your friends into danger. Pathetic, Izuku shouted, his voice filled with pain and betrayal. Uraraka's eyes glistened with tears at his sudden outburst. And all of you, Izuku said, turning his gaze to the heroes. You call yourselves heroes? You were here when the villains attacked. You just let them walk over everyone while you sat in your high and mighty thrones. Watch your tongue, boy. You're a criminal, which means we can fight back against you, Endeavor spoke up. Oh, look who it is. The man who hurts his family more than his opponents. Why are you even here? You're worse than me and Midoriya. At least the people we attack are adults, not kids. Garou laughed, still struggling in his binds. Shut up, hero hunter. Woods yelled. What are you going to do about it? Remember the last time we fought? I wiped the floor with you, and I'll do it again right now. Garou taunted as Wood's arms suddenly exploded. Garou dropped to the ground and dashed toward Izuku, desperate to escape. He lunged for the child, but before he could reach him, the figure who had kicked him earlier reappeared. Not going to happen, the man grunted as he sent Garou flying back into Endeavor's arms. Gran Torino, I really dislike you, Garou growled as the fire hero's grip tightened around him. Try and escape, and I'll make sure you regret it, the man warned. Izuku slowly attempted to rise but stumbled back to the ground. I should have listened to Garou. I let my guard down. And paid for it. How am I supposed to get out of this? Izuku got to his feet and stared at the heroes in front of him. Stand down, Midoriya. You don't stand a chance against all of us, Hawk spoke up. Izuku, please don't try to fight them. They want to help you, I want to help you. Uraraka cried out. No, you don't. No one does. Garou has been the only person to help me through anything. It's thanks to him that I'm this strong, and because of him, I've realized what needs to change in society, Izuku declared, standing tall. And what's that, punk? Mount Lady asked. A unified society of both the powerful and the quirkless. A world where no one has to worry about fitting in. A world without heroes. As Izuku finished his statement, he felt a strange sensation in his stomach. He clutched his shirt as it became harder to breathe. His eyes locked with Uraraka's, who stared at him in fear. He then shifted his gaze to Garou, who also appeared to be struggling for breath. Suddenly, Izuku let out a gasp as he expelled a strange gray substance. Garou soon followed, leaving everyone confused. The substance began to envelop their bodies, and by the time the heroes realized what was happening, it was too late. Quick, stop them! Aizawa shouted. Gran Torino and Uraraka lunged for Izuku as Endeavor tried to tighten his grip on the hero hunter. But they were unable to capture them. The two vanished from the forest, leaving only a large pool of blood where Izuku had lain. Izuku and Garou hit the floor and quickly sprang into fighting positions. They looked around, realizing they were back in the same bar from Hosu. The room was filled with the villains from the attack in the forest, but Izuku didn't notice the two he and Garou had fought. Well, look who needed saving. If it weren't for us, you two would never have made it out alive, Shigaraki said coldly from his seat at the bar. We didn't need any help, we were perfectly fine, Garou replied, annoyed. Sure you were. That's why your disciple almost bled out. Those bullet wounds are quite the sight. Shigaraki trailed off, eyeing Izuku. The attention of everyone in the bar shifted to the red-haired boy, equally confused. Hey, kid, I'll be honest with you. What is happening? Garou asked. What do you mean? Izuku questioned, looking down at his body. Then it clicked for him. All 3 bullet holes were practically closed, as if his shirt had fused with them to seal the wounds. Kid, take your shirt off. Izuku tried to remove his shirt, but it wouldn't budge. It won't move. This is interesting. Let's get down to business, you two. Last chance to join us or you die, the blue-haired man said, turning his chair to face them. How many times do we have to tell you? The answer is always going to be no, Garou said, exasperated. So be it. Nomu, eliminate them, Shigaraki commanded. From the back of the room, a large creature emerged and locked eyes with Izuku. It resembled the two from both Hosu and USJ. It charged across the room toward Izuku, who squared his feet and punched the beast in the chest. The creature flew back across the bar and slammed into the wall. It attempted to rise but ultimately collapsed, appearing lifeless. Shigaraki shook with anger at how easily Izuku had dispatched his Nomu. He nodded to his followers, signaling them to attack, but a voice stopped them all. "Be calm, Tamura. Let them go." "But sensei," the Shigaraki began. "Have I ever led you astray, Tamura? You must trust me when it counts. The hero hunter and his apprentice will serve us for a greater purpose down the line." Shigaraki stood still, contemplating his next move. He looked at the two in front of him, his red eyes meeting Izuku's. "Fine leave," the blue-haired man said, turning back to the bar. Izuku and Garou exchanged glances before nodding and walking toward the door. But as Izuku reached for the handle, the voice spoke to him again. "Izuku Midoriya, I've had my eye on you for quite some time. Tell me, does the term monster mean anything to you?" "Monster? What does that even mean?" Izuku asked, bewildered. "You will see in due time, my boy," the voice laughed ominously before fading away. Izuku and Garou shrugged it off and left the bar. They walked through the alley until they found a fire escape they could climb. They made their way onto the roof and looked over the edge at the city. "Thanks for saving me," Izuku mumbled. "What do you mean, kid? You were the one who did all the saving back there," Garou said, playfully punching Izuku's shoulder. "No, not really. If you hadn't been there, I would have been in serious trouble. I still almost got us both killed. You told me so many times to keep my guard up and not get attached to anyone. I messed up on both counts, and it led to me getting shot 3 times, forcing us to be rescued by villains. Kid, you need to relax and stop beating yourself up. You made some mistakes, so what? Just learn from them and make sure to avoid them next time." Izuku remained silent, gazing out at the city. His attention was drawn to a large screen displaying highlights of heroes from the past week. He watched for a moment until the screen suddenly changed. "Breaking news! We have just been informed of a villain attack on the infamous hero school UA. From what we know, the school was participating in a training camp exercise when it was ambushed by villains. We have also been informed that multiple students have been hospitalized or are missing." "I'm not missing. What are they talking about?" Izuku mumbled to himself. Students Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo were last seen 3 hours ago and have officially been deemed missing by the school. If you see either of these 2 students, do not approach them, as they may be in danger. It is recommended that you call the authorities immediately and let them handle the situation. That's all we have for you right now, but stay tuned for more breaking news. "They have Kachan," Izuku stuttered. "Hey kid, shake it off. He's not your problem. Remember, we're not heroes. We don't go out of our way to save people. And besides, he's strong. I doubt anything bad will happen to him," Garou explained. Izuku didn't respond. He was too shaken up about his best friend being captured. But the more he thought about it, it really wasn't his problem. All Bakugo ever did was make his life difficult. But that was just his personality. He hadn't done anything too bad to him. "Hey kid, I think it's best if we get out of here. I know a place we can lay low for a bit before getting back out there," Garou spoke up. "Lead the way." The two jumped from roof to roof until they reached the train station. They dropped down into the crowd and did their best to blend in. Before they could be noticed, Garou led Izuku to a closed door and broke the lock to get in. On the other side stood an unused train platform that was closed off for construction. The two sat in silence until a train pulled up and came to a stop. Izuku walked over and peeked through the window, only to find luggage. After calling Garou over, they pried open the door and sat down until the train finally took off, leading Izuku into the unknown. Bakugo's eyes slowly fluttered open as he regained consciousness. "He's awake." At the sound of another voice, Bakugo's grip tightened on the chair he sat in as he attempted to launch himself forward. His memory was a little foggy, but all he remembered was taking a bathroom break 1 minute and the next feeling something inject into his neck. "Where am I?" Bakugo yelled into the darkness. He tried to ignite his quirk but found nothing coming from his palms. "Your quirk won't work, punk. Your chair has a built-in quirk dampener." Several footsteps echoed through the dark room until multiple figures emerged. In front of him stood several villains who were just at the same camp as him, along with a blue-haired man Bakugo had never seen before. "Heh, you look even uglier up close than I thought you would," Bakugo smirked at the man covered in scars. "Why, you little," the man started to say before being cut off by the blue-haired man's arm. "Stay calm, Dabi. We're not here to hurt him." "So, Katsuki Bakugo, you have quite the powerful quirk. But don't you think you're being restricted?" the man asked. "What the hell does that mean? Have you ever wanted to be free and use your strengths without any limitations?" "Of course I have," Bakugo scoffed. "Then why not join us? In the league, you can use your power to its fullest, and no one can stand in your way. You can finally be number one," Shigaraki urged. "You think I would actually join you guys? I want to help people, not hurt them. I don't need an easy pass to the top. I can get there as a hero, and when I do, it'll be so much more satisfying." "So be it. You'll come around eventually, but until then, you're all togas." "Toga?" Bakugo asked. A blonde girl walked forward toward Bakugo with a mischievous smile on her face. She leaned down so they were face to face, only inches apart. She slowly raised her hands and dragged them across Bakugo's cheek. He felt a sharp sting as a warm liquid began to trickle down. He looked at the girl's hand and saw a knife with a glint of red on the blade. "Get your hands off me!" Bakugo growled. "Oh, someone's feisty. It's actually kind of exciting," the girl giggled. "What the heck?" Bakugo said as he struggled in his chair. "The more you squirm, the more uncomfortable it will be for you. You wouldn't want that, would you?" She whispered into Bakugo's ear, causing him to stop moving. "Now let's have some fun." 2 days later, Izuku and Garou sat in an abandoned warehouse in Muzof. They had snuck there after getting off the train and had gone unnoticed since. They didn't have much, but they made do. They searched the warehouse from top to bottom and found multiple crates of MREs in the basement. The warehouse must have been an old supply facility used during the war. The food was a little stale, but it was bearable. "Hey Garou, what's the plan now?" asked Izuku. "Lay low for a bit, then we go back to our mission. You have to remember, kid, just because they know you're against them doesn't mean you have to stop. You set out to tear down this corrupt society with me, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So look." Ring ring ring. Izuku and Garou turned to look at a phone lying on one of the desks. The two slowly walked over and watched the phone ring a few times before stopping and going to voicemail. "I thought the power was off," Izuku said nervously. "It is," replied Garou. A few seconds of silence passed on the phone before it finally spoke. "Kamino, be there tonight." Izuku was the first to break the silence in the warehouse. "What was that?" Izuku asked, clutching his chest. I don't know, kid. But from the looks of it, we're going to Kamino." "What do you mean we're going to Kamino? We have no idea why that person wants us there, so let's just avoid it altogether," Izuku pleaded. "Kid, do you not remember one of the first lessons I taught you?" Garou questioned. "Never eat before a big fight? No, you dweeb, never back down from the unknown. Always figure out what you're up against before you decide to run away," Garou said as he flicked Izuku on the forehead. Oh is right, you idiot. Now let's not waste any more time. Once we sneak out to the train station and finally get moving, we should arrive in Kamino before night falls," Garou explained as he got up and started walking toward the door, with Izuku soon following. "Do you see anything?" Izuku asked. "No, not yet. It's just civilians walking around," Garou responded. "Wait, what's that playing on the big screen over there?" Izuku pointed. "Looks like a press conference being held by UA. They're probably addressing the public about you and the blonde kid disappearing. I bet it's just to save their reputation. If they really cared about the blonde, they would have rescued him by now." "So what should we do today, Sparky?" Toga asked. "Leave me alone," Bakugo muttered quietly. The blonde sat still in the quirk-dampening chair, but his appearance had changed significantly. His body was covered in cuts and bruises. They weren't serious injuries and likely wouldn't scar, but they still hurt. "Oh, don't be such a meanie, Katsuki. Shigaraki's coming to talk to you today, and if you're nice to him, he might let you and me be a thing when you join the league," the enthusiastic girl said, bouncing with excitement. Heh, you have a better chance at dating me when I'm a Nomu than when I'm alive, Bakugo growled. You're no fun. Toga pouted, but she stopped when she heard the door to the room start to open. Toga, leave us alone, Dabi said as he walked into the room. The blonde was reluctant to leave but was eventually pushed out by the fire user. Listen up, punk. I'll be honest with you. UA is giving their press conference about you right now, and it's not looking good for them. Shigaraki's giving you one last chance to leave your crippling school and join the league. If you tell him no, he's going to cut his losses. I personally don't care which way you go. I just wanted to give you some extra time to make the right decision. Thanks so much. I'll keep that in mind when I'm stomping your skull into the ground, Bakugo said with a grin. Whatever, it's your funeral, Dabi shrugged. Kurogiri, you're up, was the last thing Bakugo heard before he felt himself starting to fall. He closed his eyes and crashed onto the ground, only to find himself back in the bar. Let him go. Wait, what? He's just going to try and escape as soon as we take the restraints off, Compress spoke up. He's one of our equals, which means he shouldn't be tied down. Dabi, you do it, commanded the blue-haired man. Nope, twice, that's all you. I would never. Right on it. Twice cheered as he walked past Bakugo. He bent down and started to undo the knots restraining him until only the metal clasps of the chair held him down. With the click of a button, the restraints retracted, allowing Bakugo to stand up and rub his wrists. So as I was saying, an explosion rang out within the bar, sending Shigaraki stumbling backward and knocking the hand off his face in the process. You really think I would join your stupid league? You should have taken your chance to eliminate me. Bakugo yelled as he prepared to attack again. Shigaraki slowly bent down and grabbed the hand from the ground before replacing it onto his face. Kurogiri, compress, make him go to sleep again. This time, permanently, the blue-haired man said calmly. I can't believe he's such a bad listener. I'm almost impressed, Compress said as he started his way toward Bakugo. If you want me to listen, then get on your knees and give up. Bakugo raged. I want to blow them up with my maximum firepower, but as long as that warp user is around, he'll be in my way. I need to make an opening somehow and get to the back door, Bakugo thought. Knock knock knock. Hello, this is Pizza Kamino store. Everyone stood still, confused by the random disturbance. Smash! A voice boomed as the wall of the bar exploded inward. What the? Yelled Spinner. Kurogiri. Gate now, commanded Shigaraki. Preemptive binding, lacquered chain prison. A tree? What the heck? Dabi mumbled as he started to let off smoke. A blast of air was heard from outside, followed by multiple more blasts. A yellow figure shot into the room and kicked the fire user square in the neck, knocking him unconscious. Don't be impatient, huffed Gran Torino. You can't run anymore, League of Villains. Because we are here. All Might boomed. The press conference don't tell me this was pre-planned? Asked Compress. When one is on the offensive, that's when one neglects defense the most, a voice said from behind the front door. A man slid through the crack and started to appear, revealing the number 4 pro hero, Edgeshot. We're not the only ones here from Pizza Kamino. Outside, you're surrounded by skilled heroes like Endeavor and the police, the hero explained. I'm sorry, young Bakugo. We should have come sooner. I know you were probably scared, but don't worry anymore, for you are now saved. All Might said as he walked over to his protege. I wasn't scared at all. I could have gotten out of this place on my own. Haha, of course you could have, young Bakugo. This is unsatisfying. Go away, disappear, a voice whispered from the other side of the room. Shigaraki, where is he? All Might asked in a serious tone. I hate you, the blue-haired man yelled as black mucus started forming at his sides. The black sludge grew larger and larger until no mist began coming through it. Woods, don't let them escape, yelled All Might. But what the hero didn't see was his disciple starting to cough out the black mucus as well. What the hell? Bakugo coughed out as the sludge grew thicker around him. All Might turned and finally noticed what was happening. He quickly tried to grab hold of the blonde, but all he grasped was empty air. No! Endeavor, we need backup, screamed Woods. The Arbor hero turned his gaze back to the streets, his heart skipping a beat. All he saw was more and more Nomu starting to appear around the police and Endeavor until they were completely surrounded. Keep an eye on the villains. All Might commanded as he punched a Nomu. But the heroes couldn't see through all the smoke. On the other side, each villain started coughing up their own black mucus until most of their bodies were covered. One by one, they disappeared until only one remained. The last villain met eyes with All Might through the smoke as his mucus finally started to take him away. The pro-hero launched towards him, only to hear him whisper one word before he vanished. "Hey, isn't that Mount Lady?" called Izuku. Garou quickly shot up and ran to Izuku's side of the building, looking over the streets. "She's not alone. Gang Orca, Best Jeanist, and Tiger are with her." "Why are they here? Do you think they're here for the same reason as us?" "Don't know, kid, but it looks like we're about to find out," Garou replied as Mount Lady started to grow rapidly. "Wow, I've never seen her up close before." "She's enormous," Izuku said. She's not anything special, kid. I bet we could take her," Garou smirked. They watched as the pro-hero towered over the buildings before raising her leg and slamming it into an old warehouse. Izuku felt the rush of air from the impact hit his face, followed by a moment of calmness. He looked closer and saw Tiger holding what looked like another person. "Ragdoll," Garou whispered. Izuku nodded and turned his attention back to the heroes. It seemed they were all done when suddenly they all stopped and looked back into the rubble. Izuku tried to see what they were looking at, but it was too dark to make out. "Hey, Garou, do you see what they're looking at?" "I see suit pants and that's it." "I can see holy cow, kid, Jeanist has him locked." Garou exclaimed. "What else do you see?" Izuku asked nervously. Nothing really, just some reddish-black lighting." That was the last thing Izuku heard before a massive bright light flashed from inside the building, followed by a loud explosion. Izuku quickly dropped behind the small safety wall to avoid any incoming debris. He watched as rocks and glass flew over him. Once the coast was clear, Izuku popped his head back up to look at the damage, and his heart almost stopped. Destruction. That was all Izuku saw. It looked as if part of the city had been hit by a tornado. Buildings were missing, fires were raging, and chaos reigned. "What happened?" Izuku said as he clenched his shirt. He continued to scan the city until his eyes caught something in the air. "Wait, not something, someone." "Garou, is that the man you saw?" Izuku asked as he noticed the man in the suit. His teacher stayed silent but gave a slow nod, keeping his eyes locked on the man. Izuku looked back just in time to see the man raise his arm in front of him. He followed where the man's arm was pointing and saw a blue figure lying on the ground. "Best Jeanist," Izuku whispered. The man's arm began to grow in size until it resembled a compacted slinky. A shock of dark energy surrounded the arm before a powerful blast of air shot out from the man's palm. Izuku watched in horror as the blast connected squarely with the pro-hero's stomach, sending a spray of debris everywhere. I expected more from the number 3 hero," the man said to himself, but for some reason, Izuku could hear him perfectly. Izuku's hands started to tremble, and his legs felt weak. He tried to take deep breaths, but each one became harder. "What's wrong, kid?" Garou said as he crouched down next to Izuku. "That voice, it's the same one from the bar." "That's Shigaraki's mentor." Izuku trembled. Garou's eyes widened at his student's statement. He knew Izuku wouldn't joke about something this serious. He pulled Izuku up and walked to the edge of the roof. As they reached the edge, several dark shapes began to form around the man, and after a few seconds, the League of Villains and Bakugo stood next to him. I am sorry, young Bakugo, but you must understand the sudden change in scenery." "I failed, sensei." The man looked over to see Shigaraki on his knees. "Do not worry, Tamura. Remember, you have as many chances as you need. I will help you." The man paused. "He's here." Izuku felt an incoming presence and looked towards the sky. He scanned the clouds until his eyes landed on a bluish figure coming towards them. All Might. The hero flew towards the man in the suit, who just stood still and watched All Might get closer. As All Might crashed into him, he grabbed each of the hero's fists, stopping the attack and sending the force outward, causing everyone to be pushed back even further. Have you come to kill me again, All Might? I'll make you pay for everything all for one. You're a little late. It's 5 kilometers from here to the bar, and it took you 30 seconds longer than it should have. You've gotten weaker, haven't you, All Might? The villain laughed. You're not any better. What's with the industrial mask you have on? Asked All Might. Thanks to our last encounter, I cannot breathe as properly as I should. The mask helps make up for it, All for One responded. Then I can't wait to take it off you. All Might yelled as he charged at the villain again. Izuku watched the exchange with shock on his face. All for One, the man behind the League of Villains. Someone so powerful he had taken out 4 pro heroes with little effort and stopped All Might's blow with just his bare hands. He's on another level, Izuku said, breaking the silence. He's got multiple quirks too. He's got some sort of flight ability, those air blasts, and most likely a strength enhancer, Garou replied. What are we going to do? Asked Izuku. I don't know yet, kid. We were called here for a reason, so maybe this is the day it's all settled. The final showdown between heroes and villains, and we'll finally have to pick a side. Pissish, screw that. I would rather bite the bullet than side with either of them. Well said, kid, Garou said, ruffling Izuku's dark red hair. The two turned their attention back to the battle just in time to see All Might being flung across the city into a building. The hero emerged from the rubble and leaped back towards All for One. As he flew through the air, he noticed the villain preparing to shoot an air blast at him. All Might quickly used a punch to change his direction and avoid the blast. Once in range of the villain, he grabbed his arm and spun him around before throwing him back into a pile of debris. The man slammed into the rubble, causing it to scatter everywhere as he lay on the ground. A second passed before All for One effortlessly picked himself up and began to float back into the air. Have you ever heard the story of how quirks came to be, All Might? Asked All for One. Of course I have. But what I don't understand is why that has anything to do with this. All Might boomed. Well, you see, All Might, when quirks first started appearing, they weren't anything special. Just small things here and there, but they were enough to start making quirks a determining factor in power. Over time, we classified these as transformation and emitter-type quirks, All for One explained. Your information is wrong. You forgot to mention mutation quirks, All Might said, annoyed. You forget your place, All Might. I was there for all of this. You see, over time, those who were quirkless started to feel uneasy about the sudden shifts in power. They felt left behind. That feeling grew inside them until one day it boiled over. Quirkless individuals slowly began to develop mutations in their bodies, such as changing hair colors or enhanced senses. It wasn't anything significant at first, but just like quirks, they grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, they began to take down those with quirks one by one. In no time, those with quirks took action and eliminated them, but not before they could reproduce. Those offspring were the first documented mutation-type quirk users known to us. They inherited the same mutations as their parents but without any of the benefits. Why are you telling me this? Questioned All Might. Have you ever wondered what they were called before they were finally classified as quirks? All for One asked cheerfully. What? All for One's arm began to grow in size, surrounded by dark energy as he prepared for a powerful air blast. All Might got into a defensive position but was thrown off when the villain aimed his arm not at him, but at a nearby building. Monsters! All for One yelled as he unleashed the blast toward the building where Izuku and Garou were hiding. Run! Izuku shouted as he grabbed Garou and jumped off the building. The two soared through the air, narrowly escaping the blast. Izuku glanced back at the roof for a brief moment to witness the destruction. The entire top part of the roof was torn away and sent crashing into another building, causing it to collapse. Midoriya! DMN Deku? All Might and Bakugo yelled simultaneously as they spotted the two figures in the sky. Izuku crashed into the ground and rolled several feet before finally stopping. He pushed Garou off of him and stood up, meeting the intense gaze of his former teacher and classmate. Young Midoriya, why are you here in Kamino? No one has seen you since the incident in the forest, asked All Might. I brought him here, All for One interjected as he shot an air blast at the two heroes. Bakugo quickly propelled himself upward to avoid the blast, but All Might, still in shock from seeing Izuku, was not so lucky. The blast struck him, sending him hurtling across the city. Ah, young Bakugo, you are as agile as ever. Tell me, how does it feel to be the 9th user? All for One laughed. The blonde stopped in his tracks, trembling as he kept his gaze on the ground. 9th user. Izuku whispered to himself. Ah, Midoriya, let me explain to you the story of One for All, the man chuckled. A sudden boom echoed in the distance, causing the three to turn their heads. Izuku's eyes locked onto All Might, who was flying back toward them, heading straight for his arch-nemesis. You must not speak of it, All for One. All Might yelled as he prepared to attack. The villain waved his hand, causing a dark portal to form just before All Might's impact. The hero's fist plunged deep into the void before another portal opened above him, causing his own fist to slam into his back, propelling him into the ground. But I must, All Might. You see, Midoriya, when quirks were just manifesting, I was born. As time went on, I developed a following for my beliefs about a new society, and over time, I ruled Japan. But not everyone agreed with me. One of those people was my own brother. He was quirkless, so I knew he wouldn't understand. So, using my own quirk, I forced one onto him, one that allowed him to stockpile energy. But what I didn't know was that he already had a quirk, one that allowed him to pass his own to others. He eluded me before I could eliminate him and pass the quirk on. From user to user, it has grown stronger until its 8th user nearly defeated me. But even so, he was badly injured. Isn't that right, All Might? Please don't. All Might yelled as he pulled himself from the rubble. And finally, the 9th user came along, Katsuki Bakugo, the one who must follow in the footsteps of the number 1 hero. Izuku stumbled back, gripping his chest. All Might gave Kakin his power? But what did he see in him? Wait, is that why All Might wanted to talk to me that day? To give me his power? Is that why you wanted to talk to me that day, All Might? To give me your quirk? What's wrong with you? First, you crush my dreams of wanting to be a hero, and then you try to make up for it by giving me a quirk? You're pathetic, All Might. Izuku yelled, a tear falling from his eye. The pro-hero's smile was nowhere to be seen, only sadness was etched on his face. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. I never meant for you to be hurt, All Might said as he began to approach Izuku. The hero reached out to place a hand on Izuku's shoulder, but he pushed it away. With a loud crack, All Might turned to see what had happened. Right where he had been standing, a massive crater had formed in the ground, with Izuku standing over it. Next to him was Bakugo, who had finally snapped out of his daze to push his teacher out of harm's way. So it begins. All for One laughed as he charged his arm for another attack. All Might quickly wiped the frown from his face and jumped back into battle, confronting the man in the suit, leaving Bakugo and Izuku alone. It's just me and you now, Deku. Cut the act and come back to UA. We can help you out of whatever trouble you're in, Bakugo pleaded. That's where you're wrong, Bakugo. I don't need saving. I'm right where I want to be. Izuku yelled as he charged at the blonde. Bakugo stepped back before propelling himself into the air. Izuku quickly ran after him, leaping up in an attempt to grab Bakugo but was too slow. The blonde maneuvered to the side and fired a concentrated blast toward Izuku's leg. Izuku yelled as he fell to the ground, sliding across the concrete before finally stopping to inspect his leg. The skin was singed and he could see the damage beneath. Inu, Bakugo, Izuku mumbled to himself before feeling a grip around his neck. Got you! Spinner yelled as he put Izuku in a headlock. Izuku quickly grabbed Spinner's arm and squeezed until he felt it give way under his grip. The lizard man yelled as he released his hold on Izuku. Without wasting a moment, Izuku seized Spinner's arm, swung him over his shoulder, and slammed him into the ground. Useless! Izuku shouted as he turned his attention back to Bakugo. He found the blonde finishing up a quick scuffle with Toga. Bakugo had her lifted by her throat before delivering a swift blow to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Toga's body went limp, and he tossed her aside. Don't worry, I only used enough force to knock her out. The blonde grinned, sparks flying from his hands. I don't care, Izuku mumbled as he took off again toward his former classmate. The two charged at each other, but just before they collided, they sensed an incoming presence. Bakugo quickly jumped back, but Izuku was determined to defeat his classmate once and for all. He leaped at Bakugo, but suddenly felt something coil around his leg. Looking down, he saw black and red glowing strands wrapping tightly around him, lifting him upward toward the top of a nearby building. Moments later, a body slammed into the ground near Bakugo. The figure slowly rose, revealing a battered All Might. All Might? Bakugo asked, shocked. Are you okay? Cough cough. I am fine, young Bakugo, but I don't think I will make it out of tonight unscathed. I will most likely use up the last embers of One for All to end this, and after that, it will be up to you to become the new symbol of peace. Clap clap clap. What an inspirational speech, All Might, but tonight's goal was not to kill you, All for One cheered. What? Then what was it? The hero asked, bewildered. Tonight's goal is to usher in a new era for us all. An era of chaos. One where both heroes and villains collapse and are left with no support, the villain laughed. Ah! All for One quickly shifted in the air and grabbed the figure by the throat. Let go of me, you monster, yelled Garou. Ah, Hero Hunter. I was wondering when you would. Make your move. But it was only a matter of time until it all fell into place. Garou stopped struggling and looked into the cold, lifeless eyes of All for One's mask. What do you mean? He asked. For society to fall apart, it must have its foundations ripped out from under them. The best way to do that is to have an unnatural force come into effect. You see, Midoriya's transformations have actually been those of a monster. They have all been driven by his desire to tear down everything. But what's unique about him is how close he is to becoming a true monster. No one has ever made it as far as he has, and if I'm right, all he needs is to be broken, and he will be pushed over the edge. Sensei, a voice called out. What about the League? What about me becoming the next leader and taking down the heroes? Yelled Shigaraki. I am sorry, Tamura, but your drive is just too weak. For chaos to come, someone with a drive like Midoriya's needs to be at the front. So you're just throwing me to the side? Do I mean nothing to you? Shigaraki screamed. I am sorry, Tamura, but it's time, All for One said quietly as he looked off to where Izuku had been thrown. He could see the outline of a figure appear for a split second before disappearing into the air. Within moments, Izuku landed near the group and turned his gaze to All for One. It was filled with hatred, but when he saw Garou in the villain's grasp, it shifted to worry. What are you doing? Asked Izuku. What needs to be done? Izuku watched in horror as the villain began laughing uncontrollably. His grip tightened on Garou's neck, causing the hero hunter to claw at the man's suit in desperation. All for One's other arm began to swell with power, electricity crackling around it. Izuku charged toward the villain, but he was too late. All for One raised his arm toward Garou's chest and unleashed a devastating blast at point-blank range.